Morning, welcome to Sewing Street on this glorious Monday morning. Do you know what? The studio is so bright and cheerful today. Look, we've got Stuart's quilt here. Isn't this lovely? Nicola's brand new cushion here. It's really cheerful. You can't see the other side, but we've got two quilts and a panel up there. It's a fabric gloriousness today. But we are going to start, as always, with our very special early bird. It is a gift set. We love a gift set. Well, I love a gift set. This is better than a gift set. This is a Hemline gift set. Woohoo! Now, let me show you what's inside. I think, to be fair, £29.99 is a great price. But obviously, it's the early bird, so we'll have a little bit of a discount. But I think this is a good price anyway when I show you what's in it. Look, so I'll slide out. So it's very nice that it comes in a very nice box, so it can be a gift set for you or for a friend. So you open it up, which I promised Kat I'd do carefully so don't break all the box. And look what you get inside. So you get a beautiful pair of embroidery scissors. Oh, I think I've broken the elastic now. Look at those. Super, super sharp. You get beautiful retractable tape measure. This nice quality one as well. Very lovely, centimetres and inches. And actually, this has got a nice thickness to it. I've got quite a lot of tape measures that are quite thin and I tend to melt, but this has got a metal end. It's got a nice thickness. 150 centimetre tape measure, retractable. You get a thimble. You get a thread cutter. I'm going to just trim that off with my scissors. There we go. Now, these are fabulous. So these are really good if you're travelling and sewing because you can just pull the thread through the little notches and it'll cut it. Particularly good if you were sewing on a plane where you're not allowed to take scissors. And you can keep it like that. But if you want to have it as a pendant, you could put like either a chain through there or some thin leather thong through there. And then you could have it as a pendant. And still going, needles. A little packet of needles, a little tube. There we go. How cool is that? I don't know whether it says what sort of needles is it. Oh, just hand sewing needles. Right, so that is the whole gift set. Comes beautifully packaged. What price are we going to do today, Ben? Ben says we're not going to believe it. What? Da, 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 da. No, half price. $14.99. That's ridiculous, isn't it? I mean, look at those scissors. That's amazing. They are really sharp as well. They cut that elastic really well. That's amazing, isn't it? So you've got your 150 centimetre retractable tape measure, really good quality. You've got your beautiful embroidery scissors, thimble, and you've got this lovely thread cutter, which if I was you, I would definitely make into a pendant. Because how nice would that be? In fact, actually, as a pendant on its own, don't matter that it cuts thread, it's quite nice, isn't it? I've got some really thin leather thonging that I would put through that. Very lovely. And hand sewing needles, what a lovely gift set. So I'm thinking, get this for yourself, $14.99, or get one for a friend. If you know someone who loves sewing, I mean, we all have scissors and tape measures, but it's lovely to have luxury, isn't it? And this is your little bit of luxury. And this is a brand, Hemline's a brand that we know, we trust. It does loads of different sewing tools. So if you gifted it to somebody, they would absolutely love it. And they won't know you only spent $14.99. They'll think you spent $29.99. I think that's good. I honestly have never seen it at this price before. I think this is the lowest price we've ever been to. I think. It is ridiculous. Amazing. It's a special early bird because it's a special day because we've got 3 guests in today. 3 guests. It's the detail on these scissors is beautiful and they are really super sharp. And I know because I've been cutting all the elastic on this box. They are super, look at that. Look how super sharp they are. Even like across the ends of them. Now I've made a right mess of the desk. Got a little bit, bits of elastic everywhere. No, don't tell. There we go. $29.99, well, it was $29.99, $14.99. So I will leave that with you. I will let you know how we're getting on as the show goes on because that price will only be valid till midnight or until we sell out. And I'll keep you updated on that. Right, let me show you what's coming up today, because I told you we've got a day full of gloriousness. So we've got Nikola Pottinger on with us at 8 o'clock. She's got brand new kit, all set to sew 2 brand new kits and some of her other kits that she's brought back as well. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, we've got patterns as well as kits, which is always great. So I know how much you love to have the kits because you've got everything you need, but then there's loads of you that have got lots of fabric in your stash. This is the Katie crossover bag, which is one of the brand new patterns. So you can buy the pattern or you can buy the kits. Also brand new glasses case as well. And Nicola's going to be demonstrating about exactly how to do that. Then 9 o'clock, it's Stuart Hillard. So Stuart Hillard is here. Now, he is going to be launching with me the brand new Riley Blake Royal Horticultural Society Floral Gardens collection. Look at this. Now, this is the quilt that Stuart has made with the fabric. So we've got bundles of the fabric, we've got it in small bundles, we've got charm squares, and Stuart's got the patterns as well so that you can recreate this. So Riley Blake have got the license for the Royal Horticultural Society, and this is what Stuart's done with it. Gave him a pile, and this is what he came with. I mean, that's beautiful. So we have got a fabric mega bundle with a 1/2 metre of the whole range, including that beautiful panel. That's amazing. Now, the only way you can get the panel is to buy the bundle. So I'm just warning you now about shopping ahead because it is limited. I mean, isn't that the most beautiful thing? I absolutely love that. And with the fabric bundle, just think what you could make. And we've also got that fabric collection in 5-inch charm packs, but they are already selling in pre-order, which I'm not surprised about. It is a beautiful fabric. They've got the license to use all the designs for the Royal Horticultural Society. And Riley Blake, Royal Horticultural Society, Stuart Hillard, winner, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. All together makes a wondrous thing. 10 o'clock, Nicola will be back, and she's got another brand new design. Beautiful pleated velvet cushion. How gorgeous is that? So you've got the printed velvet on the outside, and then you've got the plain velvet, and there are pleats inside it. It is stunning. Now, Nicola's got full kits for this. She's going to demonstrate how to make it, and we've got patterns as well. That's amazing. As well as a floral felt cushion and a little vase of felt flowers for the summer. So look at that one. Beautiful. That's cute, isn't it? And look at that little pot of flowers with the green machine in the background. Then 11 o'clock we'll be back. Now, 11 o'clock, Stuart will be back with his Blue Skies and Nutmeg collection. Now, that is the fabric that's in the quilt behind me. So what we've done, or what Stuart's done, is have put together 2 different kits so that you can buy all the fabrics to make this quilt in 2 different colourways, one that's more mustard, one that's more blue, and the pattern as well at an amazing price. But we'll be talking about that at 11 o'clock. But isn't it beautiful? We've also got his fabrics available as bundles and smaller bundles as well. So if you haven't had the chance to buy any this is a collection of fabrics. It has been designed by Stuart, and it is stunning, isn't it? That's at 11 o'clock. 12 o'clock, we've then got Yarn Lane because it's Monday. It's Wool Couture, and Mandy Cameron is coming in. It's all about the toddler. We've got blankets, we've got jumpers, we've got bunting, we've got mobiles. Beautiful. It's all knitting. The most gorgeous knitted jumpers, as well as dungarees. So cute. Anyway, everything is available on pre-order. So if you want to shop ahead, there are 2 ways to shop. You can either do it on the phone, just call the number that's on the screen, or go to the website sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live, scroll down. You can send me a message, ask a question, send me a message, send us photos of things you've done. Love to see what you're up to today. And then everything that's going to be sold on the show today is all available. So this is where you get ahead. So if you're interested in buying, for example, the Riley Blake big bundle, or you want the 5-inch charm squares, or Nicola's kits that we've got coming up, or you want some of Stuart's patterns, it's all there. Because I know what happens. A lot of you go, oh, well, I'm going out at 10 and I really want that pattern. Well, you can get ahead. Get it in your basket, but don't forget to check out. That's very important, because if you put it in your basket and you go out, then it can easily sell out. As long as you've checked out, you're done. So everything is there. We've got Stuart's Bags for Life book back as well. There are the 2 kits of the quilt that's behind me, if you want to get ahead with that. And there's all the fabric from his Blue Skies and Nutmeg collection. Now, there are 2 ways to shop. You either can do it on the phone number is on there, or you can do it on the website, which is sort of the easiest way because you can see pictures. But if you've got any problems or any questions at all, just call the call centre. There's Yarn Lane. Look at those jumpers. They are so cute. And the colour block cardigan. They come in a range of sizes as well. They are so cool. Bit Harry Styles. Look at the blanket. Love the blanket. Beautiful. Anyway, Mandy will be with us. I don't think they do them in your size, Ben. Ben wants to knit himself dungarees. We've got blankets as well and the mobiles. So if you want to get ahead, then do so. And please message us in as well. Love to hear from you. Right. Anyway, morning, Nicola.
Morning.
Well, thank you for being so patient.
You're welcome.
I said we do have to get through all the housekeeping
It's okay,
first.
it gives you time to wake up.
It's lovely to see you back.
It's lovely to be back.
So we've got some brand new kits from you today.
Yes.
Right, let's go through all of it. You can tell me all about it. So we're going to start with the Katie crossover. Now, we've got this as the pattern or the kit.
Yes.
Okay, let me show you I'll get the bag. Let's get the bag down. So talk me through the design of the bag then.
Okay, so I wanted an everyday bag that I tend to switch from having a bag that I can wear to a bag that I can just pick up and grab.
Right.
So I thought it would be nice to have a crossover bag that it's easily detachable straps, so these can come on or off, and they're adjustable. But also, I wanted something that's going to be lovely for the spring, summer, which is why I chose these. Oh,
this colour is beautiful, isn't it? It's very take it on holiday bag, turquoise waters, gorgeous.
Yeah,
fully lined.
Fully lined.
Beautiful lining. Look at that. Magnetic closure.
Yeah.
Pocket.
Yeah.
So I guess you can wear it over your shoulder.
Yeah.
Or you can wear it crossbody.
Yeah.
Or you can just hold it.
Exactly.
You know, I'm like that with my bag because sometimes if I'm just walking something quickly, I just want
to grab it and pop into the shop or...
Yeah. And then it's got the strap as well. This is beautiful. And it's got an external pocket. So there's a lot going on in this bag. You can get a lot in it.
Yes, and I always like to have my phone handy, which is why I like this front pocket, because it's just deep enough to pop your phone in, you know, where I lose it all the time.
Without it falling out. And you can just, that's really good, isn't it?
Yeah.
And the fact it's got the internal pocket. And look at the beautiful lining. Anyway, we've got the kit. So if you want to make a complete replica of it, this is the kit. Let me show you. Everything you need is going to be in here as well. Ooh. So we've got, obviously, full pattern. There we go. Then we've got the outer fabric. So what sort of fabric is this? It's very soft.
Yeah, it's a twill. So it's like a...
It's a
sorry, it's a drill. It's so it's a slightly heavier weight. It's 100% cotton.
Yeah, no, it's heavier than your normal quilting weight, but it's very soft.
Yeah, it is. It's beautiful quality.
Really beautiful quality. Then we've got this lovely lining.
Yeah.
That's gorgeous, isn't it? Look at the lining.
This next designer.
Is it?
Cotton, yeah.
Designer lining, beautiful. Then we've got the interfacing.
Yeah, so that is used for the internal pocket.
Right, okay. And then we've got wadding that's used for the bag.
Yeah, for the stability of the bag.
We've got the strap. Now, this is lovely, isn't it? Because it's this kind of thing that's really hard to get hold of. And this is what takes a normal bag up to like a proper professional bag, isn't it? There we go. So I've got to move just a bit. There we are. Look at the straps, beautiful, because this is what, it's putting hardware onto bags. It's having these woven straps. That's what takes it up a level, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Gorgeous. And then we have a little bag, little paper bag full of things. Right. Is that better? Okay. And then in here you've got the two, what are they called? Are they no, they're not lobsters, are they?
I just call them swivel clips.
Swivel
I know there's
clips.
probably a better word.
Two swivel clips that are used to attach the strap. You've got the slider so that it's adjustable. You've got the magnetic clasp, one set. You've got D-rings and the little lobster clasp. Is that for the keychain on the inside?
Yeah, so we've got the two clips on the inside. You've got the one where you can clip on any of your essentials and one for your keychain.
Right. And so it's all in there. Now, it's all of these things. So look at the price of that. Only £38. And you are getting all the fabric, the wadding, the interfacing, the lining, the outer, the webbing, all of the bag hardware, and the pattern, that's, I think, amazing value. And what's lovely is that you'll get this home, open the kit, and you can just start straight away. All you'll need is a reel of thread, and you're off, ready to go. And that's lovely, and then you can create this. I think it's always nice, whenever I go on holiday, I always make myself a new bag, and I don't use it until the morning of my holiday. So the night before I go, I pack it all, swap it all over my other bag, pack it all. Isn't it lovely to have a brand new bag to go away with? That's lovely. It's a nice present as well. Could you just move towards me?
Yeah.
Is that better? There we go. Well, you were standing underneath the graphics.
I know.
Couldn't see you properly. £38, and that's the whole kit. I think that's amazing value. And the fact that you get everything, including your designer lining as well. What a beautiful bag. Loads and loads of you've got this in baskets. Now, we also do have the pattern on its own as well. So if you want, oh, let me hold it the right way up, just the pattern. There we go. If you want only the pattern, £9.99, and obviously, you know, you'll need to provide your own fabric and the hardware, but you may well have that already. I know what it's like, you know, you have the fabric. If you're thinking, actually, I've got a beautiful piece of fabric, I know exactly what I want to do with that. I've got some lovely tilled, or I've got a little bit of cheeky cave that I want to make it from, then we have got the pattern on its own, £9.95. So you just have to decide, really. Tricky. But remember, if you buy the kit, you get the pattern, so that you can make another one. So there's your choice for this morning. Right, next new kit is the glasses case. Now, this is a really cute one. So we've got the kit and the pattern. Let me just retrieve it from the stand. Let me move that one out of the way. So much on our desk. So this is the glasses case. Let me show you. This is super padded, isn't it?
Yes, it's got the fusible foam to
give it that
really
yes,
good
that's
shape
really
and
work,
protection.
isn't it? Love the little heart-shaped clasp. Isn't that cute? So fully lined, and again, look, this, if you've got the kit, this is the same fabric that's in the bag, so it'll match beautifully. You could attach that to the inside.
So the idea with the essentials is that they can all clip in and out of the bags, and they become sort of like an essential collection that you will use and pop in and out your bags as you move.
Well, and then you can so easily find it, can't you? Because you've got it all clipped in your bag. You're not going, where's my sunglasses? No, which is what I find, particularly when I'm driving and I've not got my hand in my bag thinking, where's my sunglasses? It is really lovely, really pretty, and it's got the little clasp as well. But it's super padded, so it's really safe. Well, either for your sunglasses or normal glasses. In fact, you can get a couple of pairs of normal glasses in there.
Yeah.
That's what you need, isn't it? Let me show you the kit for this. So obviously, in the kit, you get the whole pattern and you get all of the materials. So let me take these out so you can see. So there we go. You get the full pattern in the kit. You get the same beautiful cotton drill turquoise fabric for the outside. You get the foam interfacing, and that's what gives it the structure.
And the lining.
And the lining as well.
Which is somewhere.
Somewhere. The lining. And you get the piece of lining as well. And then this is the hardware. So for £25, this is great value because you get the magnetic clasp and you get the little lobster clasp as well that you can use to then attach to the inside of your bag, or wherever you want to attach it. And that's all in there. So you've got the foam interfacing, the lining, the outer, full instructions, just £25. So once you've got the kit, make it with all of this, and then you can make yourself more from your own fabrics. Quite a nice little gift for somebody. Particularly if you know someone who's got a summer birthday, get them a cool pair of sunglasses, and then you can make them a case to go in it as well. Now, we've also got just instructions on their own. So if you want just instructions, there they are. If you've got your own fabric, maybe you want to make a glasses case to match something that you own, £9.95. Remember, these have been flying out. This is perfect for sunglasses, but also normal glasses as well. Because the glasses cases that you get are never that interesting, are they? They're lovely. And you can make different colours, different styles, depending on who you're giving them to as well. Beautiful. So that's the sunglasses case. Right, the next, I'm going to do this pattern next because the Essential Person Wallet, because this goes with the bag, which is quite handy. Now, we've got a kit and we've got a pattern. Let me just get the kit. There we go. So, the point of this is that these are designed to go into the bag.
Yeah.
Well, you can have them on their own.
Yeah, of course. And it's just if you've got like just a few coins. I know a lot of us use your Apple Pay on your phones now, or but if you've just got a couple of cards, a few coins that you just want to make sure that you're transferring across bags, because I use different bags every day. I cannot stick to just one handbag, but then I leave things in all my different bags. So
right, so if you've got these...
Yeah, you'll know that you've got your purse, you've got your sunglasses, and you just clip them out and clip them into the next bag.
Right, so because the bags come with all of the different clips. So in the kit, this is what you'll get. Obviously, full instructions to make it. And then, because you need it to match your bag, same fabric. So you've got the lovely turquoise cotton drill, you've got the beautiful designer lining, interfacing, you've got wadding, you've got the zip for the purse, you've got the end of the strap?
Yeah, it's the keychain.
The keychain. The end of it, can you see it's got like a ring there, and then this bit clamps around the edge of the fabric, and you get the lobster clasp as well. So you can buy the kit just on its own and use it to attach to your bag, or if you're making the bag, then this goes beautifully with it. It's a really nice accessory on its own. Or if you've already just bought the pattern for the bag and you've got your own fabric, then we do have the pattern on its own. So we've got the whole matching thing. Or if you want the pattern on its own, because you've built the pattern on the own for the bag, then if you're going to use your own fabric, then this is the pattern just for it. But it all clips in very nicely. It makes a really good set so that you always know where your keys are, where your sunglasses are, where your purse is, and it can all attach into your bag. Yes, so for example, if you're going to buy the Riley Blake bundle from the next hour, you'll have fabric left over. These little projects like this is what you can do. Get one of these little patterns, or the sunglasses pattern, and then you won't be paying any extra postage anyway, because you've already bought your bundle. And that's lovely, isn't it? And I'm thinking gifting, fates. If you make to sell or you make for charity, you can make all these little things from your leftover fabric. So get the pattern in your basket. Right. So are you going to show, what are you going to show us how to make this morning?
I'm going to show the Katie crossover, and I'm going to work on the outer.
Sorry, Ben's just reminded me that we still haven't talked about the Charlotte Brown bag. Sorry, we'll just do the Charlotte bag and then we'll get on with that.
That's fine.
One missing, but I couldn't remember which one it was. Right, so last is the Charlotte bag. Now, this is kind of your posh evening bag, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
This is going on. This is when you're at the cruise at the captain's table, or going out for dinner in the evening, or your little party. I mean, in this fabric, it's beautiful. This fabric is like a suiting fabric, isn't it? It's really gorgeous.
It is. I had, I really like the idea of like a fabric quilted bag.
Oh, it's beautiful though.
And it is. I think it's more for coating, so you can.
Yeah, I know, but that works so well
as a bag.
in a bag because it gives a real luxurious impression.
Yeah,
beautiful, and it's got a lovely pink lining. So again, you've got the clips in the side so that you can clip everything, and particularly, you know, when it's like when you go out in the evening and you don't want to have too much in your bag, but you definitely don't want it to fall out. So it's quite good that it feels a bit safer, doesn't it, having those. And then you've got the clasp on the side. So this is the bag itself. Now, we've got it either as a kit or as a pattern on its own. So this is the kit. And isn't this gorgeous? Now, again, the beauty of Nikola's kits is everything is in them. So all the lovely little pieces that you don't want to have to be able to source, they're all in here. So this is this gorgeous fabric. You can see it's got a really lovely weave to it. This is proper like coating fabric. So it really makes a very expensive looking bag. I think for £38, this is amazing value for money. Can you imagine what this bag would cost if you bought it? It would be loads, because this is such a designer bag. Glorious. It needs that pop of pink, doesn't it? just to set off the back. Also, a lot easier to find your stuff inside. Very nice to have a black lining, but you can never find anything. So I think this is perfect. Then you've got the foam, and that's what gives it this structure.
Yeah, and it's really nice to quilt into as well, the foam. So it's, yeah, it becomes quite a nice effect once you've quilted.
Yeah, no, it's beautiful, and that gives it real structure. And it's things like this that are hard to find, or you get home, you forget that you haven't ordered it, but everything you need is in here. And then you get the little bag of all the hardware, which is lovely. So we've got the string.
Yeah, so the piping cords, the actual
string. Cord.
the actual pattern is a piped V.
Right.
So for this one, I didn't do the piping. I just decided because of the pattern on the actual fabric. But I have included it in case you choose to do the piping, because the instructions do cover piping.
And then we've got the D-rings for the outside of the bag, and then you've got the D-ring for the lobster clasp, and you've got the magnetic clasp as well.
Yes.
Excellent. Now, we do have also just the pattern on its own. So if you love the bag, but you think, oh, actually, I've got some fabric I'd like to make that with, there is the pattern on its own. So you've got so many choices today. If you want a complete kit so you can just get on with it at home, or if you love the designs, but you think, actually, I've got some fabric already, then you can get the patterns on the over. So it means you can keep making them over and over again. But we are going to focus now on the Katie crossover, because that was the one that you're going to demonstrate for us. Now, here's the kit, £38. That has got everything you need. There are loads of these in baskets you need to check out. Remember, you get the outer fabric, the lining fabric, you get the wadding, you get the woven straps, and all the hardware, which is amazing. Right, so where do we start with this then, Nicola?
Okay, so I'm going to start by, well, we're going to put the outer bag.
Actually, I'm going to move over so that you can move over.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Perfect.
So I'm going to put the outer bag together today, but we're going to focus on the webbing and the construction of the webbing and the placement of it. So to start off with, I've used fusible fleece. I've fused those to the side panel pieces, the base piece, and the two front and back, the outer pieces.
And this all comes in the kit. I mean, this is obviously a different fabric than you get in the kit, just to show
I've
you.
saved the fabric back for the kit.
Yes, but this is all of these, or particularly the fusible wadding, will all come in the kit.
Yeah. I've decided to use a little bit of my pink velvet for the pocket at the front, just to add a pop of colour. And this is the beauty of this bag. You can colour block, you can change about and choose how
that's lovely.
So I thought I'd go with a little bit of pink for the front pocket. But before we move on to that, I'm going to start with the webbing. So in the kits, you get 3.5 metres of webbing. It does take quite a bit. And each strap, the front and the back, each one needs to be 1 metre in length. So I'm just going to cut off 1 metre of the webbing.
And it's lovely that you get this proper webbing in the kit.
Oh, it's such beautiful quality.
It's beautiful.
Yeah. I have found the most amazing supplier for all things haberdashery and webbing, and love it.
I know, really, but it's lucky because you can source all of this, that you can bring it and put it in the kits too.
Yes, exactly.
It's beautiful.
Okay, so to prepare the strap, I'm going to measure one end up 40 centimetres. And I'm just going to place a pin so I know what that is. And then I'm going to measure along 20 centimetres for the actual handle. And mark another pin. And it's very simple to create the handle for the strap. All we're going to do is put the strap right sides together. Just move that. And I'm just going to pop a clip so I know where to start sewing. Sorry, wrong sides together.
So this is what creates the handly holding
bit. Yeah. And I'm just going to pop another. You can see the beautiful quality of this. It's got such great structure.
Well, it gives it a nice, when you fold it over like this, it really gives it a proper handle effect.
It really does.
It is a proper professional bag.
It is. And yeah, I always think with handbags, especially when you see the designer ones in the shops, they're always, the quality comes from the materials that are used.
Yeah, it's the materials, the hardware.
Yeah, and the workmanship, but it's, yeah, you can definitely tell the difference once you use lovely materials. Okay, I'm just going to sew this together along probably about 3mm from the open edge. So I'll do a little back stitch. So I'm just guiding it through. It is, because it's quite a lively material, you just sort of hold it together as you pull it through. And then I'm going to end with a back stitch. There we go. So that's one handle created.
That's clever, isn't it?
So I'm just going to do...
A lovely message. I've been a Sewing Street watcher and buyer for 2 years now, and I've always had to get my own interface when I've bought kits before. Good idea, including it, from Jenny. Thank you very much, Jenny.
Nice. I think that's the thing. My kit, I started my kits in lockdown.
Oh, someone's asked, is the metal strap included on that?
It's not on the Charlotte, only because, yeah, they're readily available on Amazon.
Okay.
But no, it's not included. But you can choose,
Right.
It's up to you. You can either go with the metal strap or you can
that's true.
make your own or choose something different.
Yes, it's just a metal chain because the lobster clasps come with it, so you just need to get some chain. We sell bag chains. Have a look on our website. We've got lots of bag chains on there, so you can use bag chains, or you could use a webbing, depending on what you want to do with your bag, you know, and choose something that matches the fabric. Or if you want something a bit glitzy, go for a chain.
Okay, I'm just doing the same with the other strap. There we go. Yeah, and I started the kits in lockdown, and it was just providing everything, so no one needed to shop around, and they've been really popular since.
No, it's lovely to put everything in there because then you can so easily find it's ready. You open the box and you're off.
Yeah, exactly. It just takes I always found before, especially before I was making bags as well, I found the whole hardware thing really confusing.
Yeah.
And it wasn't until I started getting to grips with making bags and knowing what's available, it became a lot easier.
Well, also, people say things and you think, well, I don't know what that is. What is a lobster clasp and a swivel clip and then a slider? And different people call things different things as well. So it's quite nice that it's all in there. So when you open up your little bag, you think, oh, that's what it is. And it fits as well. Because more importantly, a lot of this hardware needs to fit the strap that you're using. And if you're, you know, you can get 20 mils, 25 mils. And if you've got it 5 mil out, then your strap won't go through your D-ring.
Okay.
Oh, so you're doing the same to the other strap now?
Right. So that's my 2 straps prepared.
Brilliant.
So we're going to go on to the front bag first of all. So I'm just going to do a little hem on the top of my velvet pocket.
So this is the external pocket?
Yeah, this is the external pocket. So I'm just going to just sew along.
Well, this is nice. So on the bag that's in the kit, you've done it in the same fabric.
Yeah.
But you can just swap it up. So even if you bought the kit, if you've got a little bit of feature fabric that you love, you could just change that for the pocket.
Exactly.
Because in the instructions are all the templates that you need for cutting everything out, or the measurements. So if you wanted, even if you bought the kit, but you want your pocket to be a little feature, then just use something that pops with it. But there's enough fabric in the kit to make the pocket matching if you want it to be.
There is. Okay, so the pattern piece that comes with the kit has got the placements for the pocket, the straps, your internal tabs. So I'm going to use the placement for the pocket. And it's basically central, but so I'm just going to place the pocket and I'm going to line it up with the pocket placement on the, there we go, on the pattern piece. And make sure that's all straight. pop a couple of pins in to hold it in place. Now, I'm not going to neaten the edges because the strap is going to go over the top. So the strap on the pattern piece comes in 5 centimetres from the edge. So the right-hand side gets positioned 5 centimetres from the edge. And I'm just going to make sure that that is lined up nice and straight as I go up the edge of the bag. So I want this to be...
Beautiful. So once you've made one of these and you've got a kit, these would be lovely to make more of, wouldn't they?
Yeah. My mum loves crossover bags, so she's disabled, she's got MS, so she does walk, but she likes the fact that she's got something that's crossover.
Right, yeah, it's all
because
secure.
it's not going to drop off her shoulder, or she just feels a bit safer. Oh, I've pinned that to the bottom. And that one. I'll just move that out of the way. I'm pinning everything to it. And that one. That's better. Yeah, so it is they're quite a straightforward process to put together, but really effective. And I do
Well, it's quite nice because the pocket sort of goes underneath the handles. It makes it really sort of meld in with the bag as well, doesn't it?
It does. Okay, so just make sure that's not twisted and position this one as well. And then it all just gets top stitched in place up to, I stop, just give the handle enough room to move. Okay, I'm just going to put a pin there as well so I know where to stop. Can't remember how many centimetres it needs to be away,
but it's all on the instructions.
Yeah, it is all.
So don't worry, it's all on
that's
there.
The
That
same,
will tell you how to do it. So whether you bought the kit or the pattern, it's all on there.
It is. Okay, so I'm just going to sew these in place. I'm going to start running up one side.
And are you using a normal needle and foot for that? Does it go through?
Yeah, actually, I think it is a normal needle. And it's this one's with a denim, and obviously you've got the thickness. But I mean, you can use a sharper needle if you want to make sure. But I didn't check this needle before.
So it goes through. So even though it's quite a solid, beautiful webbing, you can still go through the normal needle.
So just so I get to that pin, I'm just going to pivot around the corner. And sew across and sew down. I do like bags that you can have a bit of fun with and you can mix and match.
Like you say, and you know, and although I think even with the kit, I would look at it and think, oh, actually, what can I put on the pocket?
Yeah.
Just because that's really fun, isn't it? And when you're looking for bags, you can never ever find just the right thing, but by making your own.
Yeah.
And I think people can get a bit intimidated by bags and think, oh, bag making, as if it's sort of some amazing thing, but it's just sewing.
I love bag making.
I know, but I always used to think when I made them that there was a special craft called bag making.
Yeah.
And you had to know special things.
Exactly.
Or use special materials. But it's not, it's just fabric and maybe a bit of wadding.
Yeah.
Home interfacing is quite nice with some, bit of interfacing with others, but it's not a specialist craft.
No, not at all.
It's just sewing.
If you do purchase this pattern, and leave your email address, I've got a YouTube tutorial that goes along with this pattern. So I'll email a link to the YouTube that was uploaded just this week. So that's all
lovely.
Available.
So you can sew along with you.
You can. If you've not had enough of me already.
No, it's so much easier because then you can. I think quite often you might understand the instructions, but it's having that video you think, oh, right, okay, and it's just double checking with yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
And a lot of us are visual learners as well.
Yeah, I definitely am. I quite often, if I follow anything on YouTube that comes with a pattern, I put the pattern aside and just watch the YouTube video. I just, quite enjoy.
So that's what the strap looks like on that side with the pockets. And it's lovely, isn't it? That is so unique.
Exactly. So I've just got the second strap to put onto the back before I construct the sides and the base. So again, I just want to make sure it's all lined up, but it's the same principle as before.
And actually, all the marks for this are on the...
They're on the pattern piece, yeah. They're all there, so you know where to put everything. So when you construct the lining, you'll be popping in your tabs for the hooks. So that that's all sort of positioned on the pattern and your magnetic clasp.
Well, it's nice to put those in at this stage, even if you're not sure what you're going to attach to.
Yeah.
But, I can never find anything in my bag.
Oh, goodness.
I need to start putting tabs.
Yeah.
Tabs in my bag. Because I always put lots of pockets in, but I forget about that, and it's such a good idea.
I love a pocket, but I love to be able to find things.
No.
I have got a bag with lots and lots of pockets. It's the Hannah Hobo bag, and that's got lots of pockets at the front. And I've got things in all the pockets, and it's just going through all the pockets.
Well, I started now, if I put like 2 zip pockets in a bag, I make the zips different colours.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Just so that I can go, oh, well, the red pocket is... Because I can never remember, like you say, but I think it's such a good idea to put the tabs on. But I think the great thing about buying patterns and kits like this is that when you then go forward on your bag making journey, you can use all these little ideas in other ones as well.
Exactly.
Like, you know, if you've got a pattern that uses made handles, then try buying some webbing to do it.
Yeah. What I'm trying to do with these patterns is create sort of like a bit of learning for each pattern. So this one is all about the webbing and different ways of using webbing.
Well, also I think, you know, you probably wouldn't think of using the webbing to make the handle by just sewing it in half.
No.
But it doesn't look like, it looks like, oh, how have you got these handle attached? But it is just measuring and sewing and putting it into the centre.
Yeah.
And this kit is gorgeous. I think let's go through the kit while you're sewing that handle on.
Yeah.
Let's get the kit out. Maybe if I open it the right way. Cats put all these back together so beautifully. I can't get into it. There we go. Hardest thing today is actually opening the box. But I did it now.
Oh, she did package it up nicely.
So just to remind you of what you get in the kit, obviously we do have the pattern on its own, but I love the fact that this has got everything. I mean, look at this webbing. It's beautiful. It's really, it's like shades of sand and turquoise. In fact, it's almost like a beachy bag, isn't it? Beach hut scrap. I think we'll call it sandy beach hut, is that. And then you've beautiful turquoise fabric. And look at all this fabric you get in it as well. Look at all that. This must be way too much. I bet you get left over.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, how cool, look at that. That's lovely. Yeah. No, I always like a bit of leftover fabric because then you can make lots of matching purses.
Exactly.
Gorgeous, isn't it? Beautiful, and it's really soft as well. And then this lovely lining. Isn't that nice? Yeah. I know, Ben's saying, in fact, this lining is so nice that just use something for your snatch and keep this.
Yeah.
But it is a beautiful lining, though. You get loads of it.
You do.
But that's really nice. Although, to be honest, I do always put nice linings in my bags.
Yeah,
because I appreciate it.
Yeah, this one's a Paul Smith.
Oh, is it? A Paul Smith, like a Paul Smith shirt?
Yeah.
Ooh. So you could put this on the outside if you wanted to. Paul Smith lining. Very nice. And don't forget that you get, is this a fusible interface?
Yes.
Fusible wadding that goes on the inside. So that comes with it, as well as the interface in the pocket and all the hardware. So everything, look at all that. And it fits. That's the thing. So that when you've got these toggle clasps, like they're here, it actually fits in the webbing. Absolutely perfect. £38. Bargain. And you get the pattern so you can make more of them. It is worth it to get a Paul Smith lined bag, isn't it? Gorgeous.
I'm so
Love
fancy.
That. Right.
Okay, I'll just grab the sides from over there.
Yes, sorry, I've made a
That's all right.
mess of your
No,
desk. Do you want the other side of the bag? And I'll
yeah, that's fine. I'm just going to start by.
tidy up.
This is me all over when I'm sewing, though. My whole desk
I'll have a
is an
little
absolute
tidy up.
catastrophe. Right, we're going to attach the side panels. Again, I've already interfaced these, and the seam allowance for this project is 1.5 centimetres.
So is that a denim you're using there?
Yeah, this one's a denim.
It's lovely in a denim,
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I made.
Actually, and this is quite a nice size for books. You could get a file in there as well, couldn't you?
I did actually make.
Office.
Yeah, I made sure that you could fit A4.
Okay,
in.
so it would be a good bag. Actually, be a good bag if you had to cycle to the office because you could just cross it over.
Yeah.
Should you do that sort of thing?
Okay. When sewing the sides on, we're going to leave a gap at the bottom of 1.5 centimetres for when we come to sewing the base on.
Okay.
So I always forget. If I don't make a mark, I just forget. So
right, so put the mark on.
I always do that little dot to remind me to stop. And even with the best intentions, I forget.
I do as well. Exactly what you mean. Always.
That's one side. I'm going to do the same with the other one. You can tell I was cutting this out late. It's all a little bit longer.
So the kit that we've got is obviously the turquoise colourway. If you want to make it in a different colourway, then get the kit and then you've still got the pattern and you can make it another colourway or just buy the pattern. Entirely up to you. It's only £9.95. I think that's a bargain. And what's lovely, if I show you this pattern piece, is the fact that all of the markings are on there. And this makes it so much easier when you come to put the straps on in the pocket and the little tab placements, is that it's all marked onto the pattern. So it makes it a lot easier. It helps with accuracy because you have to do so much measuring.
Okay, I'm going to put the front of the bag on now. So I think when you are fusing the fabric with things like fusible fleece or whether it's a foam, it just makes it so easy to sew. It's just there,
it does.
it's
It takes
stable.
that kind of stretch out of a fabric, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Whatever fabric you use, there's always going to be a bit of stretch. So
Yeah.
it does remove that margin of stretch error.
It does. Okay, so I'm just going to mark that 1.5 centimetres. Just whiz down that seam. I love dressmaking, but I think what I like about making bags is that they don't have to fit.
I love that. I know, and I think that's my favourite thing, is that a bag never needs to fit.
Yes.
So you know that when you make it, it's going to be brilliant.
Yeah.
Which is fine when you're dressmaking, but it's usually the second dress.
Yeah.
The first one's like sort of a little practice one, and then the second one you think, oh, yes, that's much better now.
Do you ever make a toile?
No, never.
No, me
Far too
neither.
Impatient.
Me too. Me too.
I make a toile that I wear.
Yeah.
And then the second time it's a bit better.
Yeah.
But I'm not, I know. And,
Oh, look, my
and you
bobbin's
should
run out.
really, because when I have done it once and it was worth it.
Yeah.
I've bought all the fabric and the pattern to make a quilted jacket. But because I want to make the patchwork first, I need to make a toile. It's got to be right.
Oh, yeah.
But because I can't be bothered to do that, I haven't made the jacket.
No, exactly.
Ridiculous. I need to take a week off work. Yeah, this is the week I'm going to make the jacket.
That'd be lovely.
I've got all the fabric, beautiful fat quarter
Have you?
bundle. Ridiculous. Got
Oh,
a
you've
pattern.
got
It's
to
all
do
on one
it.
shelf as well, just waiting for me.
I'd love to have a week off just to do something like that, but I'd end up cleaning. I just know it.
Yeah, see, I think what you have to do
Go on a
is
retreat.
rent a cottage
Oh, yeah.
and fill your car with all the things you haven't done in your sewing machine and go on your own.
Yeah. Prosecco in a hot tub.
That's all you need, and a takeaway around the corner.
That sounds like the perfect
I know it
holiday.
does, doesn't it? Should we all go? Who wants to come with me?
coming.
I'll rent the cottage. I'll make sure the takeaway's there. We could all just... Oh, how nice would that be?
Should we do it?
We should all go for a week. You coming, Ben?
You're sold on the Prosecco in the hot tub.
Yeah, but you have to bring so you can only come if you've got a sewing machine, though, Ben. He's got a hand-cranked sewing machine. Oh, we could get Stuart could come because he's got a sewing machine. Do you want to come, Stuart?
Where?
We're going to rent a cottage for a week and just sew.
Do I get my own swings?
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have to share. But you have to have a sewing machine to be allowed to come. There you are, then. Well, we were just saying we need to have a week off work to just sew. Wouldn't it be nice? Well, the problem is if you have a week off, you end up cleaning the house, don't you, or something boring.
Never.
Oh, would you not?
I don't clean the house, no,
I'd
but I
need-
do things like
Yeah.
boring, housey things.
Oh, I know. I'd end up, like, the whole house needs painting, and I'd think, now's the time to paint the house. But, right, so we're going to attach the base by one seam at a time.
Okay.
So don't try and pivot round corners, and because you just want to pull out the
Oh, right, so go one,
allowances.
and then, right,
yeah.
okay.
So we're going to start, this is where we join up the seam allowances where we left the gaps. Just make sure that everything's moved out the way. If you have sewn past your 1.5 centimetres, which I have on the other side, you may need to unpick a little bit.
Oh, okay, just so
to
it
get
all
that
fits.
seam allowance.
Yeah.
But it will, if you're using your seam allowance guide on your sewing machine, and you've just got to move all those little bits out the way so you're not going to be sewing anything you shouldn't be sewing. Okay. Do you feel that you should have said that you wanted to spend it with your husband as well that week?
No, because he made me go out for walks
Yeah.
and things.
I thought, I should have said, I'll spend it with my husband.
No, we do have holidays together, but we also have them apart.
Yeah.
So he loves cycling, I don't. So he always goes on a cycling holiday every year with a friend up an Alp or something.
Oh, goodness.
And I go to Glastonbury
Do you?
and lie on the grass and look at the sky.
Oh, sounds perfect. Lovely.
So that's my kind of holiday, whereas his is cycling up mountains. And I don't want to do that.
Ever?
Ever.
Alone on holiday?
Ever.
No.
I would consider a chairlift up a mountain. So we do have holidays together, but they have to not be active ones.
A lady came to my sewing class who, she goes skiing every year. She doesn't ski at all. She sits and waits for the family.
I
to
did go
sit.
skiing this year because my son's out there at the moment, so we went to see him, and I did ski. And he's coming home. He's coming home next week. He's been gone 6 months.
Is he working out there?
Yes.
Oh, lovely.
Yes. He's learned to ski. Never skied before. So we did go and see him because I hadn't seen him for ages. But next week he's coming home.
Oh, that's so
So
exciting.
Very exciting.
Oh. Okay, so I've done the 2 short edges, and now I'm just going to pull out the
Okay.
seam allowance for the base. And it all goes together, just like that.
Beautiful. Oh, I've pinched all your fabric clips.
Right? There we go. And I'm just going from the little dots that we made earlier.
Well, that gives it a really nice structure, doesn't it? I like that. So that you can sort of feel, if I get the bag, let's get the bag. So you've got real good structure in the bag then, so it all holds together nicely. With its very posh Paul Smith lining as well. I love that. And you see, look, this is what happens when you have all of the clippy bits, you see. So you can attach your purse. The purse and the keychain are available as a separate kit. So if you want it all matchy-matchy, you can buy that. And this is just genius, isn't it? Because you can attach your phone on there. You can have your purse on there. And then once you've worked out the concept, you can attach all sorts. There'll be nothing in your handbag. It'll all be swinging from the inside. But And then isn't that lovely? I think that is a beautiful bag. I think I'd go for the crossbody because it's sort of you've got your hands free then, aren't you? Problem with shoulder bags, which I wear all the time, I spend my whole time, maybe I haven't got big enough shoulders. Don't know.
I do the same. It always falls off.
It's all falling off, isn't it? But look at that. Beautiful, love that. So we've got the full kit. That's what's up there at the moment, £38. And there really is everything to make your bag. But you could use a different fabric for the... Oh, I knocked my microphone. For the pocket if you wanted to. That's better. Well, I've lost something. I can't hear them anymore. Oh. I just have to wing it. I can't hear what they're saying anymore.
Oh. Go rogue.
I know. That's good. I could just make it up now. I think I must have knocked something. Oh, I'm back. That's weird. I can hear you now. Oh, that's a shame. I was going to just make it up. I think I knocked it when I put the bag on.
So that's everything.
Oh, brilliant.
Sewn together. So
this is what it looks like. So obviously, if you bought just the pattern, you can make it in your own fabric, or if you buy the kit, you can make it in this fabric. But remember, you get the pattern, so you can make another one. This is a great present, isn't it?
Oh, it really is, yeah.
That's so funky.
Oh, it is. I love
that.
it. I love the pink.
I know.
Pocket. So, yeah, so then all you do now is you create the lining in the same way, but obviously you just...
And then there's enough strap in the kit to make the whole handle as well.
Yes, so there's enough then to make the adjustable strap.
That's good, isn't it? So if you wanted to make 2 bags from it, you could use, not have the strap, you could use, there'd be enough for 2 of those as well. That's gorgeous. Well, thank you so much. That's fabulous. Please do check out on all of the patterns and the kits. Yes, so the bag that Nicola's demonstrating, that was just with her own fabric. That's if you buy the pattern on its own. So you have to buy the pattern if you want to make it in your own colourway. But the kit is for this one, this beautiful turquoise and beach hut stripe. Gorgeous. Nicola will be back with us in an hour.
Yes.
For more loveliness, including the glorious, brand new, look at this, so Nicola's new design. It's beautiful, isn't it? Pleated cushion. Look at the back as well. Gorgeous, complete kit for that. After the break, I will be with Stuart, and we are going to be launching the brand new Riley Blake fabric collection that has been licensed by the Royal Horticultural Society. And we gave Stuart some of the fabric. Oh, you wouldn't believe what he's made. Absolutely beautiful. So we've got bundles of fabric, and we've got all of the Stuart's patterns as well. He's going to show you what we can do with it. It's a fantastic fabric range. Don't go anywhere, and I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app. Now, Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1p&p with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Love a bit of fabric. Oh, sorry. We love a bit of fabric. So, Stuart. Morning.
Morning.
Should we do it in a
Morning,
West
my
Country
lover.
accent?
Are you all right?
I'm all right.
That was always going a bit Norfolk. We're heading towards. Are you all right?
You're right. No, I can only do West
That's a
Country. I
fine-
can't do Norfolk, but I can do Somerset. Anyway.
Apologies to
Darling,
Somerset.
I grew up in Somerset, I'll have you know. Anyway, we have got the brand new Riley Blake fabric collection that Stuart's currently flicking through.
Oh, it's so
now,
lovely.
this is the 5-inch charm pack, 42 5-inch squares. We're doing it fast because it is about to sell out. How lush.
Oh,
I can say that. How
it is
lush,
How
is
lush.
that?
Oh, it is lush.
Girl
Do you remember in
lush.
the 80s, everything was lush?
Oh, lush. Oh, girl
Oh,
lush.
my goodness. Have you seen Michael in year 5? He
Yeah,
is
it's
lush.
lush. Yeah.
This is luscious fabric.
My pencil case is lush.
My pencil case is lush.
Yeah, this
P5 is lush. This is lush, though. It's luscious,
is.
it's floral, it's bountiful. I mean, it's everything you want a floral range to be, and then some.
I think it's glorious. I like the fact, I don't know how they've managed to get it, but this licence with the Royal Horticultural
It's
Society.
fabulous, isn't it? It's fabulous. And it really draws on some of those really sort of quintessential elements of an English country garden and what the Royal Horticultural Society stand for. So you've got those sort of botanical style
Well,
prints.
beautiful. I mean, look at this one in the blue.
Glorious, you know, from that time of exploration and drawing and making pencil and watercolour sketches of amazing you know, foliage, flowers, seeds, vegetables, fruits from around the world that no one had seen before.
Amazing. And they've also got, I love the bugs one as well.
Yeah, the bugs one is great. Again, it's that sort of Victorian and pre-Victorian kind of obsession with, you know, kind of flora and fauna. It's how Charles Darwin started, isn't it? He was a painter and an illustrator on ships.
Well, it's all this botanical print, isn't it? And everything had to be done perfectly because they obviously didn't have.
But I love the idea that they
designs
used to
before.
send artists
it's
with
so
the
lovely.
explorers because that was the only way to record.
Because those original ones, you see sort of the flower and bloom as well as the seed head, don't you? So
You see
really
everything on one
gorgeous.
branch. But you've got that, and then you've also got things like, you know, that formal maze, that box maze that you might have in a formal garden in some great country house. You've got those kind of tonal florals.
These are beautiful, aren't they?
They are
These
lovely.
tonal ones, because they've got.
Can I be really honest?
Go on,
when I
then.
first got this range, I was a bit iffy. I was a little bit iffy about it. I didn't instantly bond with this range.
Right, that
And
can
I'm
happen.
being really honest here.
Can happen.
There was a few fabrics that I instantly thought, oh, love that, oh, love that. And oh, but the minute I started using it, I fell in love.
Yeah, it's
I
weird,
fell in
isn't
love.
it?
Yeah, because actually, this is an incredibly well thought out range. You've got those showcase prints. You've got those.
I mean, look at that. Look at that that Stuart made. I mean, that's the difference between seeing a fabric pack here and then when it's sewn together. It changes.
Yeah,
doesn't
it really does.
It completely changes.
And as soon as I started slicing and dicing.
I love that blueprint
yeah,
that
isn't
you've
it
put in the border.
gorgeous, yeah.
But then it works really well with the small scale. So the pink print that you've got in the strips around the edge, which is this print here.
Yeah. You absolutely
just
need
stunning,
those.
isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's a beautiful range, and the colours are vibrant.
Well, the fact that this
rich.
print, you've used the bugs one, haven't you? But it pulls out the flowers from the larger prints.
Oh, I mean, I did absolutely use that in the other quilt. I wanted to use them all. But also as well, what I wanted to do was show just how completely different this range can look depending on which of the colourways
that
you
is
put
true.
together. So I wanted to create something that was kind of dark, deep, rich, a little bit
So can you
moody.
see the second design that Stuart's done that's in the picture? Completely different. So because you've gone with the reds and the greens and the linens and the cream.
Yes.
Totally different.
Light and bright.
Now, we've got way more in baskets for these 5-inch charms than we've actually got. So if you want it, you need to go check out $15.99, and it's a taster, isn't it? It means that you can use them all together using your for charm square patterns, or just keep it in your stash.
Yeah.
Make something as simple as just sew them all together for a little lap quilt.
Agreed. I like to either sash charm squares with maybe like 1/2-inch finished or 1-inch finished at most sashing, or the other thing you can do is to just fuse them all to interfacing, face up, and then use 1/2-inch wide bias binding that you've made,
right, that's
and
beautiful.
then overlay all the raw edges, and then just top stitch with a twin needle.
Easy.
And then you can make bags, you can make cushions.
Because they do work so well together.
Oh, they do. They work brilliantly together. They also work really, really well if you just pull out, say, the pinks and the greens and use those.
Yeah, that's
or
true.
the
Yeah.
sky blues, the duck egg blues and the navies. But you really can mix and match because nature never gets it wrong.
No, it's funny
And
that.
we're talking about a garden here.
Yeah, it is. Well, it doesn't. But we get it wrong. But nature's is very colour coordinated,
Yeah, it is.
isn't it?
Very.
Right, we've got 20 charm packs left, but there's 45 in baskets. So just be really quick.
Apologies if you get this one. We'll make it look better than that.
Right, I want to talk about your patterns. Because this is the pattern that you used with this collection.
Yes.
And it is glorious.
Well, it's the pattern that I used with
For
one of the
them,
quilts.
yes,
I
yeah.
did this one. So originally, in the pattern, you get 4 different quilts. So you get this wall hanging, and I've done a Christmassy version here. There's a sort of Halloween autumny version in the pattern. And then I've done the floral version. And I did actually add an extra little border, just that ivory border around the outside was just a little extra I added before I bound it. But then you also get the big quilt with the star block throughout. And then you also get the layer cake friendly. I did this one with Janet Clare. This is the blues, this one here.
And this is all in this one
all in the pattern, yeah.
Wow.
And then you also get a bit of a bonus because you can make this cushion too. And that cushion is simply made, I'll show you when I'm making the sample, but you get some leftovers of strip pieced units, and you get enough. If you make the quilt, you get enough to make this cushion for free.
So for $9.99, we're getting a wall hanging, a big quilt, an even bigger quilt, and a cushion.
You are. You are.
Amazing.
Yeah, layer cake friendly, jelly roll friendly.
Perfect.
And
Riley Blake, Royal Horticultural Society fabric friendly as well.
Very friendly.
So if you want to be able to make this, well, you can replicate the one that Stuart's done, or if you would want to make any of the ones in them, get this pattern, because we've got the fabric bundle in a moment. So if we're going to do the mega bundle in a moment, what can we make from the mega bundle?
So with the mega bundle, you could make the full bed quilt. You could also make, I think, probably the wall hanging, the cushion as well. So you could make a lot.
That's a lot, isn't it?
Yeah, you could. I'm not going to say you could absolutely make that.
No, but you could definitely make the large quilt, and you could probably make the
wall
hanging
hanging
as
and
well.
cushion,
So if you want to replicate, so you can see what Stuart's done with the fabric, and it has brought it to life.
Thank you.
And
The
it's
other thing as well is,
gorgeous.
the small quilt that I made with the Riley Blake, with the star in the centre, that actually would look really beautiful if you made 4 of those and sewed them together.
Wow.
You could actually make a really beautiful bed quilt like that out of 4
Yeah, it's funny,
quarters.
isn't it? Because we don't often think of that. We think, oh, well, that's that size quilt, that's that size. But you can join them together.
Yeah, you
It's like
can.
cushion designs. You
Yeah.
can join cushion blocks.
Yeah, you can. And I like
together.
to treat a wall hanging as a block.
Right,
And say,
just
well,
a
if
big
that,
one.
Yeah, or you could add borders. You could add more star blocks around the outside. You could do it
that's true.
medallion style. So take it as a starting point, as an inspiration, and then make it yours.
Yeah, good idea. I mean, that is gorgeous. So shall we have a look at the mega bundle? So this is amazing.
Yes.
So in this bundle, we are getting 9 metres of fabric. So you are getting 18 half metres. But this is the good thing, half a metre for free, which is fantastic. So you are getting 18 fabrics. Well, you're getting the panel as well.
Yeah.
Which I'll show you in a moment. £155.82, and it is available on 3-way split pay, which is fantastic. So if you want to spread the cost of the payment, it won't cost you any extra, then you will take £51.94 from you now. We'll send you the whole bundle straight away, and then you will be sent the other, then you will pay the other amount and the other amount after, over the next 2 months. But it doesn't cost any extra. Entirely optional. Then when you come to pay, whether it's on the phone or on the website, you can choose at that point. Let's have a look at the collection.
Yes, so you get 18 half metres and your panel as well.
I know,
don't you?
amazing.
Can we just have a really quick look at the panel?
The panel is on the wall.
It's so incredible. It's absolutely beautiful.
We've left it on the wall because you ironed it so beautifully. We didn't want to get it creased.
And this is basically like the size of a lap quilt kind of thing almost. You could put some borders. Now you could use the Bright Hopes, just the star, not the strips around it. You could just use the star block and put those around.
Oh, yes, that's true.
Or if you've gone for the charm pack, you could sash the charm squares and put those in maybe a single or a double border around the outside.
It is beautiful. It's got a quote on it from Gertrude Jekyll. The love of gardening is a seed once sown that never dies.
That's beautiful.
Unlike your broad beans.
Right, right.
Or your sweet peas,
Yeah.
maybe. But isn't that absolutely stunning? It says the
gorgeous.
Royal Horticultural Society at the top.
Yeah.
And it is a proper botanical print.
Yeah, it is. It's lovely, isn't it? That big bouquet.
And that is in the bundle.
Yeah.
So that's not, we aren't selling that on its own. The only way you can get hold of that is in the bundle. And then these are the rest.
Do you know what I would like to do with that?
What?
You know, broderie purse style applique?
Yes, yes.
I'd like to do that. That's real traditional. We're talking like 1800s, chintz fabric, big bouquet like that.
And I love that.
You could just you could put that onto Bondaweb, or you could needle turn. Just cut out a smooth, not around every flower, every little sprig. Just do like a smooth line that runs, that kind of basically follows the line of the bouquet all around, and then either needle turn that or fuse and applique to a larger piece of cream fabric, and then create medallion style borders around it.
It is absolutely stunning, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
and then the
gorgeous.
fabrics that are in here go with it.
They do. Let's have a look. So you've got your kind of star performers, those large florals, 1/2 metre of each.
And these feature in the panel. So when you look at the panel, so this one is in part of it, I can see that rose. So these fabrics are all featured in the panel, so they go together beautifully. Oh, that's lovely. I love
There's
the
that
navy.
dark navy print I used in the small wall hanging.
That's gorgeous.
Here's that amazing robin egg blue version.
It's very Victorian. It feels very vintage, doesn't it? That
it's
blue.
absolutely lovely.
Glorious.
You've got this lovely tonal. I think this, I could use 100 metres of this.
Yes, it's beautiful, isn't it? It's
And I love that sort of silhouette.
It's a lovely green, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Fresh spring, full of life. You've got the navy. Beautiful.
And it's funny, actually, that it looks, because of the way it's printed, it almost looks like this is like a damask.
Yes, it
doesn't
does.
That it's in relief.
Yes.
It's not, but...
Or like a flocked velvet.
The,
Isn't that spectacular? Yeah, love that. And then you've got this lovely, almost like Hampton Court.
is that like your sort of maze or trellis or something?
Or a trellis, absolutely. You've got these. You've got this wonderful muted gold. Stunning, isn't it?
Lovely, isn't it?
Yeah. And then you've got this lovely raspberry. And really, this is what I had.
Yeah, these are the ones I could see in your quilt. They really shine
So
out.
I had 1/2 metre of everything to play with. And with that, I made all of the samples.
So you put all the sort of the reds and the greens and the golds in one and the blues in another.
I think the mega bundle is the dream, isn't it?
It is. The mega bundle is the absolute dream because you can play with this so much.
Yeah.
I would suggest you get the mega bundle and either of Stuart's patterns, or both.
Yes.
Either or both. But go with, I mean, I love the idea of using the Bright Hopes and then creating 4 or 6 of them. And making a really big quilt. And you'd have enough in this bundle to do that.
Yeah, you would, absolutely. Or, as I say, the Bright Hopes quilt that I've done in yellow and turquoise, which is 12 blocks, that fits the double bed really well.
Yeah, that would be
You
beautiful.
could do that. You could do that version.
Well, what you can do...
bigger than that.
You can have a think about it while you're waiting for it all to arrive, because that is... That's a difficult decision.
It is, it is.
But it is gorgeous. Now, all of this, Stuart's still going, 18 metres. Well, I presume it's 17 metres and the panel.
No, 18.
18 plus the panel.
It's 9 metres of fabric plus, I believe. So there's 1, 2, 3.
I love the buds.
Yeah, it's 18 plus the panel,
Right.
yeah.
18 plus the panel.
Love that soft rose pink.
1/2 metre for free, only 155.82. Riley Blake designer fabric, because they have the licence for the Royal Horticultural Society, which is brilliant, which is why they've been able to go into the archives, take these botanical prints, be inspired by the colours, and create this. They've brought a real freshness.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, part of me thinks they didn't have a difficult job because when you're working with...
There is that, yeah.
But having said that, it would be quite easy to create a floral range which was like, oh, I've seen this all before.
Well, it could just be those flowers, couldn't it?
But I haven't seen this before.
No.
For me, this is a different take. I want to open this right out because I absolutely love how this has been done. Well, I just think it's a really beautiful print. And really, now I know straight away we're all thinking fussy cut, isolate motifs. Yeah, of course, you could absolutely do that. But I think really anywhere you cut this fabric.
Well, in yours, you've
you've
just cut it.
I've just
and
cut
that's it. And it doesn't matter which way up it is.
Yeah, it's completely
just
right.
there.
Yeah, it is.
And it works.
It is. It's like someone's gone to a really posh country house to get married. They've thrown their bouquet up in the air and it's come apart and the blossoms have just tumbled down.
Yeah, because
wherever they lay,
it is multi-directional, isn't it?
Yeah,
I mean,
it
you can,
really is.
and that is the beauty. Sometimes I think with these large-scale prints, you think, oh, well, I've really got to think about how I do it. But the way that you've used it, and even in those wider borders, it just works, doesn't it?
And I think that's the thing, embracing nature, because nature is serendipitous, it's any way up, It's all multi-directional, and I think if you embrace that, you're halfway home. You know, just enjoy the fabric and be as creative as you would in a garden. Now, some people in a garden like formality. They love the formality of a box hedge and clipped and rows. Beautiful. Other people like the cottage garden approach. Throw the seeds wherever they like. My mum always used to say, it's got 2 chances and I can always move it. You know? And I love
but that's
that
my kind of
approach.
style of gardening, just whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, chop
It's-
it back if I don't like it.
Exactly. And if you need to, dig it up and move it. You know, I think my mum used to give plants about 3 chances.
Really? And then it was like, that's it.
She had an amazing green finger, so
Did she?
all of them, in
Oh,
fact,
wow.
all 10. But yeah, I just think it's serendipitous.
Yeah, no, it's beautiful.
And again, it has almost a look of Victorian decoupage.
No, it does actually, doesn't it? Yeah, it's kind of like those scraps.
Yeah, they
Makes you
are.
think of scraps.
Yeah.
This is my favourite one from the
Yeah.
collection because I love this blue. I adore that blue.
Well, funnily enough, this was the first fabric I went to.
Oh, really?
So I made the Bright Hopes, the dark version.
And were you drawn to
first.
the blue or was it the print?
Yes. Well, it was the combination of the two, actually. I love how all of the floral colours work against that robin egg blue background. It's just stunning.
Well, it looks very different, doesn't it, against
Yes.
the background? And then when you get the cream one,
Yes.
you'd think, well, they won't show up.
Yeah.
But they do, don't they?
Completely. I mean, this would be rather amazing for a dress or a jacket for a wedding, wouldn't it?
Oh, it's absolutely stunning.
You know, flamboyant and gorgeous.
Yes, you would walk in and heads would turn.
They really would. I think it's lush.
I'd
There's
go
that
for
word
that one.
again.
Lush, girt
Yeah,
lush.
Girt lush.
Girt lush.
Never heard that before. Just wanted to mention there is one other fabric.
Yes, so
that
this
I
one
used
isn't in the
quilts.
bundle because it's a different fabric.
Yeah, but I did use it in the quilts. Can I just walk over and show you where I
can,
used it?
yes.
Because on this quilt that's hanging here, at first sight, you'd be forgiven for thinking that this was one fabric that I used for the border. But if you look slightly closer, this one on these 2 sides is the cream version that we've already seen on 2 adjacent borders. But if we go to the other side of the quilt, this border and the top border are made in this slightly darker, you can see it there, this slightly darker. Now, this fabric is actually a linen cotton mix.
It's lovely, isn't it? And it's wider as well.
It's wider,
Let me have it.
and the floral is
that.
a smaller scale. I think this is going to be incredibly popular for
So it's not
dressmaking.
in the bundle because it's a different fabric composition and a different width. So we're selling this as separate. But selling it by the half metre means that you can multi-buy on it. It's cut from the bolt. So if you want to make that stunning dress,
Yeah.
get yourself 2.5 metres,
Yeah.
5 units, 3 whatever you need.
Yeah.
And it will be sent as a whole cut piece. But
Yeah.
beautiful. I mean, it looks stunning, your quilt. But I think
So you can absolutely use
Summer
it in your quilting.
jacket.
Summer jacket, amazing. Or even just to like trim a hat, or you know, to you know, something like that to make a bag with. But this would also be fab for doing something like curtains or you know, a bit of upholstery with this.
So Julie says, hi Rebecca and Stuart, what are the best size rulers to buy when starting out quilting? Been on YouTube to confusing Julie and charge you right. It is a bit confusing. So what's I could tell you what my favourite, what's your favourite rulers?
Well, I think the first question you need to ask is, are you going to be working in inches or centimetres?
Yes.
So, because I'm old school and I use inches, but if you use centimetres, then obviously you're going to look there. But inch-wise, I would go 6.5 by 24.5, the creative grids. You can get 6 by 24 rulers, but once you've had that extra ½ inch, you will never want to go back to using a ruler that's only 6 inches wide.
These are, the creative grids ones are ideal. Now the good thing about buying this width means that you can cut your fabric that you bought by the ½ metre, because it nearly always comes folded in half. You can cut across the width of it.
Yep.
These also come in 8.5 inch widths.
Yeah.
So I have an 8.5 inch one, which is just a little bit extra.
Yeah, I think.
But
if
get
you
a
have-
long one that you
Yeah.
cut across the width.
If you only have one ruler, that's the one
Yeah.
to have. If you can have 2, my other one, I'll just grab it, would be this one here, which is 6.5 by 12.5, so half the size of that. Simply because if you're working with things like fat quarters, scraps, smaller fabrics, or trimming, then a smaller ruler is just easier to twist and turn in your hands. It's not.
I have a 6.5-inch square. That is my second ruler. I'd like one of those though.
Yeah.
That's the kind of middle ground.
I think I'd have a large and a small.
Yeah,
and I agree with you. If you can run to a third ruler at some time in the future, then a big square. 15.5, 12.5, something like that.
But do get one that you can cut across the bulk, because nearly all patchwork patterns will say things like cut 1.5-inch strips off the full width of fabric. So start with this, and then get a little one.
Yeah, this one, and then maybe a square.
And I
don't have many more than that.
No, I have
in
two.
Fairness.
I only have two. And I would recommend the Creative Grids only because they don't slip.
Right.
They've got that lovely textured backing, and they don't slip. So that's what I would recommend.
And the other thing I'd recommend is look after it.
Yes, really look
Don't
after
drop it. Don't leave it hanging around. You know, it's got a little hole in it. Put a bit of ribbon, hang it on the wall, or a little hook. Look after it, because if you look after it, it'll last you years and years and years, and do a great job. If you start chipping the edges, you know.
Yeah, I've got a few scratches across mine, all in the same place where I'm cutting too fast, and it jumps.
Yeah.
Very annoying. I chose the quilt for my daughter who's having treatment for cancer because of the name. Enough fabric to back and bind with extra white from Jan.
Oh, Jan. Sending lots of love to you and your daughter. Yeah.
And that's a lovely thing to do.
It is a lovely
Thank
thing
you for your message. That's lovely.
Thank you. So this is lovely. So yeah, I just wanted to mention that because it is a lovely one, and also as well, just the scale as well.
Yes, it's a good
If I
scale.
just grab the larger scale, just compare it side by side, you can see much bigger scale, and then that sort of, this is large, this is mid. So again, it's just nice to have that variation.
Gorgeous.
Get rid of that.
So that's the only fabric that we have available by the half metre where you can buy more. So for the mega bundle, now this is the best way to buy it. Over half of the stock of the mega bundle has gone. You are getting 18 half metres and the panel, well, the half metre's free and you're getting the panel with it.
Yeah.
So it's only £155.82. 18 half metres plus the beautiful panel. That is the only way you can get hold of the panel is in this bundle. And we will do it on 3-way split pay of 3 equal payments of £51.94. So these are the fabrics. Now remember, we have got more of you who've got this in baskets that we've actually got in stock. So you need to be super duper quick, I would say.
And I know that it's a large collection to buy. I know it's 9 metres, which is on the big side for a collection to buy. But what I would say is that once you've made, by the time you've made a quilt, and the Bright Hopes quilt is a lovely, easy quilt to make. It's quite a quick quilt to make as well. You'll be successful. You'll love it. Plus some cushions and a few other accessories. You'll have got through that fabric.
Yeah, I know, exactly.
You'll have got through that fabric,
And isn't it? And it's lovely to have the whole collection because you can really choose.
Yeah, you
It's very hard to choose when you haven't got it in your hands.
Yeah, that is a very good point. And you can substitute. So, for example, I take great pleasure in substituting this one for this one or this one throughout a quilt. There's nothing wrong in saying, you know what, I use this mostly on some of the blocks, but I'm going to substitute this because I've run out now, maybe, or I want to change.
And when you've got the whole collection like this, you can really play with it as well and go, oh, actually, I didn't know that would go with that one.
That's right. That's right. And the way I do that is simply to lay out my fabrics. Maybe I've made the block, and then if I'm trying to decide what border to put around them, I'll just lay the block on top of fabric. So that there's like a 1-inch margin or a 2-inch margin all the way around. Take a picture, change it for another, take a picture, and then I just flick through my phone.
It sort of works better on your phone, strangely, doesn't it? I don't know why.
One of them will jump out, or none of them, and then I just keep going.
Just keep going.
Yeah.
But, even if you wanted to make a really quick tote bag, I mean, those two together, gorgeous.
Absolutely beautiful.
Aren't they?
Yeah. They're great fun. Really enjoyed working with it.
So if you get the bundle, I would suggest you get Stuart's pattern as well. £9.99 for the Bright Hopes quilt. That's the one with the star on it, because we have got two that that you've used. So the
Can we
bright
just have a
hopes.
really quick look at the other quilts? Can I just whiz
Do,
over
do.
just to show you? So this one, oh, no, sorry. No, I can't. No, I can't. No, that's fine. No,
We
it's
can
all right,
do,
don't
but
worry,
we'll
don't
have to
worry,
just,
don't worry,
we'll
don't
just
worry.
move it. We'll
Fine.
show you the other one.
No.
Okay.
Oh, shall I? Sorry.
We'll just move the cameras a minute and then Stuart can go. There we go.
Well, I
Hey.
just wanted to show you the other two quilts because Kat's done a lovely job of hanging them. So this is the Bright Hope Star quilt, 12 blocks, nice easy star. I'll show you how to make this block in a second. So nice easy quilt to make. Quite nice big blocks as well. And it goes together really easily. And do you notice as well the scrappy border? So when you're getting ½ meters of everything, you're not going to have enough of any one fabric to make a border. So all I do is cut, these are 2.5 inch strips, sew them together randomly, and then cut my borders from them. And there you've got a gorgeous scrappy border. Now this quilt here, this is the one that I said was layer cake friendly. I used a layer cake for it, but you can use your ½ meters fat quarters. And this is a variation. So we've lost the star in the center and the center square has shrunk down, it's smaller. So our finished blocks are smaller, but we've still got that Bright Hopes block. So this block is called Bright Hopes with those different strips, and it really shows off the prints. But when you look at the quilt from afar, what you actually get is this effect of woven, almost like a lattice woven through each other with the spaces behind. So there's a kind of basket weaving like that, isn't there?
Yeah, it's gorgeous. Gorgeous. And all of that is on this pattern. So you haven't got to buy several patterns for that. You will get all of them. So whether you want to use the Bright Hopes with the star or just with the block in the centre, you will get all of it. So £9.99 for the pattern. And don't forget to check out on the bundle because Stuart's going to give us a little demo now.
I am.
How to make the star.
How to make the star and how to do the Bright Hopes, really.
Brilliant.
So I'm going to start. So the star block is stitch and flip. I like everyone to be successful.
Always.
Yeah, I like everyone to be successful. So, although you can do the no waste method for flying geese, I think that everyone is more successful doing stitch and flip.
Definitely.
It's a more accurate method.
Well, it is, yes, yes.
You know, I've been sewing for centuries and still I get a much more accurate effect when I do stitch and flip. Yes, it uses a little bit more fabric, but I'm going to live with this quilt for a very long time. I'd rather it was accurate.
Yeah. Yes, that's true. Yeah. I know, it's always a big toss-up, though, isn't it? Because some people say, oh, well, you know, this is more fabric efficient, and then it might not be as accurate.
Yeah.
It's hard to know ever which way.
I think the thing is you can do, and I've done this myself, you can do that more fabric efficient method, and then your blocks perhaps don't turn out the size that they were supposed to be. So the quilt doesn't go together nicely, you never finish it, it becomes a UFO. How fabric efficient is that?
Well, there is that point, yes.
So,
and anyway, it's nice to learn different techniques for when you're doing different things as well. But you're right, this is accurate.
It is really. So I'm chain piecing these. The only one, if you chain piece, the only one you might struggle with is the first one. That's the one that always seems to get chewed up. But if you hold on to your threads as you take the first couple of stitches and just pull gently back on them, it kind of carries things through. The only reason why it's chewing up is because there isn't really enough fabric for the feed dogs to grab onto.
Would you like me to press those for you?
You can do if you'd like. That'd be
could
wonderful.
Be your
Come and help.
Pressing fairy.
Yeah. So you see here, with stitch and flip, I never trim off what's underneath first. I press it back, and I am checking to see that the square I've added lines up with the rectangle underneath. That's how I know if I'm accurate. If it doesn't line up, I haven't been accurate. I need to go back, and I need to restitch it. Now, if you are happy, don't judge me.
Or just stretch it to fit.
No.
Just pull it, just, you know.
No.
I do that, I just...
Unpick, do it again. But if you've trimmed off, you can't do that.
No.
So I like to just, you know, stitch it, flip it back. Now, I've done all one side, and I've used one green fabric for all one side of the flying geese. So now I'm going to use a different green fabric for the other side. You could use the same colour throughout, but I like a bit of variety in my quilts. And why use one fabric when you can use two?
Yeah, exactly.
So in my star points, I've used two different blues. This time I'm using...
I really like that effect.
Thank you. I think it's the kind of thing that you only see... Oh, actually, I haven't on that one, have I?
But it's a lovely effect, isn't it?
See, I'm just talking.
Gives like almost like a 3D. Well, it gives a bit of a 3D-ness.
Well, I'm doing it this time. Yes, it does. And I love, you see, it comes out of a sort of make, do and mend mentality.
Yes, where you, I mean, that is the point of patchwork originally, was using up stuff, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's like using two different fabrics for the borders in my quilt. Part of it is because with 1/2 metre, if you're going to do other things, you wouldn't have enough fabric unless you held one back. Whereas I love the variety that it brings to a quilt, so I deliberately do it now.
It works really well.
Thank you.
It does, well, again, it makes things look a bit more three-dimensional because one fabric recedes and one fabric stands out.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think as well, it's nice to look at a quilt, think you've seen everything, and then you get a little close and you think, ooh, that's different.
Yes. Well, especially like with that one where you've chosen two very similar fabrics.
Yes.
So it's only when you get closer, but it does give it a 3D quality, doesn't it?
Thank you.
Oh, this is nice in the two. I like that.
Yeah. So I'm going to trim off those corners. Always remember when you're doing this process that you need to press the side back, trim and give it another little press before you can add the remaining. I tried once very early on in my patchwork career sewing both sides on and then wondered why I couldn't open my flying geese. Honestly, do you know, I think I've made every mistake it's possible to make in patchwork.
You think, oh, I must be able to do this in one go.
You know, the very first time I quilted something, I put curved safety pins all over the layers to hold them together. And everyone at my patchwork class had said, oh, safety pins are great because, you know, you can just keep them in while you're sewing. So I left them all in and basically I free motion quilted over the top of all the safety pins. And in my head, I thought, this is fine because you unclip and I'll take them out. And of course, then I quilted the whole thing and then realised I couldn't remove any of the safety pins because I'd literally stitched them all to my quilt.
That's brilliant.
So I had to rip all the quilting out. First ever time I did free motion, I had to unpick the lot. You never do that twice.
No, never, never. I think I might have got some wire cutters and cut out the safety pins.
Oh, yes, maybe. Right, so I can whiz my star together, and there I'm going for a bit of a lighter and brighter look.
Gorgeous.
So if you like the colourway of the quilt that's hanging behind me now, which is a different pattern, but if you like that colourway and you want to do bright hopes, this is the way to do it.
I guess the benefit also of doing the stitch and flip flying geese is you don't have to trim the flying geese. Whereas if you do the no waste, where you do like 4 at once, you have to trim them all.
Yeah, you do.
So
the other thing as well is because you're sewing your triangles to a foundation. Your rectangle acts as a foundation. So the flying geese unit that you end up with is the size it's supposed to be, and it's rectangular.
You're saving all of that trimming time.
I think it's a good one.
Yeah, because I hate it.
I like it.
Question. Hi all, I've got the Bright Hopes pattern. Can you tell me if it will be big enough for a double bed? From Sue in Beeston.
Yeah, so the yellow and blue quilt that's hanging up is very well loved, particularly by Mrs. Mills, because it actually goes on the bed that she likes to sleep on a lot of the time.
Well, shall I tell you what, have you got the sizes in here?
It's a double bed, should be. So I'm just going to stitch the other side on now to my star. You'll notice I'm chain piecing the star together and I'm not clipping off my threads. I'm just adding it on as I go, which means that everything should be just held together. No need for pins, he says, confidently.
That's 12 block. What is it? It's 56 by 72.
Yeah, 56 by 72. So it's a double bed topper, so it will completely cover the top of a double bed with a little bit of overhang, but not too much. But if you want to make it bigger than that, you can. You've got 9 metres of fabric.
Right. I mean, you could just add another row, so it was 4 by 4, couldn't you?
Yeah.
If you wanted it bigger. And if you want it even bigger, just add another row.
Yeah, yeah. Or where I've put 2 rows of 2.5-inch strips around the outside edge, you could put 3.
That's true. Sometimes
or
that's
4.
easier.
So I've chain pieced this together. So look at all the important points. It's all held together by thread. So now I'm just going to flip this and I'm going to sew my last seam. So if you're making something like a 9 patch, and obviously this star block is essentially a 9 patch, try this method.
Yeah, no, that's really good.
Without having to pin.
Because it's all anchored, isn't it?
Yeah, I like it. I like anything that makes the process more successful, first and foremost. It's all about making the process more successful. And the sort of easier and speedier only matters if the first condition's met and it's successful.
Yeah,
There's no point doing a speedy method if the results are rubbish.
I like the not having to trim down.
Yeah.
I know it's good because you then get accurate half-square triangles, but it does take a long time.
That's it. Right, so I've got my star block all made.
Amazing.
It's not too bad, that, is it?
That was very quick.
Thank you. Would you mind just giving it a press?
Maybe
for me,
would you like to be
please?
open or to one
I don't know,
side,
whatever
or you don't
whatever
mind?
you choose. Now, I'm going to make the strips that go around the Bright Hopes, because the Bright Hopes bit are those strips that seem to kind of encircle the star block. They create this wonderful sashed effect. And I've got a wide strip, and then I've got some narrow strips.
Right.
And I'm doing something a little different here. So on my original, the yellow and turquoise, I used kind of feature fabric and then cream plain either side. On my Bright Hopes version that I did here, I did cream on one side and then pink on the other. But on this one, I'm actually going to use 2 raspberry prints. Same raspberry print. I could have done 2 different ones either side. So I'm just mixing it up even more.
Well, this is the great thing about having a fabric collection is you know that all the fabrics go together.
Exactly.
So you can just choose which ones you like rather than going, oh, do they go together
Well,
or
that's
not?
right. You don't even have to think about it. So
I love that. I mean, that real sort of appley green goes
nice,
so well with
isn't
that
it?
raspberry, doesn't it?
Yes, yes.
So
Well,
we have a few of the mega bundles left. Not lots, but a few.
So I'm sewing some long strips at the moment.
Right, shall I talk
Bex?
about bundles while you sew long strips?
Go for it.
So what we've also done, as well as the mega bundle, we've also put together some smaller bundles for you. Right, now this is the only way to get these fabrics. We're not selling them individually by the ½ metre. So if you love the bugs, butterflies and bugs print, we've got a bundle, 3½ metres in the raspberry, and the navy and that lovely soft pink. The insects fabric bundle, £22.99, metre and a half in total, 3½ metres in that bundle. Gorgeous, aren't they? Then we have the, let me just get them all in one place. If you love this larger floral print, the one that we showed you earlier, ½ metre each. This one has been flying out. Isn't that gorgeous? It's beautiful. I mean, it's the hero print of the collection.
Lovely for bag making.
Oh, beautiful for bag making, isn't it? You can just picture that. I'm thinking top of the bag, base of the bag, lining of the bag. I mean, it's just delicious, isn't it? £22.99 for 1.5 metres. You get a ½ metre each of all of the 3 colourways. I mean, that is beautiful. That is about to sell out. So if you want that one, check out very fast. And then once that sells out, that's it. We won't be able to make any more of the mega bundle again. Right, then we've got this glorious floral. I mean, it's this beautiful, fresh apple green with this lovely soft raspberry and blue That's gorgeous, isn't it?
It's really lovely.
Beautiful blue. They're very, very fresh colours in this bundle.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you think, well, yes, I'd like to make one of the quilts or I want to make something smaller, I'll buy a couple of them. And it might be that you think, well, this one is lovely, I'll buy those as well. Or if you don't want to buy the whole mega bundle, then you could just buy a couple of these instead. $22.99. Then I've got these. These are lovely. These are the ones that look almost 3D, like kind of that damask wallpaper or print or that flock. It features outlines, so it's a silhouette. So if you've got like ferns and leaves and grasses, so you've got the raspberry red, you've got that really beautiful navy, but because they've used 2 tones of navy, it really makes that print out. And I love this shade of green.
That's that one, that print that, you know, we wouldn't normally get super excited about a tonal print, but actually that's the one I wish I could buy a bolt of.
Yeah, I think this is gorgeous. Let me show it to you in the green. It is gorgeous. Isn't that lovely? Actually, it matches my dress so beautifully. It's the same colour. Gorgeous, isn't it? Right, and then for all of these bundles, there are way more in baskets than we've got in stock. They are flying out. So if you've got them in your basket and you're trying to make your mind up, don't try to do that for very long. This is the last bundle, and this is this really... So the geometrics we only have available in the mega bundle. Now this is your low volume print, so it's a smaller version of the large prints, but it is gorgeous. Again, it's got the ferns, it's got the leaves, but you've got it in this lovely, almost like a Wedgwoody blue, and this lovely ochre gold and beautiful raspberry red. So have a look on the website. There are photos of all of these. So if you think, well, yeah, I really like that, maybe I'll pair it with the insects. Or maybe I'll think, actually, these little florals, that'll go together nicely. You know, if you just want 6.5 metres. Obviously, the best way to get involved and the one that would work because you've then got a lot of fabric and a lot of choice. £155.82. You get all of these. Plus, don't forget, you also get the massive panel, which is beautiful. It says the Royal Horticultural Society on it. It's got a quote by Gertrude Jekyll on it. Absolutely glorious. And all of these fabrics are 1/2 metre for free. So it is extremely good value for money. It's available on 3-way split pay if you want to spread the cost. So if you want to spread the payments interest-free, 3 equal payments, and then we will send you the whole collection, because then you can do what Stuart did. Just lay them all out, play. Have a look and think, oh, actually, I really like that one. I'll keep that one for a bag.
Yes. If I was to recommend one way to get better at putting colours together, and it's to play with colour. There is nothing to lose from laying things out on the floor, taking pictures, swapping things around. And if you haven't got the right colour, you know, pick something near. You know?
Yes.
Because so often we get hung up on something being just the right colour. Actually, when you're working with collection, you've got everything you need there.
Well, also, you know that any of the fabrics in this collection will go together. So that's taken the hard work out.
But even then, some people might look and think, oh, no, I want it to be slightly bright, slightly different. Well, then you go to your stash and you pick a little bit and you put a little injection of you. I always say this, if you buy a kit from us, you don't have to use all of the fabrics. You can still make the kit up, add a few of your own. If you think it needs a bit more pink, go into your stash.
And add a bit more.
If there's a fabric you really don't like, leave it out.
Make it go further. Use creams, use like natural linen colours, or put some navies into it.
Seeded natural cotton with this range would be amazing. I'm just doing a bit of pressing because I don't know if anyone's noticed, but my pressing assistant has
got a little bit sidetracked.
Oh, well, don't come now.
No, I know. Do you need any pressing doing? Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame. Oh, I'll just press what you do. Good morning. I am very, very new to sewing, says Gwen.
Good, welcome to the
May I ask what could be a silly question? No questions are silly.
Yeah.
When cutting squares for quilting, do you add extra for the seam?
That's a really good question.
That's not a silly question.
No, it isn't. It's a great question. And the answer is yes, you do. And your pattern will pretty much always tell you that the size that you're cutting for piecing should include your seam allowance. So if you want a 4-inch finished square and you're using a 1/4 inch seam allowance, the cutting instructions should tell you to cut a 4.5-inch square. The only time when templates don't have seam allowance is if they're for applique. And then templates are always shown without a seam allowance because it's assumed that if you're doing needle turn, you add your seam allowance by eye.
So if you're following a pattern, don't worry about the seam allowances, they will be included.
Yeah.
If you're making it up yourself, just add a 1/4 inch all the way around to every side. And make sure you use a 1/4 inch seam allowance, obviously.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Now, can I just get rid of that, please?
You can.
Becca. Right, I'm going to show you how to assemble your Bright Hopes block. So I did a little bit of strip piecing there. I'm in love with this colour combination.
It works so well, doesn't it?
Just
I'm loving this
absolutely
green.
Love that, yeah.
I thought
This
I was the blue was my
combination
favourite.
together. So what I'm going to do now is lay these strips around my block, and you'll see this looks a little bit weird. I don't know if we can get rid of the picture of the quilt on the side, please. Thank you. I'll show you that. Yeah. So you can see it's kind of sticking out.
I'm going to move the iron.
Then the
as well.
next one.
Give you a bit more space.
Then the next one. And then the next one.
That's magic, that.
You like
That is
that?
Gert magic.
That's lovely, isn't it?
That's lush.
So I'm going to show you how we sew this together. Now, can I just say, when you're making multiples of these, you must please make sure that they're all spinning in the same direction.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't matter if it's that way or it's that way. Just be consistent.
But don't have them top and bottom and
Right.
no.
Yeah, well, don't do one block this way and one
Yeah.
block another way, unless that's the look you're going for. Right, let me show you how to sew them on. I'm going to move these apart. I'm going to kind of fracture the block. This is the one I'm going to work on first. So at the moment, the only side that lines up nicely is here and here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to sew this, but I'm not going to sew all the way across. I'm just going to sew halfway. 1/4 inch seam allowance. Or thereabouts. Okay, right. Flip that back and I'm going to press my seam allowance towards the strip. So look, at the moment, this is called a partial seam, so I'm just flipping it to there.
Okay.
Now I've got a full run on this side. Look, it fits. So I can put the whole thing on and I can sew that seam top to bottom. So that's my next job, sewing the seam top to bottom.
It's clever, that partial seam thing. I like that.
I love it
Otherwise,
too.
you think, how on earth am I going to join all this together?
You'd start having to use things like Y seams and, you know, or you just think I can't make it, but you can. Ooh. There we go. Right, this time I'm going to press my whole seam. And you'll see I'm only
like me
doing
to
this.
press it? Oh, no,
It's fine. I'm
just
only doing it with
hand
my
press.
fingernail.
Okay.
So I've done 1, 2. This one now fits completely. It's only that first one that won't fit on,
That's amazing.
but we
isn't
deal
it?
with that at the end.
See, now this is the joy of Stuart's patterns, is that he's done all of that thinking and that hard work for you. So when you get the pattern, that's all sorted. It tells you all of that because he's the one that's worked out that you can't sew them all together.
Yes. And, you know, sometimes that's, you know, gives me a bit of a headache.
Well, yeah,
But
I'm sure.
By the time it gets into a pattern, I've worked it out.
And you don't have to bother with, so you can just enjoy choosing fabrics.
Yeah, that's right.
So when we get to the final one,
Yes. It's easy, I'll show you. Right, so I'll just keep flipping that around. So here's the last one that I'm going to sew on. So I'm just going to move that out of the way. So this one fits. So again, right sides together, and we'll sew that on. I think what's lovely about this is if you've sewn a nice accurate seam allowance throughout, everything's going to go together like a dream. If you haven't sewn a nice even seam allowance as you go, with any block, you will have problems when you start trying to put it together. So this is why my advice is always the same. before you start making any patchwork, even if you're just making 4 patches, check your seam allowance.
Right.
With the fabrics that you're working with, because some are thicker than others. You might have changed the needle, you might have different threading. So just check your seam allowance, because you want this to be a joy to sew together, not a pain. Right, so I'm almost there. I've got this last bit, but look, now that's on, this fits. So I'm going to flip it back. This is where I started. Put my last bit together. Now I like to start from the unsewn end. So I'll put those together, and then I'm just going to sew the last side of that seam. I did half of it, now I'm going to sew the other half.
So do you just sort of sew along to about halfway?
About halfway.
You don't measure it, you just
No,
go about halfway.
You don't have to measure it. But when you sew the last bit of that seam, just go ½ an inch over the original as well. And that, my friends, is Bright Hopes.
That's gorgeous.
And that's it. And then once it's all done, I'm going to just move that ironing board in, and I'm going to give the whole thing a press now, just to get the whole thing nice and flat.
And then it's how you arrange it. So with the hanging behind you, you tipped it on its side.
I did. So you've got all of the directions to make each of the quilts in your pattern.
Right.
So for the wall hanging, you're going to then sew on setting triangles. So these are cut. Now I'm just going to give you a quick tip about setting triangles, and it is.
So what's a setting triangle?
I'll show you. So the setting triangles are these 4 big triangles here, okay? Now, obviously, with this fabric, and they're made out of half square triangles, so big squares cut on one diagonal. Now, with a multi-directional fabric like this, you can just get your 2 big squares, both of them right sides up, lay your ruler from corner to corner and cut.
Right.
Because it doesn't matter which way round. However, if you were using a fabric that was very directional, that had a very clear top and bottom, and you wanted to maintain that, what you would do is this triangle up top and this triangle are both facing up this way, and you make the cut from top right to bottom left, and then this one and this one you have going the right way up, but you cut from top left to bottom right.
Yeah, no,
and
that makes sense, doesn't it?
Everything's facing the right way. But you can use a striped fabric and actually have it spinning around.
Oh, that's nice, yes.
Almost like the Bright Hopes spins around the block. So there's loads of different ways that you can spice this pattern up.
And it's lovely, isn't it? Well, also, in the pattern, you've given ideas of what you can do with it, but obviously don't feel limited to that. Work out, make a block, see how it's made, and then play with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And this looks lovely on the diagonal too.
It does. I really like that. Those colours are gorgeous. So we have a few, and I do mean a few, of the mega bundles left. Very, very low double figures, and we have got loads more in baskets than we've actually got left. £155.82 for 9 metres of fabric, plus the panel. So you're getting 18.5 metres of flannel. That's fabric and panel together in one word.
That's a lot of panel.
Of flannel, of fabric, plus the beautiful panel. And you get ½ a metre for free. Only £155.82, available on 3-way split pay. Now, Stuart will be back with me in just an hour.
I will in an hour, and I'll be doing the garden maze pattern, which I used for Blue Skies and Nutmeg, but also for this quilt here. So if you want to learn how to make this quilt, 11 o'clock is the time to be here.
And make sure you get this bundle, and then you'll learn how to make it. So Stuart will be back with me in an hour with his beautiful Blue Skies and Nutmeg fabric. We've got it available in a couple of kits. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, I would recommend in the break, go onto sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live, and I would get ahead with those kits because we are very limited in stock of them. Anyway, I will be back with you in a few minutes' time with Nikola, who's going to be showing us how to make her brand new velvet cushion. It's really clever with its little pleats, and also beautiful felt cushion and a little felt floral display. So I'll see you back here in just a couple of minutes' time.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app. Now, Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1 P&P, with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Hi, Nicola.
Hello.
So this is your brand new design.
It is, yes.
Isn't it gorgeous? Beautiful velvet. It's lovely. Now, look how clever this is. So it's the pleated cushion. Well, the box pleat cushion.
Yes.
But it was so clever.
Oh,
I
thank
love that.
you.
Because it finishes up the size of a normal cushion, but because of the cushion squishy pad, it opens up these beautiful pleats. It's so clever, isn't it gorgeous? And then you've got a really nice velvet inside as well.
Yeah.
To continue that. I love this velvet because it's very, very soft.
It's really
and
soft.
the colours are so vibrant, aren't they?
I'm all about colour. I love colour.
It is, yeah.
So-
Well, I can tell from it. That's
yeah.
very colourful. But isn't it beautiful? It's very clever, isn't it? So it's, you know, your normal velvet cushion, but with this little bit of a twist. Now, is it difficult, easy?
Oh my goodness, it's so easy.
Really?
Yeah, it's a really straightforward pattern to make. I wanted to have something that really shows off the fabric, but without it just being a block colour.
Yes,
which is why we went
and
with
that's
the
so clever.
pleats.
But it's such a nice touch. So if you've got this on your sofa or on an armchair, it's sort of thing people go, oh,
Yeah.
that's so clever, isn't it? Now, there are 2 ways to buy this. So we'll start off with the kit way. Now, the great thing about the kit way is that you get the fabric. This is Ben's favourite cushion, ever. I love it. Well, I love the velvet because it's so vibrant, but I like the way that you've done this little twist into it, which Nicola will be showing us how to do in a moment. Now, in the kit, you get, obviously, the full pattern. Oh, let me show it like that. The full pattern all in there, so you can see exactly how to make it. We'll be going through that in a moment. Then you get this gorgeous... Now, the background of this is like a very pale teal turquoise. So you get half a metre of this.
Yes.
It's super wide as well, isn't it?
It is really wide, yeah.
So you're bound to have some left
Oh,
over.
you do, yeah.
Oh, nice. Isn't that gorgeous? It's kind of like your tropical botanical prints. A bit like our Riley Blake in the last ad, but more tropical. Beautiful, beautiful, vibrant colours. And I love this sort of very pale, tealy, turquoisey background. So you get half a metre of that. And then you get this lovely, like, plummy burgundy. Do you know whether it's plum or burgundy?
I don't know.
But it fits beautifully, obviously, the colour. So this is your plain velvet. This is used in the pleats and on part of the back of it, because the back of the cushion, I can't remember what I showed you, has got a zip here. So you've got half and half on the back. And this fits beautifully because you can see how well it coordinates with the flowers from here. Then you get a zip, very important. And the piping cord, because this is not just any cushion, this is a piped cushion. Beautiful. And it's all wrapped in tissue paper as well, so it makes quite a nice gift.
Yes.
So everything that you need is in there. So all you're going to need really is bits of some sewing thread, because you've got full instructions. So that's lovely, isn't it, that you've got everything. I think it's really nice getting the zip as well, because it means you can finish it off. And these 2 pieces of velvet. Now, it's only £30. So for £30, you are getting all this. Now, Nicola's Angel policy is that you can make anything. Obviously, you can't give a copy the pattern at all or give that away. But if you make any of her items, you can, of course, sell them. Because why not? Why not? So we did have somebody who'd asked us about that before. So Nicola's Angel policy is, yes, you can sell them. So for £30, you are going to make the most luxurious, sumptuous cushion. Because you get the full instructions, you can then use those to make more. Just get some more velvet or any fabrics. Have a look through your fabric stash and see what fabrics that you think will work for the outer and which one will work for the pleat. It'll be amazing. Now, we've also got the pattern on its own. So if you want to buy just the pattern, maybe you've got some velvets, maybe you've got some gorgeous William Morris velvets. I mean, to be honest, you don't have to use velvet for this. You could use cotton fabric, but why wouldn't you? Because you get that sumptuousness. But if you want the pattern on its own and you want to use just plain quilting weight cotton or heavier weight, then you can. It doesn't have to be velvet. So £9.95. Right, so where do we start with this? How did you come up with the design? What was the thought process?
I think it was more to do with the fact that I like a luxury cushion, and they are so expensive to buy. So expensive.
Ridiculous. You're talking £45, £60, aren't
yeah,
they?
exactly. I'd seen this fabric and I wanted to create something a bit more vibrant, a little bit different, have that a bit of interest on the front. But because the pattern of the fabric's so busy, I didn't want to sort of create any applique or 3D effects. I played about with creating pleats to see how we could get with that.
I mean, because it is, like you say, so bold that you could ruin the pattern if you started patchworking it. I don't know. I've not tried it.
No, I think I just wanted to show off the colours. I've got a teal sofa, so I want to, and it's a velvet sofa, so I will be displaying my cushions on my sofa.
Well, if you have a look at this cushion, velvet, pin-tucked cushion, blush, one colour. £65. Look at that. What's this kit? £30. I know, that's ridiculous, isn't it? And this cushion is much nicer than that one. That's only got one colour in it.
And I bet it's not even piped.
No, it's not. Not even piped.
No.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look again. Any piping? No.
No piping.
No. £65. Right. Not even as nice. There we go. Right.
So, shall we show
us how it's done, because I think this is brilliant.
Okay, so I've got my strips of fabric and I've laid them out. So I've tried to keep the pattern. I don't know if I have. I think that's upside down. It doesn't matter. So it doesn't matter. You can either pattern match or you can just go for whatever. We're going to sew the strips together. So really straightforward to start off with. And I'm just using a 1 centimetre seam allowance. And like patchwork, it's I find it so therapeutic just to do something that's creative, straightforward, but very simple, very nice to do on an afternoon where you've got a little bit of time. And probably best to use clips because this fabric is a little bit slippery, only when it's rubbed together. And it's it works nicely under the sewing machine. There's no movement or.
And you're using for this, normal sewing machine,
nothing fancy, no changes, no.
Because it is such a beautiful quality velvet. It's not, and because it's not your really thick pile, it's not a cotton velvet which frays madly. Then it actually goes together really nicely. It doesn't cause any issues.
It doesn't. Yeah, it's really nice to sew with. I got really excited when it turned up because I love the colours so much.
Yeah, it is very vibrant, isn't it?
Yeah, I just knew that I wanted to do something with the plain, and I was excited to make it. And when I finished it, I was like, oh, it works. You know that moment when you're really pleased with something you've made. And my husband was in bed. I went and woke him up to show him. He was
lovely, dear.
Yeah, lovely cushion.
No, I think it's really clever. And like you say, sometimes, you know, the fabrics just need to speak for themselves, don't they?
They do.
And just have a little pop of colour between them. I think it's beautiful. It's such a clever idea that, you know, once you've made it, when you've got the pattern, you can just make it again. And then, when you sell them in your fate and everyone realises what they're worth...
You could get a really good resale price for these cushions.
I'm just thinking, £25?
Thinking maybe that's what I need to start doing.
Yeah, I think you need to start making these.
Yeah, I'm missing a trick. I did used to do that once upon a time when my daughter was little.
Oh, what, make things to sell?
Yeah, yeah. I think one year I made so many personalised Christmas stockings that when I first, you know, when you first start sewing, and it was really good, and loads of people ordered these little personalised stockings, but I never wanted to make another stocking.
No,
as long as I lived.
And it's difficult when you're making to sell as well, isn't it? Because how much do you charge? And
Yeah.
are you willing to pay what? Your time?
That's it.
Not always.
No. But if you've got something that's quality,
yes, that's true.
You really feel that you can put the price on it and be proud. I guess people are starting to think about sort of Christmas gifts. Those
Well, yeah,
that make.
I'm always thinking about it, because even if I'm not going to make them, if I see something I think, oh yeah, no, actually that would be nice, then I start collecting patterns and kits and ideas.
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
And then do think, actually, let's start early, because it always gets to Christmas and I think, oh, why didn't I start early?
I know.
I've got enough time now. But it's also quite nice to have a few kits at home or patterns that you can use as other gifts as well. You
Yeah.
think, oh, I've got so-and-so's birthday. That would make a really
Yes.
nice present for them.
I did promise my mum a lot of handmade clothing for Christmas last year.
Really?
She might get it for Christmas this year.
Oh, well, but I always think if you haven't had enough time to do it by Christmas, then just promise yourself you'll do it the next year.
Yeah. It happens one year. I made her a cape, and I started it on Christmas. So I showed her the work in progress, and she got it the following Christmas.
Oh, well, that's good.
She got it eventually.
She got it. It's not still in a bag.
No.
So the price for the full kit is an amazing £30. So you are getting the two different velvets. You get half a metre of each, and then it's wide. You will have velvet left over. You get the piping cord, you get the zip, and you get full instructions as well. Absolute bargain. And remember, this is worth at least £65 once it's made. At least.
Absolutely. Priceless, I'd say.
Priceless. I know, but when you, like you say, when you get a cushion like this, I mean, velvet is always sumptuous, but the fact it's got the detail and the pleating on it, it looks so lovely.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ben wants it for his conservatory. You can't have it,
Do
Ben.
you, Ben? This is the last seam.
Right. But this is quite simple, isn't it? You know, and you can see as well, you can see Nicola's not using a different foot or needle or pinning. Just a couple of clips and it all stays together. I mean, I would recommend if you really want to use the right needle for velvet, use a Microtex needle, because it is sharper and slimmer and will slide through the velvet better. Obviously, a universal one will work, but if you want to use a specific needle, then Microtex is best for this velvet.
Okay, so I'm not going to press now, but if you were to press it, I'd recommend using, well, I used a plain tea towel and just the tip of my iron just to press the seams open. So
Right,
you don't want
okay.
to press the pile of the velvet flat. Also, you want to be careful of the nap of the velvet, making sure it's all facing the right way, which I did do before I laid out my
Right,
strips,
okay, so just
but-
give it a little stroke and make sure it's all going the same way. You don't have to look, you just stroke it, which is quite good.
Yeah, otherwise it...
So would you recommend pressing these seams open?
Yeah, I did on my other one. I
Right,
pressed the
okay.
seams open. I did it with the tip of the iron just down the middle, being careful not to squish the pile of the velvet.
Okay.
Okay, so, and then what we're going to do, we're just going to create the little pleats. So you're going to fold. So basically you've got the halfway point of your rectangle.
Right.
Just trying to think of the right shape then. And we're going to fold in each seam into the halfway point, making sure that the edges are straight, so they're all straight along there, so we've not got wonky pleats. And I'm going to just secure that with a clip. And then the same with the other side. Just bringing it into that central point. So you can see that if it was pressed, it would just lay flat a little bit more than it is.
Right.
There we go. So we're just bringing it in and matching up those folds.
Okay.
Okay. So the pink at the moment is completely hidden. Okay.
Lovely.
There we go. So I'm going to bring in each seam into the middle. Yeah, it's easier to mark out the middle.
Yeah, no, that works really well, doesn't it?
Yeah. You know, you're folding it over the same amount each side.
And then just clip it in the centre.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, and then fold the other one into the centre.
Yeah.
So remember, the kit for this is £30, and in the kit you get everything you need. I'll just show you the velvets while Nicola's just doing that. So you get this gorgeous, like tropical, I don't know if I got the right way up, tropically printy velvet. It's so lovely. It's like got a teal background. It's really wide as well. Look at the width of it. So you've got plenty there. And then you get this gorgeous, well, it's like a deep raspberry.
Raspberry, that's the colour.
Raspberry, deep raspberry. Beautiful, because it's a real sort of pinky burgundy, but it's gorgeous, isn't it? You can see the drape on it as well. Now, if you've never sewn with this velvet before, you will love it. Do work with a low temperature iron, because otherwise you will mark it. Try and iron it on the back and use a pressing cloth. So either use like a tea towel, that, like Nicola says, or making a pressing cover for your iron, because that really helps. And in the kit as well, you also get the zip. So you can put a nice neat zip in the back of your cushion, and you get the piping cord, so you really have got everything you need. If you don't want to add piping, you don't have to, but it does give that nice little finish. And obviously, full instructions are included. So you can make more and more and more. It's really unusual. You have a look out there on High Street, you look on interior stores, these sort of just simple velvet cushions are all the rage at the moment, and these bold prints. But then you get the textured ones, so pleated ones. So this is really will add a lot. You'll make your sofa, your chair very sumptuous. It's a really nice gift for somebody because it's quite unusual as well. Something they probably won't have seen before. Now, if you want the cushion just on the pattern just on its own, we have it here. We can do that for you for £9.95. There we go. The cushion, the pattern on its own. So that gives you everything you need, all the measurements, all the instructions for doing it. Just £9.95. Right, Nicola, where are we?
Okay, so I've clipped everything in place.
So you only have to clip it at the ends then?
Yeah, just at the ends, and then you would have given it a little bit of a press with that cool iron, using the tip, just to hold things in place. Right, we're just going to tack, I'm just going to turn the stitch up just a tiny bit. We're going to tack these pleats in place. So do make sure you hold everything together because we're going to take the clips off whilst we sew, but you don't want to be losing your
and you're just
your
tacking
folds.
it this time.
Yeah, so within the seam allowance. So there we go. So we're just holding what you've done together.
I guess this is where the fabric clips come in very handy.
Yes, they do. Especially with this sort of fabric, it yeah, makes it so much easier to sew with and to hold things together. So I'm just holding those pleats in place as I go along with the sewing machine. Okay, so that's one side done. And it's starting to take shape.
Yes, I feel like I want to make a dress like this.
Oh, no,
Can you imagine all those amazing pleats in it? It would look beautiful, wouldn't it?
A really good idea. Or the skirt.
Yeah, it'd be
fabulous.
fabulous, wouldn't it? Feel like a medieval wench. Sure they had pleated velvet. But it does look lovely because you get that little pop of the flame, which really makes the colours of the flowers or seeds or whatever they are.
You were trying to decide.
Tropical floral things.
There we go. Right. So we've got the outer, well, the front of the cushion prepared.
Right.
Now we're just going to use a needle and thread just to pop a tiny little cross, which is going to hold the shape.
Okay, let me show you on the real thing. So this just goes in the centre and this just holds, otherwise I guess it would all gape.
It would just be a great big,
Right. But it does leave little pleats, very handy for slipping your remote control in. Kit Kat. I love a Kit Kat. Although I think if you leant against it, it would it'd melt. But you could keep little things in there, couldn't you?
I always need to hide the chocolate from the kids, so it's ideal.
You could put buttons on top of these as well, couldn't you? That would look fab.
Yeah.
A covered button.
Oh, a covered button.
Covered button on top of that would look lovely, wouldn't it? Because you see here, you've got these, I mean, I love it with these little stitches because it just holds it together.
But a covered button would be a great idea. In fact, I might get some for these.
Yeah, they'd look lovely. Well, you could do it in the plain or either of them, couldn't you? Because you've got enough to do that. So how are you doing this stitch then?
I'm just going in from underneath the pleat, the seam, and I'm just doing literally just a little cross stitch. So I don't want it to be much of a focus. Obviously, if you were using a covered button, it would cover it up completely. But I'm just going to do a little cross stitch over. You do actually need a really sharp needle for this hand stitching bit.
I'd go for a milliner's needle.
Oh, would you?
Yeah.
I've got some of those at home.
Have you?
Yeah.
Well, because they're very long. You see, I'm a bit of a needle fanatic.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know, don't ask me why. Well, they're very long.
Yeah.
So they go through layers like this. They're very sharp and they've got quite a small eye because they were used for hat making.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But a fine one.
Yeah, definitely.
Love a needle.
Oh, no, this one's not the best for, but it's okay.
It's going through.
It's going through. There we go. Yeah, so just a few little stitches.
Perfect.
And in fact, I always poke it back in and out the back.
Just to hold those little pleats together.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's quite a nice. It's something that if you were making it for a gift and you'd gift it, and someone would think, "Oh my goodness, you've really gone to a lot of work."
It does. You know, I think you're right. It looks way more involved and clever than it really is.
Yeah.
Which is always the aim, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. So, yes, only just these 3 little hand stitches that you need to make. Ooh.
So you just do a few stitch through one side and then through the other side.
Yeah, just hold it together with a little cross. Hand stitching has never been my forte, ever.
Well, it's not complex hand stitching.
No,
so don't worry.
No, it's not. It's not
just
complex at all.
something small. Do you know what? You could pop it over the machine if you really wanted to.
Yeah, if there's ever an opportunity to use the machine, I'll use it.
But you could just, although it is what's quite nice, you can't do that really because what's quite nice is that the stitching doesn't go, can you see it doesn't go through the bottom layer, it only goes through the top. So it just goes through the bottom layer. You can see these little stitches are just quite, and you need that really, see, because if you machine stitched it, it would hold that down too much.
It would. I started doing EPP, and that's just to try and get me better with a needle and thread. It's helped.
I know, but then you find a lot of hand sewers that don't like machine sewing and the other way around as well.
Yeah, I always admire people that can make an entire project by hand, like using a needle and threads.
Well, I admire the patience.
Well, that's it. It's the patience.
But then the good thing about hand sewing is you can do it in front of the telly.
Well, yes, exactly.
That's always a bonus.
Yeah.
I don't tend to machine sew in the evening. I'm sort of done by then, really. But I'll hand sew or crochet in the evening or knit.
I really want to learn
but
to
not,
crochet.
but not machine sewing. And I don't know why. I don't know. Maybe because I've been doing it all day or something. I just think once the light goes.
Yeah, you just want to sit. And
Just
sit.
I want to watch telly then.
Yeah.
But at least you can do your hand sewing then.
Yeah. There we go.
Perfect.
So it was just those 3 little stitches.
Just to hold it all together.
Yeah. Okay, so you've got the shape of the cushion.
Yeah, it's lovely. Well, it also gives it, because you've got so much extra fabric, it gives it a real lovely puffiness, doesn't it? Plumpness.
Yeah, exactly.
Plumpness.
If I've got time to put a zip in, or?
Yes, go on. Let's do it.
Okay, could you grab me the zip out the box?
I can.
Thank
you.
So we're using...
Yeah, because it'd be nice to see that. It's always good to see a zip.
Right, so this one's a little bit too long. So what I, quite often when I've got a zip too long, I measure out where I'd like it to sit and just mark off. I'm just going to quickly shorten at the zip. So this is always quite a handy trick.
Okay.
I take down the feed dogs on the sewing machine, set the stitch length to a zigzag, turn up the width of the zigzag, and I just quickly go over the end of the zip to create a stopper, and then chop off the end. So that's that shortened.
Brilliant. Well, that's good, because at least then that's a really good way to do it, because then the slider doesn't fall off, because that's really annoying when that happens.
Yeah.
Happened to me many
Oh,
times.
and me. Okay, so this one's going to be a box zip. So I'm going to lay the top fabric and the bottom fabric right sides together. I'm going to mark out so that's where I'm going to put my zip. I'm just going to place a mark at the beginning and the end of the zip.
Okay.
Use a couple of clips to hold in place. Right, so we're going to sew this together, first of all, with a standard stitch length. Oh, my foot keeps escaping.
Oh, that's right, it's got caught around the side of the
I've got it
camera.
now. Right, so we're just going to sew up to that first point. So I'm just using the 1 centimetre seam allowance. And I'm going to sew up to that first mark. I'm going to do a back stitch at that first mark. And then for the rest of the stitching up to the next mark, I'm going to turn my stitch length up to 5.
Okay.
And just create a basting stitch. When I get to that second mark, I'm going to turn my stitch length back down, back stitch.
Okay,
And
so
then
you create like a line of tacking between the two ends.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Then we're going to open up the seam allowance, place your zip with the teeth right sides down within the markings that you created earlier. And I'm just going to making sure that the teeth are facing the seam that we've just sewn.
Yes.
And pin that in place.
It's nice to use the 2 different velvets on the back like this as well, isn't it? Because it makes the back look quite special. This is what makes it look like a real sort of professional. You think shop bought, but it looks like something you'd buy from an interior store, doesn't it? With the 2 colours like
I
this.
think so.
I think it's gorgeous.
Bit of class.
Bit classy, that's what it looks, it's classy.
Right, I didn't prepare with the zip fit. I wonder if I've got one in. No.
There should be one.
I was asked earlier and I said, oh, no,
So,
no,
no, do I need one? No. Oh, there's some normally in there. Do you need one for it?
No, I
I
should
can
be able to get
one
round.
while we do. Yes, let me get one and we'll go through the other kits because it will be a lot easier.
Yeah. A zip.
A zip for.
Thanks,
Thanks, Kat. We will go through the other 2 kits. The bouquet. So let's talk about the summer bouquet while we get that sorted. Isn't this lovely? So this is something that you've done the spring one already, haven't you?
Yeah, we had a spring bouquet and
It's beautiful, isn't it? So we've got felt sunflowers, gorgeous, roses. What's this one?
I actually don't know what
orange flowers.
It's an orange flower.
And orange flowers. Isn't this beautiful? And I love all the little stems and it's all in a little vase. So what a lovely gift for somebody. I mean, it's lovely as a table centre for home. Maybe you've got a wedding or an anniversary celebration and you want to put something in the table centres. Because quite often when people do that, they give the flowers to people, but you could have felt ones.
Yes.
But it's a lovely birthday gift for somebody as well, isn't it? Shall I show you what you get in the kit? When you don't know what to buy somebody, that's the cushion. Oh, there we go. Right, I've got it here. So when you don't know what to give somebody or you just want to brighten up a room and make something really simple, full instructions, obviously. Now, we've got all of these felts. So this is the fabric for the pot.
Yes.
So we've got the cotton fabric for the pot. Then we've got all of these felts. So we've got black, obviously, for the centre of the sunflower. We've got orange, red, dark yellow and light yellow. And then obviously this is the cotton fabric that you'll use for the pot. And then we've got white felt, wires. What's in here? Nothing. That's what the wires were in.
Yes.
The wires were in there, so you've got the wires. So everything that you need to create this beautiful set of flowers. It's only £20, and what a lovely project. So what's it in terms of ease?
Oh, it's so easy, and it's another one of those projects for when you're sitting in the evening.
Oh, okay.
So I've got like a little crafting lap tray, and it's really lovely because you can making anything with felt. It's using a really nice quality felt glue, and
Yes.
it's there's some hand sewing, there's some gluing. It's like lots of cutting and sticking and gluing, and it all comes together nicely. But it's a really good sort of evening
gorgeous,
project,
isn't it? Yeah, I think it's lovely, and what a lovely gift. And also, you see, once you've got the instructions, if you wanted to make a few of them or make them in different colours as well, yeah, they'd be actually. That's a good point, Ben. Very good for hospital visits because you're not allowed to take flowers in quite often, are you?
No.
But you could take somebody in that, and that would brighten up their room.
It would.
So that's a very good idea, actually. I think that's I think that is lovely. Then you can make more and more and more of them. £20 for the whole kit. Now, incredibly inexpensive. Now, if you've already got a load of felt, and you want just the instructions, we have got that option as well. So if you want just the instructions on their own, £9.95, everything that you need to know to create the summer flower bouquet. But it's a lovely pattern to have, or the kit, for you to be able to keep and think, oh, I know, I'll just make that. I mean, you could even, if you don't want to do the fabric vase, they would look lovely arranged in a china jug or a glass vase. But nice that you can make the fabric one as well. £9.95. Now, while we're still on the subject of felt, we also have a beautiful felt cushion. Again, look at that. That is a riot of felt flowers.
It is.
It's lovely, isn't it? Beautiful, big, bold flowers. Now, again, these cushions, these sort of big three-dimensional cushions are really in at the moment. You see them everywhere. You go down to, interior stores, home stores, there's a lot of 3D-ness, because obviously you can't really lean against them because you don't want to be flattening them, but this is a centrepiece, isn't it? This is an accent cushion.
Yeah, you wouldn't let your husband lie down and use it
No
for a
chance.
head cushion.
Very nice. You could put it on the bed, be nice on the sofa, but they're everywhere at the moment. And the kit for this, let me show you what you get it, only £22. You have a look at interior stores and see how much they cost full price. Way more. Right, so in the kit, let me just take it all out. This is what you'll get. So obviously full instructions, everything that you need to know to make this. Then you get pink cotton, that's used for the piping cord, zip to go in the cushion back. You've got the plain fabric that's used for the front and the back of the cushion. And then you've got all of these colours of felt. So you've got bright pink, lemon, pale pink, mauve and turquoise to make all the flowers. So you really have got everything. And you've got a little bag as well.
Yeah, I know what's in this one.
We were confused because we couldn't those out. And look, in the little bag are all the little pearls, because if I show you the cushion, in the centre of all of the flowers are these little pearl centres. So you really have got everything. So in this, you've got a bit of hand sewing where you put the flowers together. You've got piping, you've got machine sewing, you've got everything, and the zip.
Yes.
I think £22 for that is extremely good value, because when you think, if you look at the cushion itself, what you're getting to be able to make for £22, you are getting all of the fabric for the front and the back. You've got the zip, you've got the piping cord, you've got the piping. I mean, that's optional. If you don't want to put that in, you don't have to. And then all the felt for the flowers, for such a talking piece. I love that. Glorious. Now, we do have the instructions on their own, so if you do have some of your own felt already, then we do have instructions, and they are here. Just instructions, £9.95. There's the truth. So have a think about which one you want, but that is a lovely make. It's making something very, very unique and quite special as well. Right.
I've got my zip.
Have you got your zip?
Yes,
now?
I've got it. Thank you.
Thanks, Kat.
Okay, so I'm going to sew, it's called a box zip because we're going to sew a box around it.
So the kit for this is £30. It's the code that's on the screen at the moment.
So I'm just sewing within the 1 centimetre that we've left for the seam allowance for the zip. Yeah, it's much easier with the zip foot. I would have struggled with the standard foot.
Well, luckily, like nearly every machine comes with a zip foot, doesn't it? But it is
exactly.
worth to get a little bit closer.
So I just get up to the zip. I'm just going to move that out the way, the pull. Then I'm just going to pivot around that corner. And go back down the other side.
Okay. it's really nice to see this done because quite often we don't have the time to show putting in zips, but it's such an important part of finishing off a cushion.
Well, it is, yeah.
Without that, how are you going to do it? But we don't always have time, so it's really nice to have the time to actually see it happening and how you get around the zip slider and moving it out of the way.
And it's such a nice way to put a zip in as well. Quite straightforward. Okay, so once that's all been sewn, you just need your seam ripper. And very carefully, so you just not to tear the fabric, we're going to find a, there we go, and just open up without going through the stitching at either side of the box zip. Oh, sorry, I'm left-handed. I was trying to do things with my right hand and remember that I'm left-handed.
And then you just undo all of that. Perfect.
And then hidden underneath is your zip.
Magic.
It is.
And then you get that lovely, I think the two-tone look of the back is makes it very designer, doesn't it?
It does, it does. The piping would be the next thing to do.
Yeah, so talk us through the piping.
Okay, so you can see I cut this earlier with a right-handed rotary cutter and no ruler, so to excuse the edges. But I've got 4 centimetre strips, and could you pass me the piping cord?
Yes,
Thank
got that.
you.
Oh, well, you need it from the right kit though, don't you? Otherwise, it's a bit of a fishing kit.
It's actually quite
So
handy.
the piping cord is in the kit?
Yeah. I've joined some pieces together to create one long piece of binding that we're going to cover the piping cord with. And I've got the zip foot already on the machine. All I'm doing is just covering the piping cord.
Okay.
And it's going to get sewn.
Oh, so you're tacking it in to start with?
Yes. So I'm going to tack it in to start with.
Right.
Especially because the velvet's slippery and it creates a little bit more stability when you're sewing the cushion together. So I'm going to create the...
So I guess this is optional. If you don't want to do piping, then you don't have to.
No, you don't have to
But
at all.
it's quite nice. I quite like the velvet piping.
Yeah. And if you've got a piping foot, it does make life so much easier.
Right, okay.
Yeah, the piping foot, the cord would just sit underneath it.
So I think that's, well, I don't know, do some machines come with piping foots maybe?
I don't know if they do.
I have got
The high, yeah.
but I bought mine separately. So
I
it
did.
depends. It's always worth having a look, you know, at these things when we talk about different feet. If it hasn't come with your machine, if you look at your brand of machine, they often have, each of the machines will have their own websites. Well, see if they do that feet, because they nearly always do. And it's amazing, actually, when you do look at all the different feet that you can buy as real. And you might be the sort of person that uses a piping foot all the time, or maybe it's an invisible zip foot that you use all the time, or a roller foot. But it's worth getting the extra ones for specific tasks like this, because it does make a difference.
It does. It makes
like
it...
an invisible zip foot. Brilliant if you put in invisible zips.
The same with the piping foot. It just... It makes it effortless. It makes it no bother at all putting piping in.
Or if you find your sewing machine manuals, sometimes they will list as well what the optional extra feet are.
Yeah.
And you can always check as well, just to, before you buy it, do double check that you've got, because even the different sewing machine makes, the different models will have different feet.
Yeah.
Because you know, it's like you get your machine, it comes with all these feet, you think, I don't even know what half of these are, because I never use them. The blind hemming foot, never used that.
I've never used it.
No, I think you need to be a dressmaker, and then you probably do use it. But if you're not a dressmaker...
I am, and I still haven't used it.
No, but I do a bit of dressmaking, but I think you probably, I don't know. I've never used it. Don't even know what it's for.
No.
But they have all these strange feet. And then if you've got an old machine, they have amazing feet. No idea what that is.
No. Okay. Just going a bit off-piste here. There we go, back on track.
That's because I was chatting to you.
Need to just get that back into, there we go. But like I said, if you did have the foot, you wouldn't go off piece then. You would just keep on going.
Right, okay. But it's worth taking your time to tack it together like this.
Oh, definitely, especially because it's a trickier fabric.
Yeah, but you don't seem to be, you know, we talk about tricky fabrics, it's still going together okay.
Oh, exactly, yeah. It's no bother. Just need to, if you're chatting, just keep your eye on what you're doing.
Yes, don't get distracted.
And the strips, so I just cut 4cm strips and joined them.
Oh, okay.
For the cover of the piping.
And there's all the fabric that's in your kit, there's more than enough to be able to do all of that, to do the back and the front and the pleating and the piping.
There is. Okay. So we've got the piping all created, and then all you would do is once you've created the back, we're going to start, I'm just going to trim that. Leave a little bit, and when you create your piping, leave a little bit open, because when we come to joining the piping at the end, you're going to need that space just to poke the other end in.
Right, okay.
So I'm going to start with this end and just lay it out before I layer the cushions together. So I'm going to start just clipping it in place, so I know that is secured in place before I start.
Oh, okay.
Layering
Right,
up
I see what
the
you
cushion.
mean.
And then when I get to a corner, I'm just going to snip into the corner so that I can move the piping.
Let me just move you up a bit.
Oh,
there you
thanks. So I can move the piping around it. So I get that all laid out. So at each corner, you're just going to snip in to the seam allowance. To manoeuvre around it.
Brilliant. So remember to make those little snips. That's quite useful, isn't it? To get it round, to go around the corner. It's lovely to be able to see all of this process. Don't forget to check out in your kit. It's £30, and that includes all the velvet that you need, the piping cord, the zip, the full instructions, and you can make this, it really is a designer cushion at a fraction of the cost that they cost to buy. Yeah, we've seen it elsewhere, £65, and they only had one colour. This has got two, and one of them's a print. Yeah, that's £65. Didn't come with a pattern. No, can't make another one. Whereas this one, make lots. Velvet's really in, and also these big kind of mad sort of jungly, botanically prints at the moment as well, aren't they?
They are. I think people are starting to be less scared of colour and create
Well, I
new
think what's
accents.
quite nice is that you can have quite a neutral setting, but add the colour with accessories.
Exactly.
With something small, because then you can pick the colours you like.
Yeah.
And you can just have a splash of it, rather than painting the whole wall.
Yeah.
Just have a splash of colour. We have also got the pattern on its own. There we go. £9.95, and that's just the pattern. So if you've already got your own fabric, because you could do this with normal fabric. I mean, it would work really nicely with curtain weight fabric, like upholstery fabric.
Oh, it would, yeah.
Not like super thick. You could do it with quilting weight cotton, to be honest, because it's only pleated. So if you've got the instructions, you could do that. So you just clip it round the corner.
Yeah.
And then what about the join?
The join. So to do the join, I've left some overlap. And where I've left the binding open, I'm just going to trim back the piping cord so that when, there we go, so I can then put this edge of the piping inside, so it joins the piping cord that I've just trimmed back.
Right.
I'm going to fold under the raw edge.
Oh, so you don't have to sew it together. You just
No,
slip
just
it in.
slip
Oh, that's
it in,
quite nice.
yeah. And then, yeah, just take a little bit of time, just making sure you've got that all done nice and neatly. It can be a bit fiddly, but it doesn't take much to get that all together. There we go.
Brilliant.
There we go.
Well, take the time, get this little bit right. But then, because once you've got it all clipped in, then you can... So I guess what you do next is you just put the cushion front on and sew it together.
Yes, so that's all I'm going to do is pop the cushion front on, just readjust the clips that I've just used to hold it all together.
Right.
And then I'm going to use my piping foot at home, because I am going to complete this, because I'm going to have both the cushions on my sofa.
Oh, you definitely have to. And then you just sew it all together.
Yeah, sew it all together, but I definitely want my piping foot because it creates such a nice, neat effect.
So if you don't have a piping foot, you can use a zip foot.
Yes.
Obviously, piping foot gets closer and is easier, but a zip foot will be fine.
Absolutely.
That's brilliant. Thank you so much. Please don't forget to check out on your basket £30 for the full kit with everything, all the zip, piping, velvets, pattern, everything you need, or £9.95 for the pattern on its own. Lovely to see you today, Nicola.
Oh, it's lovely to see
Hope
you
to see
too.
you again soon. Thank you
Yes.
so much for bringing us these patterns and kits. They're
Welcome.
marvellous, fabulous. Other than they having to be great inspiration and really nice tutorial. Lovely to spend the time to go through putting in a zip, doing the piping, joining it, because this is kind of your basic cushion stuff.
It is, yes.
That we don't often have the time to cover. So
No,
really
oh,
nice.
good.
Lovely. Thank you so much. Right, we're going to go for a short break. I will be back with Stuart in a few minutes' time. We're going to be talking about his Blue Skies and Nutmeg collection, as well as his pants. And we've got a very, very special something that we've just got back in that we'll be talking about after the break, so don't go anywhere.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1p&p, with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Noticed. At least it matches.
Absolutely. You look great. You look great. Don't worry about it.
Have we started?
I know.
Oh, sorry. We were just discussing underwear issues. Now.
Hers, not mine.
Yeah,
Just want to
underwear
say.
Now, this has come back.
Yes, this wasn't supposed
me
to be on
about
the
it.
show. It's literally about 20 minutes ago. We got a call to say that Alice Caroline had got back in stock with
Amazing.
Alice's Wonderland sampler book. Now, I launched this with Anna Garrett from Alice Caroline on Saturday. The book sold out. So many of you were disappointed and missed out on the book, and we had no idea when we were going to get it back in. We've got it back in today. We've got limited quantities.
Okay, so what does this book do?
Oh, well, first and foremost,
does it
it is
do?
a celebration of liberty.
Okay, that's a good start.
So if you love your liberty, and I know. So the book basically, in essence, is 100 quilt blocks.
No.
And they start with the simplest. We'll
wow.
go back to some of these pages because they're too beautiful
They're just
to
too
jump
lovely.
past. But it starts with the absolute simplest. If you've never done patchwork before, Amish bar, rail fence, block 1, block 2, 9 patch, block 3, checkerboard, number 4.
okay.
They all finish at 6 inches. 100 blocks, all finishing at 6 inches.
Wow.
10 by 10 in the quilt with sashing. So that's the basic quilt. Now, once you get past strip piecing, basic piecing, you do half square triangles, quarter square triangles, and then you move on to a plique. So there's some curved piecing.
Oh, wow.
And when you get to the curved piecing, you've got how to piece with templates, how to do it as well. Great how-tos. All of the templates are full size. You don't have to enlarge anything. Then you've got a plique. Fusible applique, blanket stitch, straight stitch.
So you really are, you're covering machine piecing, applique, raw edge applique.
And then EPP as well. An EPP as well.
Did you see that cottage one? I love
Well, look, here's the finished layout of all 100 blocks. And then you've also got the borders that you're then going to add on. There's square in a square. There's like a scrappy border. It's absolutely magnificent. But of course, you could use these blocks to make cushions, runners, bags, other
this
quilts.
is what I'm thinking. It doesn't, I'd immediately think, right, I want the whole quilt,
Of course.
But you could use them for all sorts. How big is the finished quilt?
Oh, that's a really, really good question. And I'm going to have a little...
It's kind of double bed size, isn't it?
Very much so, very much so. I'll try and find out before the end. But
I'll read.
also, it starts off... Now, originally, the quilt was a 10-month Block of the Month programme
Oh,
that Alice
okay.
Caroline ran.
Right.
So the patterns, every single pattern has been road tested by hundreds
So you
of
know it's
sewers.
going to work. Brilliant.
And it was based around 10 rainbows. So every month people would get these rainbows and they're fat 16ths of Liberty Lawn.
Oh, okay.
Now, you don't have to use Liberty Lawn. We talked about using Tilda, scraps, solids. Alice talked about, what about a blue version or a red and white version or a
absolutely
pink?
gorgeous.
You know?
Or just anything. Because
Anything,
it would just all go
basically.
together, because that's the
Yeah.
point of it, isn't it? Just anything.
Exactly right. You build your skills. You know, you could make it as like a block of the month. Originally, it was 10 6-inch blocks made each month. You've got all of your instructions as well, of course. So it starts off.
I mean, look at that.
I know.
That is just delicious,
Delightful.
isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's gorgeous.
I mean, she's used all sorts of colours in it. There isn't a colour palette in there, is there?
Rainbow.
Perfect.
That is the palette.
Yeah.
Rainbow.
Rainbow and flowers, and that's it.
But you don't have to. It could be solids. It could be. I
Yeah.
mean, Tilda would
Half
look
of
amazing.
the stock is gone. Other half is in baskets. Get checked out, but can you leave me one? Because I really want this book.
I know.
Did you get one?
I did.
Did you?
I did.
Did you?
Looking at it.
Oh.
And I know I had to
you
go
get
out
it
to my
signed?
car and get this. No, these aren't signed books, by the way. Just to be clear,
got yours signed,
they're
then,
not
shouldn't you?
signed. They're not
yours.
signed.
Would have been
Yeah.
worth more.
Well,
Could have sold it.
look at these though. Some of the applique blocks.
I
are
like
just
that.
Gorgeous.
Oh, look at the Monstera.
I love that.
That cottage one, I like that.
Yeah, the cottage
What
is
number was
cute.
that? That was close to that, wasn't it?
I'll find it. It's a little bit later. There it
Yeah,
is. There's
look,
the
I
little
just
cottage.
think that is delightful.
Yeah.
And look, embroidered smoke coming out the chimney.
Yes, so you can add little embellishments. You can add hand embroidery. You could make the whole quilt by hand.
Liberty strawberries.
Gorgeous, I know. You could make the whole thing by hand. You could hand
That
sew
is-
the pieced blocks.
You could.
Obviously,
couldn't it?
there's applique, which you could do by hand. There's EPP,
Well, you
which
could
you
just
do by
choose
hand.
like the 10 you fancy, couldn't you? And then make them all. Oh, look at that.
Look.
And then you could make them all in different. You could have the cat going both ways.
Yeah, you
and-
could. We could put two cats in that block side by side, couldn't you? Or facing each other.
I mean, this is a
This
book
is lovely
you need.
too. I know.
Oh, hang on, cat standing in front of my message. There we go. I missed out on Saturday, but I've got one today. I'm so excited, Susan, with you.
Oh, Susan,
I
well
didn't even see it on Saturday, and I want one. Hooray! I've got my book. Thank you from Helen. I really want to see all your pictures when you guys make this. We are on double
Wow.
figures. Please leave me one. And
Well
we
done
have
if you've got yours.
way more in baskets. For me, I'd be like, right, I am going to make this, but I'm going to make it from all of my favourite fabrics in my
Yes.
stash that don't even go together.
Well, the thing is as well that right at the start, Alice does say that you need, I think it's 9 inches by 13.5 inches piece of fabric.
Oh, okay.
Right, of each one.
Right.
And some of them that have got asterisks next to them, you need 2. So now that's a fat 16th of Liberty Lawn, which is slightly
Okay.
wider than standard fabric.
Right.
So with regular quilt weight fabric, you would probably need about 9 inches by about, well, it wouldn't be a fat, it's
No, just
still 9 by
13
13 and a half.
So just cut your favourite ones into those pieces.
Yeah, that's right, that's right.
And gather them.
The point is, you don't need much of each
No,
fabric.
you don't, really don't.
Lovely, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous.
That is amazing.
Can you believe the price as well? 100 blocks, hardback.
I am amazed at
20
that. That's
20.
ridiculous, isn't it? That is one that you need to have in your stash.
Yeah, I
Thank you
think
so
so
much,
too.
Stuart. It's a shame
Pleasure.
that one's yours. However, another book that we've got back in stock that is just as lovely and wonderful and is gorgeous. I love this book as well. I haven't actually got one of these.
What?
No.
Everybody
All-
needs bags for life.
I know, and I love this book.
Thank you.
My favourite bag in here.
Go on,
Probably my favourite one.
please.
I can find the page for it. Is not that one.
Okay.
It's the supermarket ones.
Oh, yeah, I
Honestly,
love making the bags for
does
market.
that seem,
First chapter.
Oh, is it chapter
Yeah.
1? Does that sound mad? That That's
Yeah.
my favourite
No,
one.
it doesn't.
I just love them. Those.
Those ones, the
And I
trolley
love that
bags.
photo.
It was so funny.
Did you
I've told
steal
you
the
the story. I had visions that we would probably go to Waitrose.
Obviously.
We would be guests of the manager. She would sit us in her office for morning coffee with pastries.
Yeah.
We'd have a tour of the supermarket. We'd do some photography, and we'd get sent home with goodie bags. Well, that isn't what happened. It was during lockdown. We had to skulk around a supermarket, basically not steal, but borrow one of the trolleys, find the most deserted part of the car park and sort of huddle and take these pictures.
On the white lines.
And the thing, yes, and the thing is as well, that my photographer does not travel light. She's got this massive estate car and there's tables, computers, hoods, you name it. And it's all out there in the car park.
And you're like,
it's like,
look,
we're
we're
not
supposed
exactly
to be
discreet.
doing this surreptitiously.
I thought it would be sort of like almost walking up with your phone and going,
yeah.
and carry on walking. But instead it was like a 3-ring circus. One of many funny stories.
It is brilliant.
Shooting this book, yeah.
This is a great book. Well, we all love making bags.
Well, this is
and
the
this
point.
gives you thought ideas, well, for me, of things I hadn't
Yes.
even thought about.
Really?
Which I love because I love bags.
Well, those
They're
ones
joyous.
as well,
Joyous.
so this is fully expanded, but then what you do, there's a second set of handles. You fold the pretty part down into the bag, and then the second set of handles pops up, and now they fit into a small trolley.
Brilliant.
So whether you use a large trolley or a small trolley, they fit. And basically, it's for those people that scan and shop.
That'll be me.
Yeah.
I'm a scan and shopper.
Or you can
and
have
you can do it on
these-
your phone now as well.
You can. It's a brave new world. So, but you know, you could just make one and take it to the beach.
You could. They don't all have to. But I love the concept of having them all
Ew.
sitting in your trolley.
Well, I started really by thinking, why do we need bags? I mean, but I thought if I can categorise them, then I can do bags.
Yes, I see what you mean. What do we use?
Yeah,
our
what would be
bags
the
for?
purpose?
Shopping.
So I thought shopping, there's one. So
Yeah.
trolley bags and a wallet.
Obviously.
Loved that. Produce bags
Yeah.
that weigh next to nothing.
And better
because we
than
don't want to use plastic.
using plastic.
Well, a lot of supermarkets have got rid of the plastic bags now, haven't they?
Exactly.
Thank goodness. An expanding shopping bag that you can just roll up, tuck in your pocket, and away
Yeah.
you go. Then I thought, let's go to the beach. I need bags for the beach.
Always.
So the convertible tote and towel. So it looks like a tote bag.
That's nice.
It has a zip that runs down the side
Yeah.
and across the bottom. It opens out
And becomes-
into a 6'4" beach towel.
Wow, wow.
And there's a pillow, and there's mesh
Brilliant.
pockets, and then it all zips back up
Yeah.
again.
Perfect.
Splash-proof beach bag.
I
so
like that fabric.
isn't it Makawa?
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah.
Isn't it like they're called? It's gorgeous.
Yeah,
isn't it?
and then you've got a double zip on the front. It's all fully waterproof inside, so you get
Oh,
your book
okay.
in there,
That's
and then
good.
your swim kit and your bits
Yeah.
and bobs in the rest. Or you could take it to the gym.
Can I just say, £12.99?
I know.
Why
It's a
is it
mis-
only
it's a mis- I think it's a
£12.99?
mistake. It's a mistake, but it's been a mistake that we've
Do you
done for a very
feel
long
that's
time.
not the right price.
I mean, it should be £20, and actually £20 for 21 bag patterns is off the charts. Full-size patterns, by the way. Wherever you need a paper pattern, like the hobo, you get full-size
Oh,
paper
wow.
patterns. You don't have to enlarge anything.
And it includes a mysterious mission to the supermarket car park as well. You
Well,
had
there
to
you
risk
go.
life and limb to do that.
Oh, I mean, everywhere we went, we weren't supposed to be there, really. You know, like on the beach, you have to get permission. In the park. You
So
have to
Stuart
get
could have been
permission.
arrested in the making of this
Well,
book.
people kept on, like when we were on the beach, this lady came sort of storming across the beach towards us. Are you photographing? She said. And we were like, yes, yes. I sort of lied and said, oh, I like making bags and I just wanted to take some pictures. And then she pulled out from behind her back 3 bags.
Oh.
She said, I thought so. She said, I love making bags too. I wanted to show you my
Oh my
bags.
God. And you were just
So
thinking, I'm going to
and
be
then it was like,
arrested.
phew.
Oh, that is funny.
Phew. When we were in the park inspector turned up in his van. And I thought, and we were there doing like a full photo, food, wine. I very quickly had to drain the wine glasses so that we could run. So a trip to the beach.
Picnic by the lake.
Picnic by the lake, of course. We were actually
That's
in a
a
municipal
nice
park.
sandwich.
Well, I got to eat that.
Did you? That
I
is
did.
nice. That's proper bread.
And I think there was pink lemonade in there, which I also got to drink.
I've got my eye on that
But insulated
sandwich.
lunch bags, a picnic bag. that has like a coat zip, so you can
Right.
fully open it,
Yes,
fully
yeah.
close it. And
Lovely.
then you've got pockets in the side for bottles, you've got cutlery pockets. You've also got a pocket in there for plates.
Very important. Yeah.
So and
Everything.
And pockets inside as well. A bottle carrier with space
Yeah.
for a snack.
That is a good flapjack.
Well, the thing was, this came out again. Charlie and I did a lot of walking, like a lot of people during lockdown.
Yeah.
And so we used to start. So we very quickly realised we needed a drink. But then we also thought, well, if you're having a drink, you need a snack.
Definitely
us.
need a snack as well.
So there you go. The picnic blanket bag looks
Yeah.
like a rucksack. Pull
That
on the
is-
drawstring and it opens out into a circular quilt.
Gorgeous.
But you could use that for Lego. It could be
Yeah,
a play
that's
mat.
true, actually.
Great afternoon in, crafting.
Yeah, obviously.
It was supposed to be called a great night in, okay? But when we tried to take photographs with it all kind of dark and moody, they looked awful. So that we were like, what can we do? And I said, I've got it. I'll change the title of
exactly,
the
yes, to afternoon.
Rather nice blanket there from Stylecraft.
I just want to say that Stuart's Bag for Life book is brilliant and the diagrams are fantastic. More, please.
Great. I'm
Great.
working on it as we speak.
More
as we
working
speak.
on it. Thank
So
goodness.
a caddy, storage
Nice.
cubes, a knit and crochet
Ooh,
project
lovely.
bag.
Love that fabric. What is that?
That's
fabric?
Kaif.
It's beautiful.
Bit of Kaif, yeah. Roman glass, I think it is.
It works so well with that turquoise.
That's
doesn't
fun,
it?
isn't
I like
it?
that.
That's Tilda.
Well, that's
so
I was-
Kaif and Tilda together.
You see, I was thinking because I couldn't work out whose it was, both of them.
That's a Tilda basic.
Perfect.
And so space for your needles, your hooks, drawstring top,
Lovely.
like a drum really, so you can get all
Yeah.
your knitting or crochet in there.
important.
A sewing machine
Always.
cover. Not
That's
technically a
Kaif,
bag,
do that
but
one.
you know,
It's almost a bag.
it's almost a bag.
It's a
got
bag without a
pockets.
bottom.
It's got pockets.
Yeah.
You carry it. Vinyl zippered pouch.
Nice.
The thing was, I'd got time to experiment.
Meeting in the city.
Yeah, you've got to sometimes go a bit formal.
Sometimes, yeah.
But I thought I've still got to have a bit of cheekiness and personality in there. So I found this gorgeous grey and white fabric
is
that
very
had
nice, actually.
giraffes and zebras and palm trees on
Yeah,
it.
like that.
And then I used Macawa linen texture.
Oh, nice.
So a smart attaché with pockets, a multi-wear city bag.
This is the whole collection in the same fabric. I do like
That's
that
right.
fabric.
I
It's
did
very
each
nice.
chapter in a sort of a personal.
Oh,
and then
okay.
A weekend in the country.
So what fabric is that then?
So that's Philip Jacobs.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
That's
not
amazing.
Cave Collective.
Yeah, so his own. Right.
Snow Leopard.
Okay.
Snow Leopard. So that was fun. And then little organiser.
Nice.
We'll put some toiletries in there, but it
Well,
could
like
be...
your charcoal toothpaste and your proper bamboo tooth. Very, very eco.
Try my best.
Yeah.
Bronzer.
Oh, that's nice, isn't it?
Yeah, a bit of
Don't you do that when you
L'Occitane.
look at things? You never look at that. You go, oh, and what's the fabric?
Pretty.
Interesting.
Toiletry bag. This one looks like a little pouch, but then it opens out and the flap is actually
Oh, clever, yeah.
pockets for your brushes,
Everything.
a zippered pocket for your soap, your whatever,
Nice.
your bits and bobs. And then resources. So you've 21 patterns. And in the back, paper patterns
Yeah.
if you need.
£12.99. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Quarter of the stock's gone. Quarter of the stock's gone. Get it while it's at this ridiculous price.
But I've got a book coming out in September called Quilts from the Country, which is
Right.
quilts. But then next year in the
Yes.
autumn, I've got the follow-up to Bags for Life.
What's it called? Bags
Bags
for
for the afterlife.
Bags for the... Well, I was going to say bags for the life after.
Bags for eternity.
Bags for
No, it isn't.
Bags for the second life.
I couldn't imagine how I was going to... How do you follow on from Bags
Yeah.
for Life? But I did find a way.
Yeah. Ooh.
Dot.
Well, I'm interested. Right, let's talk about Nutmeg,
Blue skies and Nutmeg.
and Blue Skies, because we've got the kit
Yes.
for that.
We've got 2 kits.
It's
in fact.
amazing.
Thank you. Well, essentially, we've got 2 kits, but they're just... Well,
Yeah.
Go on, sorry.
But this is that one, isn't it? And
Yes.
I know because they are the same except for the border.
Correct.
Is that right?
Correct, yeah.
Hooray.
Yeah. So the one that I've got hanging up, the one I made, has got a blue border.
Yes.
So all of the different fabrics from the collection, plus a blue border.
Right. And these is gorgeous. I mean, I can't believe, look at that price. $89.99.
Yeah.
Full quilt. And this isn't just your plain fabrics. is it?
No.
This is your own collection
Designer
of fabrics.
range, yeah, designer range.
I mean, look at it. Look, I've got to get it out. I love this. So this is round the border. I love that. Look at that colour.
So you've got 1.5 meters of that.
Gorgeous.
So you've got lots of that.
So that's used in the some of the patchwork.
Yeah,
and
you use
the
some of the
border.
patchwork. Cut your border strips first.
Right.
Roughly to size. And then you have a little bit left over at the end. You can use that to cut some of the squares and then just use the rest for your squares.
Okay. Then you've got,
Yeah. So this
glorious.
That's in your block.
in your mustard. Is there an order that I should take these out, and does it matter?
The only
what order would
one,
you take
I'm just
them
going to
out?
take that one out, but then for now.
Oh, okay.
But then,
right.
Yeah.
Love this one. That's
Yep.
like your check shirt. Oh, it's a napkin.
Yeah.
Are you a napkin?
Yeah. I love mixing florals with
I
stripes
do.
and plaids.
And I love plaids, and you don't get enough of them, I don't think, in the
no.
world.
And they are woven cotton fabric, exactly the
so
same.
they're proper.
Yes, they're proper yarn-dyed, woven.
Right, okay.
Checks and stripes.
Which means you can actually cut them straight.
Yes,
'Cause
exactly
when they're printed,
right. No chance.
No. Well, let's get another one.
Yes.
They are like shirts or napkins from a posh shop.
Love that ticking. Instruction-wise, you get the garden maze. So this is the garden maze quilt pattern.
So this is ridiculous. So we're getting all of these fabrics. Oh, so 2 spots. Look at the chickens.
So you're paying £80 for the fabric to make a double bed-size quilt, including the binding.
And it's designer fabric as well.
And you also get this multi-stripe, and I've held that back because you get 1 meter of this, because you're going to use some of this in the quilt, and then the rest of it you're going to use for your binding.
Oh, that's quite nice, actually. I love a stripe on a binding.
Me too. So again, I would recommend that you cut out your binding strips first.
Right, okay.
And then use the rest in your blocks.
Okay.
Because you've got oodles of fabric to make the quilt. You'll have lots left over too.
Really?
You're not even going to use every scrap by no means. So
Oh,
if you want to
wow.
make some coordinating cushions or something else, you can. But the important bits, the border, the binding,
Right, okay.
just cut those out first. And that's only because you might have a particular way of cutting your fabrics. You might like to cut the border fabric one way or another, you know?
Yeah, so get that done first. And then you get, I think that's ivory, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Should know the codes by now. You get 2 meters.
Yes.
2 meters of that, and that's just for all the little borders between
That's
them.
right. And then you
And you get the instructions.
Yeah.
To make it.
And don't forget
What
as well,
a price.
Rebecca, that it was the garden maze instructions that I used to make this quilt.
Right.
So if you bought any of the Riley Blake or you thought that's pretty, well, if you get the kit, you've got
Then
the
you've got
pattern too.
the pattern to do
Yeah.
that. And in the pattern, it isn't just for that quilt, is it?
No, so you can see on the front you've got the 4-block quilt. But can I just quickly show you? Here, I put the squares on the outer corners. On the Riley Blake quilt, I put the squares meeting in the centre. Same.
So it's just
doesn't look
turning them round
different.
then?
Yeah. So you get that, but you also get a cushion. You get you get all of these different layouts. So this is 1 block, 4, 12, 20, 30, and 36. And I've shown you different ways that you can lay out
I mean, look
the
at that.
blocks.
So that biggest one, 103 by 103 inches.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So
now, if you bought the mega collection of Riley
Yes.
Blake, you could make that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you could make that.
that would look amazing,
Yeah,
wouldn't it?
yeah. Really,
Really
good,
amazing.
spectacular. That really would look like a garden maze.
It would, it's gorgeous,
With the
isn't it? I
florals.
love that. I think this is most amazing value. So you are getting all of this fabric, all from Stuart's fabric range. You are getting the pattern, which once you've made this, we are on single figures of this quilt kit. Once you've made this quilt, you will use those instructions again. You'll make a cushion.
Yeah.
You think, oh, I'll just make a little lap quilt. Oh, I've got rid of Cape.
The other thing, I don't know if we can see this. This is a tilde quilt that I made.
I love that.
Using garden maze.
And again, you've got a real mix of colours in there.
Yeah,
But it
absolutely.
works.
Yes.
Isn't it?
And yeah, there it is. You know, that just shows you how different it can look as well.
More in baskets than we've actually got. If this kit is in your basket, you need to get it checked out, really, I would say.
Now, I've left this laid out because if you go for the yellow
so we have another
version,
colourway, which is the yellow colourway.
it's that, but instead of 1.5 meters of the blue, you get 1.5 meters
Right.
of the yellow. So that's the only difference.
So the yellow will be the dominant colour going around the
That'll be the
border. So it
border.
depends whether, well, it's not yellow, is it? It's like
a mustard.
Dijon.
If I just grab, I'm just going to grab
Oh, yeah.
a piece
So it
of
depends
fabric.
whether you're a mustardy person. I mean, you've got all of the colours in the quilt, but obviously
right.
the mustard will be more dominant.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But I mean, the only difference in the
Yeah.
quilt will be that it will have a mustard border.
Oh.
So if you want something kind of sunshiny, bit more sunshine. in
God, that's
your life,
hard, isn't it? Completely changes it. I'm a bit of a mustard fan. I think I'd go for that one.
But you still get the same binding fabric.
Okay,
you still get all
that
the other
nice,
fabrics.
the nice stripe.
Yeah,
So it just depends whether you're a blue person or a mustard person.
Exactly
really.
right, exactly right. And I've been promising this quilt kit since the range launched, and we've only just been able to do it.
Really?
Yes.
Was that getting hold of the fabric again?
Yes, exactly right. So it's fabulous that we've managed to get this today. You also, of course, get your 2 meters of ivory.
beautiful.
You also get your garden maze quilt pattern, which, well, you can see I've made so many times. Between me and Joan, we've made this quilt so many times.
Well, I think it's great because
It always works.
Because obviously you get the pattern with the kit.
Yeah.
So get the kit. I mean, £89.99 for a full bed-size quilt.
Yeah. And lots of leftovers too.
And leftovers for cushions.
Yeah, that's right. Simply because, like, actually, for this size of quilt, most of the fabrics for the blocks you need a fat quarter for, but you need 12 of them. You've got 10 fabrics and you've got 1/2 meter. So you've got way
yeah.
more. Do you
Yes,
know what I mean?
yes, I do, yeah.
You do need to use a little more of each one than you would with fat quarters because you'd need 12 and you've only got 10. But, you know, you've got way more than you need. So you'll have plenty
Nice.
to make cushions or...
And you can use the pattern anyway.
Of course.
For all of that. So
Yeah.
that's all in the pattern.
Yeah.
Now, we do also have the pattern on its own, should you want it. It's been so popular. I'm not
Thank
surprised.
you, everybody.
Well, it's because it's amazing value for money. It's £9.99, and well, if you add up how many patterns you're getting, because you get all of this layout.
Yes.
6.
Yes, there's 6 different layouts.
Well, sizes as well, isn't
Exactly, yes. Because you can use this block almost like a log cabin because you've got that movement and that direction in it. So there's loads of other ways that you can play with it. But also, you could make the block a little smaller by leaving off one round
Oh, of course.
of logs.
Yes. Yeah.
You could also, instead of having light and patterned, you could have dark.
Oh, yeah. So,
Imagine
yeah, 'cause
black
like,
or navy or
yeah,
deep
that would look
chocolate.
amazing. I mean, even with this Riley Blake, you could
Yes.
put navy in, couldn't
That's
you?
right, that's
Or
right.
charcoal.
Yep.
I don't know.
Or the other thing you can do with this pattern is that you can do patterned and bright solids, different bright solids.
okay.
Or you could have all patterned fabrics, but thick, thin,
Yeah.
but have them all patterned. So you could really, really play around with this pattern.
Well, this could be like Super Stash Buster. Go
Amazing.
through what fabrics you've got at home.
Such a good
Get rid
scrap.
of the lot.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, on this one, I've used the same fabric on both sides. However, there is no reason why you have
that's
to.
true. Because you only need a bit then, don't you?
Exactly. The other thing is there's no reason if you've got 2 short lengths that you can't sew them together, press the seams open and then cut your log. It's patchwork.
Yeah, exactly.
Or the other thing that you could do is, the other thing I was going to say is you can use jelly roll strips.
Oh, of course.
So if you've got leftover jelly roll strips, leftover binding strips, you can throw them in as well.
Right. Yeah.
a great scrap buster.
Amazing. Message. Hi both. The Blue Skies and Nutmeg fabric is amazing quality. It washes perfectly and feels gorgeous. Thank you once again, Stuart, from Delia. That's really good. Thank you so much for your message, because that makes a difference to, we buy fabric because we love it, but it's really lovely to hear from people who've actually used it and washed
agreed.
it.
Absolutely.
Now, if you've already got the garden maze instructions from a previous show, we do have some Blue Skies and Nutmeg bundles.
Yes.
So we have a 4.5 metre bundle here. So what you're getting here is a 1/2 metre each of these fabrics.
Yes.
The lovely chickens. It's probably has it got a special name, these? Does each print have a name?
No, not really.
No.
Isn't that awful?
Yeah, well, it's...
I know, yes, they should have. I know.
Chicken spot.
I know.
we
Which
call it
came
chicken
first,
pox?
the chicken or the egg?
So yeah, could be. You could just call it what came
Those
first.
are eggs. What came first?
Yeah, or chicken pox.
There you go.
What should we call that one?
Oh, that's woven eggs.
Woven eggs.
Woven eggs.
This is
That's art spots.
autumn harvest moon.
Great, I like that more.
Because they look like that, don't they, harvest moons?
Dad's plaid.
Yeah, Dad's plaid. This is bread basket.
Yep.
I feel
like
that all Waitrose tea towel.
Good. Love a bit of Waitrose, thank you.
Waitrose tea towel. Other supermarkets are available.
Not in my
But not
world.
quite as
Not
nice.
in my world.
Not anything like as nice.
No.
What should we call that one?
Well, I think mustard floral.
Mustard.
Mustard floral.
Yeah.
I'm not very good at names for things. Blue floral, ticking stripe,
Yes.
and then which came first?
Well, we call it ticking off.
Ticking
'cause It
off.
needs to be have a little bit of humour to it.
Good, I like that.
Ticking off.
Janet Clare's very good at
I love naming
fabrics.
Ticking off.
Ticking off.
And then that one's called...
Which came first?
Which came first?
Yes, in blue.
Which came first? Ticking off. Harvest moon.
Yep.
Dad's shirt.
Yep.
Waitrose darling.
Good. The only fabric from the collection, there's 10 pieces in the collection,
Yes.
this is 9 of them. The only fabric that isn't in there is this one, the multi-stripe, and that's because all of the fabric we could get has gone into the kit.
Oh, okay.
So that's the only one you haven't got, but you have got that ticking stripe. And I just wanted to give you a bit of inspiration. So, for example, this cute little bag, okay.
Oh, that's nice.
So a little bit of the floral, got a little bit of the ticking stripe, and a little more here as well. The chicken and egg fabric here. And then inside, I've just done a facing with the floral and then more of the ticking
Oh,
stripe.
that is nice.
And, you know, this bag couldn't be easier. It's just well, it's not even a front and a back. It's one long rectangle that I just, you know, pieced different sections together, okay? Just make sure your chickens are going the right way up.
But if you get the Bags for Life book
Yes.
with this,
Oh, there's loads of patterns in there.
then just think of all the patterns. Just think of everything you could make from the Bags of Life
Well, that's
book.
right. We
in
did
this.
some. We did some lovely pouches. Also, this bag here. Now we've got some smaller bundles, I think, as well. If you want to make the bags.
I like that. That looks lovely on the slide. Let's do the yellow bundle.
And that was
I
just
love
cutting
that on the
Waitrose
side.
tea towel
Waitrose
on the
tea
bias. So you just cut it on the bias.
Yeah.
So you've got the plaid
It looks
going that away.
completely different.
Yeah. Oh. I love this bag, and it's an easy one.
I like
This-
you. Yeah, I love the cheaty clips. They're
Yeah.
lovely, aren't they?
This
the
is just
sparkles?
the essential messenger bag from
Right.
Bags for Life.
Oh, okay. Should we just
Yeah.
check that out?
Yeah, it's a meeting in the city, so it's towards the back, not the last chapter.
No, I know.
the
yeah.
one before.
I know this intimately now.
And our lovely Alice, who's my art director, she modelled.
It's not that one, is it?
There it is. That's the essential messenger
This
bag.
one.
There it is.
There we
it
go.
is.
Look.
But look
How
how different. And all I did with this one, you can see I've done a little bit of rounding on the corners. This one I did
Got
more.
yeah.
Just use a bigger saucer.
Nice quilting.
Thank
Nice quilting.
you.
That looks posh, doesn't it?
All I did there was marked a 2-inch diagonal grid, stitched it once, and then thought, oh, I enjoyed that.
Oh, you
I'll
didn't
do it
twin
again.
needle, it was
no.
just posh. It's very
yeah.
straight.
Well, I can do something straight.
It's very straight.
Thank you. You know, held my nerve.
Yeah, I know. I was
went
thinking
for
twin
it.
needle, Stuart, but no. Just went for it. Anyway,
It was a good day.
it was a good
It was
day.
a good day. I'll have had 2 cups
we
of
have
tea
this
by the time
lovely
I did
little
it.
bundle
Yeah.
featuring which came first. We haven't thought of what we're going to call that one. Yeah.
Floral
Mustard.
mustard and the ticking stripe. These are
And ticking
ideal
off.
if you want to make a bag.
So this, let me move that, otherwise we might get confused. £14.49.
Little bag.
Is there enough there to make that bag?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is there?
Yeah, and to line it.
Oh, and to line
And
it?
to line it, yeah. Yeah, because you need 1/2 metre for the outer.
Yeah.
Well, 2 1/2 meters for the outer gives you the contrast, but you actually only need 1/2 metre for the outer.
Right, okay.
And 1/2 metre for the
So
lining.
that's that whole bag.
Yeah, so you'll have leftovers.
And if you haven't got the book, Pop
Buy
that
it.
in your basket. $12.99. It's been flying today. Well, I'm not surprised because, you know, there's your kit and you've also got another 20 bags that you can make afterwards.
Yes, that's right. And if
Really?
you want to sort of reduce the cost to make, then it has an adjustable shoulder strap. But if you always wear your bag on your shoulder, or always wear it across
Yeah,
your
and
body,
never adjust it
you
anyway.
can do a fixed strap, and then you don't need the rectangular rings or the strap slider.
that's true.
Just sew the shoulder strap directly into the bag. And yes, this is lovely, and it does add a lovely feature. I mean, ours are very economical. I think this is $4.99
I love they
on
are
our
nice,
website.
aren't they?
It's fantastic value. And we've got white. We've got
That's true.
We've got red. We've got a navy.
The
We've got a
green is my
tan.
favourite one.
Yeah.
What should we go with
But you
this?
could miss that out. Just have a press stud.
Yeah, that's true. Actually,
You know?
you don't have to go
Button and loop.
full on hardware if you don't want to.
You don't.
Right, then we've got a bundle of blue fabrics. Oh, actually, you've got a blue.
Yeah, I do. I'll grab the little pouch.
Is that in Bags for Life?
Well, no, because I thought this was too easy.
Too easy.
So there is the vinyl zippered pouch, and all you would do is not put the vinyl in.
Oh, okay.
And all we did was just sewed 5
Yeah, I
pieces
like
of
that
fabric.
striping with it.
Yeah, so you can
So
just
actually-
substitute that.
Yeah, you can make this with that because that
Yeah.
stripe works really well.
It would just be that instead.
Yeah, lovely.
But yeah, out of 3.5 meters, you'd probably make about 4 of these.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can make and sell. You can make and sell.
Brilliant. And that
with
can
patterns
be-
from Bags for Life, all my standalone patterns, and with my fabric as well. Often with licensed fabrics. So obviously they license the fabric, the designs from it. But you're not allowed to make and sell, but you are allowed to make and sell with my
Oh, right.
fabric.
Oh, that's brilliant.
You
yes,
can.
obviously do not
You
sell
can.
the patterns or
No,
the
no,
books.
no,
They
no.
will be slapped hands.
But like if
for
it was
such things.
Disney or Marvel,
Yeah,
you're not
then you
allowed
wouldn't
to
be
sell
able
that.
to. So those are all the books. So we've got the 2 quilt kits.
We do.
We've got all this fabric
Blue
now.
border,
you can,
yellow border. Blue border, yellow
yeah,
border.
blue border, yellow border. I'm definitely yellow border.
Are you?
What are you?
Well, interestingly, I was team blue.
Were you?
Yes, because that was why we did that.
Okay.
But having held the mustard up, I think I'm now team yellow.
Yeah, I think
team
I am.
mustard.
Maybe that's the joy of the thought of the sunshine coming.
If you've got twin beds and you want to make non-matching quilts
Yeah.
that match,
Then that's
do
a
one
good
of
idea.
each.
Right, bag trio instructions
Yes.
next. So if you've just stuck up on your Blue Skies and Nutmeg fabric and you, lovely photography on this, I sort of recognise that wallpaper.
I know, it's in our green room. Ben, our producer, did the photography.
Did he?
Yes, because I was at home in
actually not
Yorkshire.
bad,
It's good.
is
Have a
it?
look on the back, it gets better. Look at
Ooh.
those. Hello.
I can't believe he didn't insist his name was put on their photography.
He did, and I just said no.
No. No, he said, no, shut up and sit down.
So this...
It looks very nice there, doesn't it?
Yeah,
That was after they
yeah.
decorated. Would have looked nice before they decorated, to be honest, would it?
No,
It's
it wouldn't
horrible
have
in
been
there.
as nice. So,
So what do we get in this set of instructions that's only $11.99?
So you get 3 different bag patterns. So you get
Right.
this one, okay, which I've put a twist lock on. You don't need to. You could put a tongue lock. You could put a magnetic snap. You could put a button and loop. But and then you've got this lovely open space. Now on this one, the edges are pinched in and then stitched, almost like a dart. Do you
Right,
see?
right.
I've also done a version of this bag, although it's a hack rather than in the pattern, where I've put 2 magnetic snap here.
Oh, so that
So
it
you
can,
can open and close.
And what's in your bag?
Or you can just leave some yarn.
Is there
Just some
knitting?
yarn.
Knitting?
Well, it's only stuffed with yarn.
Oh.
It's not actually my
I thought maybe it
knitting.
was your knitting.
No. Now, on this one, I've used these plastic
I
handles.
like those handles.
But have we got the...
We've
like-
got these
yeah?
handles.
Have you got like a tan pair or sort of brown?
Well, I'm thinking that colour or that. Which one would you like?
Go that
That one?
This would look really nice.
Yeah, that would actually. Have we got those, Benjamin?
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we've got those. Actually, let's just try the tan.
And one, hang fire. Oh. Tricky.
Brown
Brown and tan.
Lovely.
This is brown coming in, which is that one. Well, you see, now if you were making this bag in Blue Skies and Nutmeg, see?
So,
nice.
Yeah. Oh, very nice.
Nice.
Very, very horse and hounds.
Oh, very yeah. Country living, darling.
Country living.
Country living. Country living in Waitrose car park.
Yes.
Yes. We've also got them in black.
Very nice in the black.
Nice in the black, because that goes with everything. And we have them in the red.
Yeah, different style.
But these are different because these are like, they're
you
sort
just
of
don't have the
sewing
extra
in.
metal wear. They're all hand sewn, but these ones have got like a little metal extra bracket, and
See,
those
now
ones
you
go
could
straight
have
in.
these with the blue.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Look at that. Love a bit of blue and red. Look
Yeah.
at that. Look at that.
Ooh. So yeah, so you
Right,
get
so
that
what were the other
bag,
bags? We talked
and then
about
you get
one bag.
this one, which I thought was a really good kind of like general like stuff bag. So you've got big pockets on the outside, and then you've got nice roomy interior. So a nice general bag. And then you also, I haven't got it here, I've got it at home, but you also get a sort of like traditional knitting or
That is a
crochet
proper-
bag
yeah,
with
that's
circular
lovely.
handles that kind of opens
Yeah.
out so you can get in. So 3 very different bags. I really wrote it because we'd got some beautiful plastic and acrylic handles. And I wanted to show how to use them. But for example, the knitting bag that's got the circular handles, you can get some nice rope, knot it, like thread it through, knot it, and then pull it back round so the knot's inside. So you don't, if you can't get circular, I mean, they're easy enough to get. We sell lots of them. But if you can't or don't want to, you can add fabric handles, you could add leather handles, you can mix and match.
My batteries are gone.
Excuse me. But that's the trio, and you get the patterns for all 3 bags. All 3 bags. It's all included there. So a range of skills, a range of styles, and
I know, it's an amazing
really
price,
adaptable.
$11.99.
Yeah.
For 3 bags.
3 bags.
So you should have put those in 1 per pattern.
Well,
But it's a nice gift for
I
you.
think it's
a,
nice,
It's a
yeah.
kindness.
yeah, because the thing is as well, these are all bags that you can make. None of them took me more than a day
No.
to make.
Well, it's
even
lovely.
with lots of
And also,
quilting.
it encourages everyone to make bags.
Yeah,
Which
yeah,
is a good thing.
I'm passionate about bag making.
Always.
It's fun. And also as well, it's a real like quick fix. If you get that little itch that you need to scratch and you think, oh, I really want to sew something, start to finish, I don't want to spend a fortune. It's 2 or 3 half meters of fabric and maybe a bit of metalware, and boom, you've got this gorgeous
I know, and it's
usable
really
bag.
worth it.
You can never have too many.
Never. I've got loads of them. Right, now we've also got the fabric by the half metre as well. Right, we've got to be quick because it's limited. Not we've got to be quick, you've got to be quick because some of the fabrics are very limited. And there are 9 different fabrics. Now, as they don't have names, we just have to guess.
It's easy, we can do it.
Right, go on
We can
then.
do it.
Everything that was in the bundle. So let's
Start
start
with
with blue
floral.
flowers. Ready, go. There's only half a metre left of that, $4.99. That's amazing price.
$4.90, I know it is, isn't it? And it's pure cotton, it's
sorry,
lovely.
on the mustard flower.
Yep, mustard floral.
$4.99.
So this is it in action.
Lovely. It's a lovely mustard as well. It is a browny mustard rather than a
Yeah.
yellowy mustard.
Yeah, nice and rich. Blue chickens.
Blue chicken. Why do you just have to cluck, don't you?
I love the sound they make when they're actually laying eggs.
What is that
It's so
sound?
cute. Well, you can really hear them. They're like, it is that kind of.
Oh, do they not go?
No, they don't go. Oh, oh.
If I was a chicken laying an egg, I'd be going.
Oh.
Do they have that facial
Can we
expression?
screenshot that? Do it again. Do it again. What would you do? What would you do?
I'm not. So they go. Well, it's obviously not that much of a
And I
problem.
say to
is
Charlie,
it?
oh, there's another egg. I'll go and collect it, and off I trot.
So it's obviously not a forcing procedure then for
Oh
them.
no, it's ever so quick.
Must be.
There we go. Brown chickens. And it's that lovely, warm, kind of cocoa brown.
Yes, I'd go for that.
Milky cocoa
Latte?
brown. Yeah.
Latte?
Bit dark for a latte.
Bit dark for a
Mocha.
latte.
Mocha.
A mochaccino?
Mochaccino.
A mochaccino.
Well, if you're
Doesn't really go with
buying...
chickens, though, does it? Mochaccino. I don't.
Ticking off?
Ticking off next. Yes. There we go.
A good ticking off.
When you do your next range, just give me a call.
I will.
Naming fabrics.
Oh, but I love how Janet Clare names hers, whatever the weather, and
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
fancy that and things
Yeah,
like that.
that's what you need to do. I think you.
Yeah.
I think you have it within you.
She's very clever. She's very clever.
There we go.
But again, that's a woven stripe. It's not printed. It's the
No,
same
and
on
that's
both
lovely. And
sides.
because you can actually cut along the lines, and particularly when you're doing strips, if
Yes.
you want handles, you can get it right.
You can. Yeah.
I think you look ridiculous, Ben, in trousers made from that. Ben says he
Again,
wants trousers.
this is...
Lovely. Cut it on the bias.
Yes, to avoid having to worry about matching, I just cut the sides on the bias.
Sometimes you do get, in your next collection,
Yeah.
print it on that.
Actually, my Christmas collection has got a plaid.
Because
and
I've
it's a
seen the
diagonal.
odd one printed like that, and it's a pleasure to see.
It's a diagonal,
Also,
yeah.
I like to see a stripe printed that way as well. So if you
Oh,
could do
yeah,
that.
diagonal stripe.
Yeah.
That's nice.
It doesn't happen
That's
very
nice.
often.
Yes, I know I can't this time, but I will keep it
Could
in
you?
mind. Yes.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Anything for you. Anything for you. And then Dad's plaid.
Dad's plaid.
So
Yeah,
I did
that's
actually.
lovely.
I was very much inspired by one of my dad's shirts.
Oh, it definitely is Dad's plaid.
Yeah. My dad loved the shirt so much he had two of them. Really? Two exactly the same.
Did
Exactly
he? Did he
the
buy them at the
same.
same time or
I'm
one
not
to replace?
sure. I'm not
He just
sure.
had two the same.
But dads are adorable, aren't they?
That's
Dads
brilliant.
are adorable. But then I've just done the same. I found this lovely linen shirt that's available in 5 colours, so I bought all 5.
Well, no, that's fair enough, I think, because they don't look like the same shirt, do they?
No, not really.
No.
There we go. That's the last
lovely.
one.
Ah, yes, so the last thing we have is a complimentary, as in not free, but matches with, bundle of solids. I saw it earlier.
Yeah.
Kat, where's the
haven't got it
complimentary
here.
bundle gone? Have we lost it?
Oh.
We had it. We did have it this morning.
I could so easily just be sitting on it. No, it's not there. It's a mystery.
It's a mystery.
Oh, it's
a mystery.
Yeah.
That is very strange, isn't it?
It's strange.
Well, anyway, there is a complimentary fabric bundle. There's a picture of it on screen.
Yes.
A half a metre of each of the fabrics that Ben has chosen
Yeah.
personally to
Yeah.
go with the collection. So it's a way of you making Stuart's glorious fabrics go that little bit further.
Yes, and also as well, you'll see on things like the garden maze quilt, having that solid just allows the fabric somewhere to sort of the eye to rest and, you know, just a little frame. And it's rather lovely.
It's not in a bag, is it? There is that chance. Oh, it's in here. It's in
Is
here.
it?
It's in here, Stuart.
There's
Look, I
souvenir
found
here.
it.
Oh, I love it.
found it.
I love it. So this is lovely. What I'll do, I'll just keep the fabrics close by.
Yes, then we can
because
see.
it's nice to be able to see how well they go.
Yes.
If I leave those there. All right.
Lush.
And then you have got, do we know what the colours are?
Well, I think that's biscuit.
Biscuit,
Let's have a
natural
guess.
seeded cotton.
Yeah.
Oh, beige.
Oh, that's beige.
Not biscuit.
That, gold.
Gold.
Gold. Copen.
Cadet.
Rubbish. And chambray. Got
Chambray.
one right.
Yeah. So that I couldn't.
Yeah,
that-
perfect.
I couldn't have done that better myself.
That's lovely. That is gorgeous, isn't it? Beautiful.
Yeah. Couldn't really have done
So
that
it
better
could be like
myself.
little bindings, linings.
Well, the thing is, you could
straps.
do, yeah, but you could also do the garden maze quilt, and rather than having all of the thin logs in the cream or the ivory, you could mix and you could put these in.
Yeah, that's true, actually. Yeah, that would look really nice, wouldn't it?
Or if you were making the bags, for example, just to be able to put a little bit, maybe a binding, maybe a little bit on the pocket
Yeah, because I
top.
think that it does make, like you say, the rest of the fabric
Breaks it up.
breathe
Yeah.
more. And if you don't want to have it in the lining, then put one of these plain ones, because at least they go with it.
Yeah, that's right. And I've just recently, I've just done a bag and it has a flap on like this. And I did fine covered piping cord that I inserted into the seam.
Really?
And if
Oh,
you've done
that's
it a couple of times on a cushion, it's ever so easy to do. It wasn't difficult at
Did you
all.
use a piping foot? We were just talking about those earlier with Nicola. Or did you use a zip foot?
I used a zipper foot, but I have an adjustable one. So if you get the Brother FS250
Right.
FE, that has a fully adjustable zipper and piping foot. So you can move the position so the needle is...
So not rather than a foot that's got just the one hole,
Right.
but that it will really shove. Oh,
Yes.
okay.
So I know with a piping foot, you've actually got a hollow that sits on top
Yes,
of the
yes.
piping. And that's a surefire way of doing it. But yeah, it works really well.
Okay.
And the piping round the edge of the flap just looks the business.
No, it does. Well, it takes it up to that next level, doesn't it?
I should be piping everything from now on.
I think you should.
Everything.
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 If it moves,
Mrs. Mills, pipe.
the chickens.
Pipe.
Piped.
We're gearing up to celebrate Mrs. Mills's birthday, you know.
Are you?
She's
Have you made-
21 in June.
Have you made her a quilt?
I've made her many quilts.
Oh.
And that's the equivalent in cat years of being 100.
Wow.
100.
That's old. Isn't it?
That's old.
Old. That's quite impressive.
That is quite
actually.
impressive.
Right, we're just going to recap the glorious quilts. So
Thank you.
the blue one, I don't even know which colour. I think you've got the blue one, I've got the yellow one, because I think that belongs to that. There are
Yes.
3 of the blue one. Can we just show the blue quilt again, please? In fact, I'll go and stand next to
Oh,
it.
cool.
I'll do blue.
All
Right, this is the glorious blue quilt. Now, the difference between the blue and the yellow one is this one has a blue border and the yellow one has a yellow border, funnily enough. But it's
Goodness,
other...
fair myself, yeah.
But other than that, all of the fabrics inside are the same. I guess you can choose which fabrics you use for wear.
Yes, you absolutely can.
So you could choose whether type, because you've put the floral centres.
Yeah, that's right. But also use some of the floral in
Oh,
the
and you
blocks.
want to-
So if
yes.
you wanted to change the emphasis, you
If you wanted
could.
to go chicken emphasis.
Yeah, you could do that, absolutely. The other thing just to keep in mind is when you're using your logs is that obviously there are shorter logs, there are longer logs. Don't use the same fabric for all the long logs.
Right.
You'd have enough.
Yeah.
But I think it would really pull the eye.
I see what you mean. So these big like L's, if they were
Yes.
all the same fabric, it would be
Yes.
too much.
Personally, I think
Yeah.
so.
But this one obviously has more of the blue because you need that for the border. Now, how many have we got left of these, Ben? 3. That's all. And we have 22 in baskets. Remember, the kit has the instructions, all of the fabric. Not only that, you've got 6 different quilt instructions in there, which is loads, isn't it? 6 different instructions. Now, quilt number 2 is yellow. I don't like to call it yellow because it's mustard.
Mustard.
It really is mustard.
Yeah. Or like a sort of field of corn.
Yes.
And this range of fabrics
Are you
really
taller than me?
came out of time on the farm.
Oh, okay.
And it was really that sort of getting back to nature, getting outside, letting the sort of stresses of the world kind of blow away in the breeze, and I don't know, feeling the warmth of the sun on your face.
Well, it is. It's
and
lovely, warm, isn't it? And the
good
things
for the
like the
soul.
dad's plaid that you've
Yeah.
got there, it feels country, doesn't it?
Yeah, it was about feeling cosy and
Yeah.
safe, I suppose, at home, cooking in the kitchen, dad's shirts,
Yeah,
chickens
chickens
outside.
plucking about.
Yeah, you know,
Eating
the sun
eggs.
shining.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
Exactly that. Exactly that. And,
So-
and whether that's your lifestyle
Doesn't
or
matter.
not, it's good for everyone's soul.
It is.
Really.
So how many of the mustard colour one have we got left? Only 7. And 19 in baskets. So my advice to you would be get it checked out
Honestly, Bex, I think when this is gone, it's more or less gone. I had a kind of report from the fabric company the other day, and there are lots of these fabrics now that are sold out, and they'll never be reprinted. This is it forever.
They never do that. I mean, I understand that because, you know, they need to bring out new fabric
I've designed loads of ranges since then. You know, they've yet to come out, but
it is always a shame when you've got something that people love and it's gone. So when it's gone, and also because this is a kit, this isn't just your half meters, this is a kit. Once it's gone, it's gone.
Yes,
so
that's right.
Do get it checked out, and I think at $89.99, it's got to be worth it.
Yeah.
It's got to be worth it, hasn't
Yeah.
it? Right, we have got some of the bundles to go through as well. So if you want the big bundle, this is the big, which has got everything but the yellow.
No, the only thing that's missing.
It hasn't got.
One, it should have the yellow. It's gone walkabout somewhere.
What have we done?
There it is.
We've lost it all.
Yes. The only thing that's not in here is the multi-stripe.
Right, because it's in the.
Because
it's in the kit.
That's the only one that's missing. Because you know, you get a lot in the kit for the binding. So you get your yellow floral, your blue floral,
and it's
half
a
metre
metre of each of these.
You get your blue chickens, your brown chickens. You get your ticking stripe, your gorgeous tan plaid, your dad's plaid in blue. You get your, what did you call that? Harvest Moon.
I feel those lines across it is sort of Harvest Moony.
Little woven eggs. So those are the fabrics that you get.
Nice.
And yeah, easy to use, easy to sew. It's all 100% cotton. Lovely Delia messaged in earlier on. She's used it, washed it.
Yeah, and that's really good to know because you know you never do have you make a quilt, you put it in your machine, and cross your fingers.
We do.
Well, I always do.
But having said that, we spent such a lot of time developing this range.
Right.
It ended up actually being really, really late to everybody, and that was because we wanted to make sure that everything was perfect. Yarn dyed woven plaids and stripes, you know, they've got to be right. The colours actually between what's printed and what's woven has got to be right.
And it does make a big difference
Yeah.
having these because you get a lot of printed stripes and plaids and it's not the same.
No, but if you are going to use any of these for dressmaking, they're the same inside and out. So if you're using it for a shirt, a blouse, something like that, a bucket hat for the summer, picnic baskets, beautiful. Bags, children's wear. I have got a couple of gorgeous little dresses made in these.
Do you look nice in them?
Really pretty. And then a pair of dungarees in this. And a little shirt in this.
Oh, gorgeous.
So for children's wear, it's adorable. That's kind of scaled
that's
down.
So cute.
It's really cute.
I can imagine you egg collecting.
And it's that with the dungarees.
That's beautiful.
Oh, I always wear dungarees on the farm. And it was so funny. I went to the supermarket wearing it. And the lady who was working in there, she said to me, she said, you look so cute in your outfit. I said, it's very kind of you. I said, I've actually been doing some work on the farm this morning.
You went, I've just come straight from a photo
It was a bit like that, I think. I think she thought I was just wearing it to look cute. But I was very kind of her.
Fabulous.
I'll take any compliment these days. Anything.
Just go with it.
Anything.
Right, if you've got, I think we're running out of time. If you've got anything in your basket, please do check out. Bags for Life has almost gone. The 2 kits, single figures. So you do need to get checked out. I think the blue one's actually gone by now. Oh, 1 left. And don't forget, have we got any of the Alice Carolines left?
No, I would have thought so. Have we?
No? No?
The other thing,
Sorry.
don't forget, is if you love the Riley Blake,
Oh, good point.
this is also garden made.
Yes.
So if you fell in love with this quilt earlier and you want to know how to make it, it's the same pattern as Blue Skies and Nutmeg quilt.
Yes, so don't forget, you
grab
need the
the
garden...
That's
You
it,
need
the garden
that
maze.
pattern there, the garden maze quilt. Anyway, you've got to rush. You've got a train to catch.
Yeah.
Rush.
It's Birmingham, and I'm back
When are you
on
back?
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
Wow.
With loads of lovely guests, loads of great projects to
Nice.
share
You've got
as
a busy
well.
week, you have.
Yes, and we're hoping, I can't promise, but we're hoping to get the gorgeous yarn that I used for the shawl that sold out really quickly on I can't remember when. We're hoping to get that back by the end of the week.
Brilliant.
So I'll keep you posted.
Okay, thank you so much, Stuart, and we will see you soon. I'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere. It's Monday. It's Yarn Lane. Mandy Cameron is with us from Wool Couture, and we've got some amazing children's more sort of toddler knitting and also blankets as well. Absolutely gorgeous. You are going to love this collection. I'll see you back in a few minutes' time.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your App Store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1p&p, with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your App Store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items, you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4, or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with Split Pay. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Yarn Lane. Hi, Mandy.
Lovely to be back.
Lovely to see you
Yes.
again. So we are knitting for children today.
We are, yeah, for your toddlers, you know, sort of, well, even babies with blankets, but mainly 2 years to
Right,
about 5,
okay.
I think.
I don't know what to start with, but I'm going to feel like I need to start with the jumper because I love the jumper.
It's lovely.
Now,
lovely colours.
we have got this available in different sizes. So talk to me about this yarn is super
well,
duper soft.
It is a new yarn.
Right.
From Wool Couture. It's called Little Merino. Little
Okay.
Merino. It is 100% merino, as is the
Yes.
and it comes in a 50-gram ball, 65 metres on each ball. You can hand wash
weight
it,
is
dry
it?
it
Is
to
there
that.
double
It's
knit?
Aran yarn.
Oh, it's an
It's
Aran.
weight. So standard with Aran, it's about a 5mm
Right.
needle, 5mm hook.
It is super soft. So this is where you can get wool for a child that really is not going to itch.
It's not going to itch at all.
And
it's,
look
yeah, they're not going to get too hot. They're not going to get cold.
No, this is beautiful. This is the sort of jumper that you knit a child and then it gets passed down and
Yeah,
down
it's-
and down and
it's
down.
their
and down.
favourite.
And it's
You're-
their favourite. It's
Yeah.
beach hut, isn't it?
It is.
It's like
Yes,
a
I never
beach
thought
hut.
of that.
It's gorgeous.
Yes, it's lovely.
Now, we've got kits in various different age ranges. So I will show you one of them. Can I have one of these kits, Kat? Where are they? Pardon. Sorry. Oh, they're all in the front. Got it, right. Let me just go and get one. Oh, no, it's a beautiful display. I'm not even going to touch it. Look at that lovely display. So, this saves me to... So, you get all of these yarns. So, you get 3 of the cream, 2 of the navy. Is that one called... Is that red or coral?
I think it's called Poppy.
Poppy. And then I love that kind of aqua blue.
That one I know is called Teal.
And you get 3 needles.
You do.
And obviously the pattern. And it comes with the little buttons as well that go across the shoulder.
Are they there?
Yes.
Oh, then they
So
do.
they must be in it,
Yes.
mustn't they? So that's the kit for that one. Now, this is for age 2. Age 2, $34.99. So obviously different ages, different amounts of yarn, but this is for the age 2, £34.99. So you are getting free knitting needles worth £6. Now remember, this is a merino yarn. It's got a lovely stretch to it, so it's not going to be that kind of stiff jumper. This is the sort of child, if you had one of my children, the little one, well, he's not little, he's 21 now, he couldn't wear anything.
No, because
he was so fussy.
him.
Well, it's not he couldn't, he just wouldn't. Everything had to be soft and comfy, and
Well,
he would have worn this.
Definitely super soft.
And what
Super
I mean,
soft.
what a
It's
beautiful thing.
It's gorgeous. I mean, look at the give in it as well.
Yeah,
you
it's
know?
lovely.
So even though you say it's a 2-year-old,
It will.
kind of,
It'll move
yeah.
with them.
And they will love this once it's washed and worn and washed.
Oh, I think it's it's gorgeous. It's perfect as well for this time of year, isn't it?
It is.
When they've come out of the sea.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a mischief jumper as well.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, yeah, it is. Yeah, and it's also very, very much unisex. Now we've also got the same kit for age 3. There we go. So obviously different quantities of yarn because it's a bigger size. £44.99. Remember that includes. So that's got everything you need. So it's got the pattern, 3 needles, not 3, 3.
Yeah.
And the buttons, the coconut buttons as well. £44.99. Then we have it in size 4, well, age 4. Age 4. Now, if you've got any questions about the patterns or the kits or anything, do message us in because Mandy will know the answers.
I would like to.
Or we'll find out the answers, to be fair. £44.99. Gorgeous. And the last size is age 5. So you get 2, 3, 4 and 5. And obviously the different sizes have different quantities of yarn in them. Glorious. So that is the jumper. Now, should we do the cardigan next?
Yeah, because I actually like the cardigan.
Yeah, I love the cardigan.
I think,
look at this. If I put it on the table, it'd be too high, so I'm just going to hold it there like that. So the cardigan features. So what is this colour? Is it actually called orange, or has it got a cooler name than that?
I think it is just orange.
It's got your orange sleeve, and then the front.
Citrus orange.
Citrus orange, and then you've got this.
The teal.
The teal.
Yeah.
There's stripes on one side, the sleeve, and then the back is teal. So that is quite cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think that's really cool. Striped cardigan.
Like the randomness of the blocks.
Yes.
Type thing.
So you've got a bit of plain, you've got a bit of striped. I want one of these.
Yeah. But you know, even down to using the orange yarn to sew the buttons on.
Yeah.
It gives it that pop out.
It is gorgeous, isn't it? So I've got the kit here. Now in the kit,
I'll hold this then.
obviously you will get the different quantities of yarn, it lists it, but you will get the citrus orange, the teal,
and the cream.
And the cream, and free needles.
Yes,
and I
as
imagine
ever.
you must get the buttons as well.
Yeah, you only get them free on Sewing Street.
So, age 2, £34.99. If you want to see the individual yarn quantities, they are listed on our website. So when you go onto the product details, if you want to see the individual ones. Age 3. It is lovely, isn't it? How lovely is that? Age 3. I love the mixture between the teal and the orange.
I do.
It's cool,
I do.
isn't it?
I'm drawn to orange just lately.
Yeah,
I really
and it
am.
works really well. I want to knit that one. When did they do it in my size? Do you think I'll fit into an age 5?
I don't think it'll take long.
Age 4. Age 4. And once you've bought the kit, you've got the pattern, you can then use your own yarn to knit even more of them.
You can.
Age 4 is £44.99. And remember, it's 100% merino yarn. So it's super soft. It's not scratchy. It's not itchy. It's just beautiful.
Thermoregulating, which is that hot-cold thing.
Yeah.
When you're hot, it keeps you cool. When you're cold, it keeps you warm.
And it is gorgeous.
So for kids, it's brilliant.
So it's not going to be like your itchy. This is going to be the kids' favourite cardigan. And then last one, age 5. Gorgeous. Right, let's do a blanket next because I fancy doing a blanket.
Ooh. You need to tuck that one
I'll
up
put
to
him
go
back there.
there.
So I love this blanket here. Look at this one, the patchwork blanket. Oh, let's just move him out of the way. There we go.
Do you want me to
Perfect.
Take this one down.
No, I I think.
It's not clipped. It's just weighted.
Oh, okay. There we go. Let's show you this now. Isn't this gorgeous? This is like your. Then you can see it like that. It's like your favourite blanket, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's called the Toddler Bright.
This is perfect for toddler, new baby.
Yeah.
You could use it as a mat when you've got a new baby to lie it on. You can use it to put on the pram.
Yeah, like I was just going to say, over the buggy, over the car seat. Even if you're carrying the baby in the little cradle that they have.
Oh, that's, all that. I mean, lovely. Wouldn't that be a lovely thing to take the baby home?
The brightness,
the bright is
colours.
gorgeous. Now, the great thing about this is you can personalise it as well.
You can.
So where is the... Because Kat's put
that
them
one
all...
is probably here.
Is that one there?
Yeah.
Yes, so she's put them all here. So you get all of the yarns. It's called the Toddler Bright Blanket. Now you get two balls each of natural cream, citrus orange, peony pink, poppy red, citrus yellow. And then you get one ball of dream and teal. The needles come in the kit, and you get a wide eye needle, which is the sewing needle.
Yep.
Now, you can then stitch whatever you want on there, can't you?
I mean, it hasn't given you
but you can
just suggestions here, but all you've got to do is trace something or just outline something, and you're there. You just have it over.
Well, I love the fact that you can have them striped. You could turn the stripes either way.
Absolutely.
You can stitch, because these are stitched on top.
Yes, they are.
They're not knitted in, so they're stitched on top.
They're just stitched on top, so it can be anything you like.
So you can put a letter on, you could put letters in each of them, but what a lovely thing.
See,
now remember...
my daughter would probably go L-U-C-Y.
Yeah, that's true.
What have you, you know.
They are, and it's got that, because it's patchwork, it's got that real lovely handmade look.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the key things as well, along with the different stitches as well. All these projects today, by the way, are all easy.
All easy peasy.
Down to easy.
So this is something someone who is new to knitting could knit for a child or baby, isn't it?
Yes, and because you're doing it in the squares, then it's very easy. If you've got an hour somewhere, then you can do a little bit as you go along.
That's true.
You'd start with your plain garter stitch as your beginner. You'd probably go on to the stripes, then you'd go on to your seed stitch, and that's it.
It is glorious. So the kit is here. Can you see the kit? Oh, so I'll move it. There we go. There's the kit. So you've got all of those balls, and you get the needles, and then you get the pattern that comes with it as well.
And it shows you how to do this chain stitch for the embroidery as well. Once you've decided if you want to put anything on at all, you can put the family name on.
Yeah, that's true. Or nothing at all.
Nothing at all, or just do it on one of the blocks.
Entirely up to you.
Yeah,
just $59.99. Yeah. I think that is gorgeous.
Now, all these designs today as well are new to the Wool Couture.
Oh, they're all brand new. Cool.
And they're new to Sewing Street, so they are new projects.
Brand new. Right, we've also got another blanket. Another one. Right, this is beautiful. Really beautiful. Bobbles. It's got all bobbles, isn't it? I have to take all the little... These clips are great for keeping on the shelf. But isn't that, let me show you like that. Oh, well, it looks lovely in that picture, doesn't it? So it's like little rows of bunting, isn't it?
Oh, I never thought of that.
That's what
That's really lovely.
It's like little rows of bunting.
Yeah, it's very textural.
I love the way it's called the bobble blankie. So it is like the little blanket that a child has that just has to take everywhere with them. It's
absolutely
soft.
And they would be able to grip.
Yeah.
You know when you've got sensory.
Yes, because it's lovely to...
You just want to...
And the bobbles, they're knitted. They're part of the knitting. So they're not sewn on, so they're nice and safe.
Knitted in as you go along. I've got a demonstration for
okay.
that. But yeah, it's very easy to do. It's still knit and purl.
Oh, right, okay. $39.99. So you get everything that you need to make it. And isn't it beautiful? Again, merino, it's super soft. Yeah. This is such an unusual thing. If you know someone who's having a baby or you don't know what to get them or your next door neighbour's granddaughter or something, no, it's such a unique gift.
Well, I think it is, yes. You can... manipulate it however you want. If you want a thicker border, you can do that. If you want, you know, if you want a stripe without bubbles, you can do that. You can, you know, you can do whatever you want with this. But I think as it is, it just gives you that. It's just the right size for, like you say, the pram, the stroller, car seat, and just for them to have as their comfort.
So the kit for this, obviously you get the full instructions. Now the finished size, just so you know, remember it's all merino yarn, is 24 by 22 inches. And it is super soft. So the merino sheep is just an extremely soft yarn.
Yeah.
It's got a long, what's it called? Fibres, so they lay flat, so they're very soft.
Right.
What are they called? Well, I think with cotton thread there is a fibre, but they lie very flat, so they're extremely soft.
Right. Okay. They last.
They're not. I think it's all to do with hardiness. The less hardy the sheep, the softer the yarn.
I know they're out in all weathers, so. You know,
but they are very, very soft.
And it's biodegradable, so if you know, the fleece up from the sheep, if it was in the land, it would biodegrade.
So the thing is, when we think of itchy things, it's probably because we were wearing like
it's so soft.
Some of those really itchy Jacob sheep, which are really itchy sheep. But the merino is very soft. So you get 5 balls of cream. I'll have to pick this one up. Oh, Kat's joined it all together with the needles.
Now you've done it.
So this is the kit. So you get 5 balls of the cream, and then you get the navy and the poppy and the teal, and that makes all the stripes. Isn't that lovely?
I just think it. I can't.
Oh, we've got a message. I have a 6-year-old grandson and a 3-year-old granddaughter.
Perfect.
Fantastic. Well, these are absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect. I think you're going to have to knit them a jumper each.
Absolutely, yes. And then even if they had the blanket, it's just nice to have that around.
Yes.
Even if it's on the arm of the sofa, because we are quite tactile creatures.
Yeah, I think it's lovely.
And it's so soft.
And I can just imagine, you pop that over the car seat as well. That's a lovely, isn't it? Or over the pram, and it's just the right size.
And, you know, whoever's knitting it, making it, it's not going to take you long.
No, it's, I mean, and it's lovely striped bobbles, isn't it? Yes. Really nice. I think it looks like bunting.
I like that idea. I think that's a really good
bunting. Right, let's go, because we've got to go through everything.
Right.
Everything. So,
fold that up a little bit.
Oh, dungarees. These are amazing. Look at these. Why do they do them to fit me? Look at those. Everybody needs woolen dungarees. Again, in merino, super soft.
Yeah.
Oh, children will absolutely love to wear these because they'll feel so soft, won't they?
And there's a lot of growth room in them as well. A lot of room for
there is, because they won't. These are the ones they won't want to. I mean, how lovely! They're so soft. You know, imagine if you've got a little one and they fall asleep. It won't matter. They just get put into bed with these on because they're gorgeous.
So comfortable, and the there's not a clasp. You just tie it.
Oh, okay. So there's no buttons.
So
well,
if they did fall asleep in them, they're not going to get hurt by.
Well, they're soft play dungarees, aren't they? So they really are for comfort. It's for children who love to be comfy, cosy. $29.99 for the age 2. Remember, it's merino yarn, so you've got the navy and you've got the poppy, and you get free knitting needles. We've got them in age 3. So this is age 3. All of these are on the website, so if you're sort of waiting to see all of them and then you can't remember which one you want, if you want these, go onto the website, onto sewingstreet.com, and click on Watch Live and scroll down, and then you can see all the different sizes. Age 4, and finally age 5. Right.
It's like with the jumpers, ages 2 through to 5, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Right, okay. Now we've got these amazing
really cute
felt craft kits.
Yeah.
So look at this. This is the dinosaur garland. Look. Oh, I've got the dinosaur garland. So these are all felt.
Yep.
So in the kit, you get all the pieces of felt you need to make these. Aren't they beautiful? if you know someone who loves to look at the leaves. Look, love the leaves. Look, aren't they gorgeous? So look at what you get in the kit as well. So you get the wooden bead that holds it up. You get the stranded cotton to do all the embroidery and sew them together, and then you get the
all
felt.
the coloured pieces of felt that
this
you need.
This is beautiful as well, isn't it?
Like you say, in there's a thinner.
Yes, the
needle,
proper
but then
sewing
you've
needle.
also got one here as well.
For threading it through.
all
So
the
you've
stuff
got
in.
and you've got the filling as well. So you've got this sort of royal blue, light green, mid green, pale yellow, slate and white, and that will create the whole dinosaur garland.
Yes.
I think that is gorgeous.
You have your chart inside, which I personally would photocopy it before I cut it.
Oh yes, yes. So you've got all of the templates to do it.
Yeah, and then you just cut them out. I've cut a couple of the dinosaurs out here. Look.
Oh, I see. Oh, look.
And then you would just, it's a running
So
stitch.
you must have more than enough felt.
I think so.
Well, because the cream is only for that dinosaur.
Exactly, so...
And then you
one
get a
sheet.
piece that big.
Yeah.
I'm thinking you can
You'd
make...
probably do at least 2.
Yeah,
You'd
look.
just need another bead, wouldn't you? So if you did it
Or you
that
could make it
way-
even longer, couldn't you? Yeah, you've got room, haven't you?
Yep.
So there is more than enough. That is so cute. And I guess you then embroider the decorations on the spots.
Yeah, you just sew them on by hand. It's all hand sewing. You can use, they're just running stitches on this one.
I think that's glorious. What a lovely kit. So that is the dinosaur garland.
Yep.
But we've also got the dinosaur mobile, which I think is fabulous. Ben wants this. Let me show you. Look at that. Isn't that gorgeous?
Stunning, isn't it?
Oh, that way. That way. Look, and I can even turn it round. Look. So it's full of dinosaurs and mountains. I mean, that is beautiful, isn't
Clouds, leaves, just like 3 different styles of one.
it? Now, the kit for that, nice big... Ooh,
Dinosaurs.
just dropped that one. Nice big kit. There's the kit. So you have got loads in there. Let's have a look. Let's see what's in the kit. I love that.
Yep, so again, you've got your chart in there, and it tells you also in pattern how to do the running stitches, and if there's a day's, I don't think there's a chain stitch on here. It's just a standard running stitch that you need. Tells you how to fasten off the thread and how to start it.
Okay.
Not to
So
use
you
so
get
it
the
doesn't come out.
embroidery, well, the outer bit of the hoop. You get that. And you get the stuffing, because you need a little bit of filling, because they're just very lightly stuffed. You get the stranded cotton, but obviously with this one, you get all the felt, but
Yes.
they're bigger pieces. They're nice big
So again,
sheets as well.
Yeah, again, so you'd probably just need another hoop, and you'd be able to do it too.
Yeah, that's
I
true, because
think.
you get loads of dinosaurs on there, don't you? What a lovely, lovely kit. And also, just to show you, because sometimes, you know, if you want to give them as gifts, this is how they're packaged.
Yes.
They come in these lovely brown...
Bag of happy.
Bag of happy. And I think that's nice. So if you wanted to give somebody a kit for them to make, what a lovely thing.
Yeah.
I'll just clip that to the outside. So that's the dinosaur mobile.
Yep.
Very, very popular, that one, just to let you know. Right, then we've got the swan garland.
So let's
Look
just,
at this.
Move that to the side.
How sweet is that?
There.
I don't know whether it's better to put it on the table or not. Whether you'll be able to see it better. Shall I put him on the table? I think you can see it better. So you've got hearts, you've got swans, and you've got crowns. Because this is obvious. I've managed to get it all twisted.
But don't you love undoing things like that? You know, if I get a ball of yarn that's a bit knotted or a bit, you know, it's come all unravelled. I love.
It's quite a challenge,
yeah,
isn't
I
it?
love just. It's
So
like a
that
puzzle.
this hangs up in the same way. It's really pretty.
Yeah.
Isn't that lovely when you look at it? So
2
this
hearts, 2 crowns, and
isn't
3
that
swans.
really pretty? It's very neutral nursery, isn't it?
It is.
Only $16.99, and obviously in here you get felt, yarn,
White is
stranded
just
cotton.
for the stranding.
So you get your stuffing, you get the white and the black stranded
You
cotton.
should get gold in there as well, because there's some gold in.
Oh, hang on, it might be in here. It might still be in the kit. What have I done? Oh, yeah, there we go. And you get gold metallic yarn, because that's used for the bits of the crown and around the hearts, and then you get a sheet of pink felt and white felt. That's such an unusual item, isn't it? So I'll show you the picture, because it was beautiful,
You get more
isn't
than
it?
enough, don't you, to actually make what you want to do?
Yes.
So because this white strand is from the white here,
Yeah.
you could just keep going.
You could, yeah, just add more of them. I mean, it is, because it's
going.
lovely to hang downwards, but it's really, I think it's lovely to hang as a garland like that. Very unusual, isn't it? Again, what a lovely thing to buy somebody or to make and then to give to someone, because it's a very mindful activity when you want just a little bit of peace in front of the telly, bit of hand sewing. How lovely. And you've got everything that you need in there. I think that's a beautiful kit. Right, I think we... Oh, and the Swan Mobile.
Oh, yes. Yes, we've got the...
Oh, right. I didn't realise that, because I've only just seen it. Right, and then we have... Oops. There we go. Let me just take him off the hook. Look at that. We have the Swan Mobile. Isn't that so lovely?
Is it gone?
We've managed to twist it. But that's beautiful, isn't it? Look at that. $16.99? Really? That's an amazing price. I think that is fantastic. I love that. Have you seen that photo of it hanging in the nursery? Can we show that photo? Look. It's better than the one hanging at me. I think that is stunning, isn't it? It's light and pretty.
It is, isn't it?
Beautiful.
And like you said before, it's very neutral. And it'll also go with your decor.
Yes, it would, yeah. In fact, it doesn't need to be for a child, let's be honest. It could be for
doesn't
you.
these days, does it?
If you love the swans and the heart, it doesn't have to be for a child at all. Just have it for yourself. So $16.99, obviously you get the hoop and all the felt and everything.
Oh, have you got it?
Right, should we start with the bubble blanket?
Yes, bubble blanket. Here we go, do my little swatch here.
Right. Oh, you've done a baby blanket.
I have
Look,
done a
a baby. And even baby. This is the doll's blanket version.
That's true. It's very cute.
That is
I like that.
the baby one. So this is beautiful. So the yarn is an Aran weight yarn.
It's 12 ply, which is
12 ply.
Makes
but it's merino, so it is very, very
100%.
soft.
Little merino, one of their newest additions to their range.
Lovely colour choices as well, isn't it?
I know. I haven't got the navy with me, so I'm just going to
That's like beach hut red, isn't it?
Yeah.
There is a beach hut red. Well, it's kind of a corally orangey red, isn't it? Beach hut red. It's not called that. I just made
Yeah,
it,
it's not that like pillar box red because
No. It's definitely beach hut red.
But all I'm going to do here to add my colour, just to start with, is literally just sort of half a knot loosely on the end.
Okay.
And that's how I start joining my yarn, and then at the end, I can undo that little bit before I sew it in.
Oh, I see. So you don't tie it in as a permanent thing?
Not initially. I wait until I'm sewing the ends in, and then I would probably, if I feel I need to, depending on how it's laying, I might just unravel that one little knot and then.
Right. So just as a temporary thing,
yes,
put a loose knot
to get me started on the row. So that's that one here. So then, to keep my edges straight, and this is just something I do, I slip the first stitch. So even though it tells me to knit the first three, the first one of those three I will slip. But now I'm changing colour, so it'll be on the next row that I
Right, okay.
So on this one I am going to knit the first one, but on all the other rows,
you're changing colour.
Yes.
So the pattern doesn't say to slip normally.
I don't think it does.
But
no,
you do.
But I do because I find my tension keeps my edges straight. Because
Right,
I'd hate
okay.
to come on and this will be all...
So
loopy
if you've got a tight tension on the edges, then slip a
Yes,
stitch. Okay,
yeah.
that's
and even if
useful.
you've got a loose one, because my tension on the edge is loose, my tension in the piece is tight.
Right,
It's
okay.
really weird.
Well, you always do that when you're knitting socks as you slip one. You know, when you do the bit that goes at the back of the heel.
Yes.
That's always, but then I guess that's probably because you're sewing it in.
Yes.
I don't know.
So I'm just going to knit 3 to make the border.
Right.
I mean, you could knit 5 if you wanted a thicker border. It's totally...
Oh, okay.
The pattern is knit 3. So I'm then going to knit 4 because we're doing a stocking stitch. So the first row is knit, and this is what makes it really easy. So I'm going to make the first bobble because they're all in line.
Right.
So it's a very easy pattern to follow. It's not like it's got 16 rows that you have to mark off.
Right.
It's quite easy to follow. So in the next stitch, we're going to knit it, but then we're going to bring our yarn forward to purl. So you're going to purl it. Then we take our yarn back because we're going to knit. And then we bring our yarn forward because we're going to purl it again.
Ooh.
So in that one stitch, you're going to knit 1, purl 1.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
All in that stitch. Okay. Now don't worry that this tension is loose here. It all shrinks into where it should
Right,
be
okay.
as you go along.
Go with the process.
Go
It will
with
be
the
fine.
process. But then I'm going to turn as if I'm going to start my next row. And we're going to just purl those 4 stitches we've just made because we did knit 1, purl 1, knit 1, purl 1.
Right.
So now I'm just going.
Oh, so we're going backwards again before we
backwards,
do the rest of the
because
row.
we're doing stocking stitch.
Okay.
The row back is purl, isn't it? Your alternate row. So we're just going to purl those 4. And we're going to turn it again. Split my yarn, sorry. I just split the stitch.
Okay.
So then we're going to turn. And we're going to knit those 4. So we're just going to knit them. Straightforward knitting. So can you see the bottom of the bobble is forming there?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. So then we're going to turn again.
Okay.
And we're going to purl 2 together. And purl 2 together.
Oh, I guess because we've got to get rid of some of these.
We have, because we've got to turn...
Yeah, otherwise we're
we
going to...
made 4 stitches out of 1.
Right,
now
okay.
we've got to turn those 4 stitches back into 1.
Because otherwise it's going to be really odd.
So then we're going to turn again, and we're going to knit those 2 together.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so that's what makes your first bobble. But as you... It doesn't look like a bobble at that point, but as you knit the next 4, ready to start the next one, it's dropping into place, and when you go back the row, it all then...
Okay, so how many rows have you actually got in that bobble then?
There's going to be... So there's the first one where you increase the stitches.
Yeah.
So that's 1. Then you've got a purl and a knit, that's 3. Purl 2 together twice, that's 4. And 2 together, that's 5.
Oh, okay. 5 rows instead of 1
rows
row.
into it. So we'll do the next one. So it's knit.
These could be like fairy lights, couldn't they?
You could.
Yeah,
if
they
you
could be
wanted
fairy
to.
lights. What a great pattern.
Pop it in the back at Christmas. So there we go. In the one stitch, I've knitted 1, I've purled 1, knit 1, purl 1, turn it. I'm going to purl those 4. Split the yarn again. Purl. Then we're just going to knit those 4 again. Turn it. Purl 2 together. Purl 2 together. Take that down to 2, and to continue then along the next row, we're just going to knit those 2 together. So that's your 5th element of doing your bobble, and you carry on with the row. Doing 4 more stitches. That's the pattern. So if I was to do, shall I just sort of like the purl row back, so then you can see the bobble drop down. So I would normally go all the way to the end. If I just purl back over, so you're just purling back over that last one, the bobble.
Oh, okay.
And you're just purling.
So it has got kind of a knit row one way and a purl going the other way
yes,
to make the
to
stripe.
make your stocking stitch. And then you'd knit the last 3 stitches for the border.
I like the way that the line goes into the border as well.
Yeah.
It's quite nice, isn't it? Because otherwise it would sort of break it up a bit, wouldn't it?
Well, it would, and it'd be like framed, totally.
Yes,
framed,
yeah,
wouldn't
and you'd get a gap, wouldn't you, between the border and it?
You would, and then it...
a little bit, however hard you
and
tried.
then it stops being an easy...
Where have we put the blanket? What did we do with the blanket?
I thought I put it down here.
Anyone seen the blanket?
I don't know where it's gone.
I don't know. Never mind, carry on with the demo. You carry on with the demo and I will look for it.
Yeah. So that's how the bubbles drop.
I got it here.
Quite easy here.
There we go.
There we go. So you can see...
Yeah, oh, hang
how
on,
they drop.
upside down.
Yeah.
So you can see now from this how it works, that the bobble, the bunting, that's what I think it is, goes into the border like that.
Yes, that's right. Just straight in. So this, even though that goes up one, that's just where you've turned your yarn. And again, it just gives it another, what's the word?
Dimension.
Didn't it? Design feature.
The little
stripe,
feature.
you know.
Okay, with a little stripe in it. It's gorgeous, isn't it? So this is the kit that's on screen at the moment, $39.99. You get 100% merino yarn, so it's absolutely perfect for babies, children's, toddlers, yourself. It's really, really soft. It makes a lovely sort of car seat blanket, pram blanket, pushchair, or just something for the little ones to just have and hold, because these bubbles, as you've seen, are knitted in. They're not sewn on, so they can just be held in. But what a lovely thing to buy for teenagers, people learning to knit, for them to make for themselves.
Anybody
as
who
well.
wants something sensory. 'Cause all ages like something sensory.
They do. I mean, to go to bed with this, you could just have this in your, put it on your pillow. It's so... it's hard to say, isn't it? Because you can't feel it there, but it is so soft. What a lovely kit. I think at that price, 100% merino yarn and beautiful colours, isn't it? It is beach hutty.
It is very,
I think it's, the colours are very modern, aren't they? So it will...
I think so.
But classic, it will go in any decor. You also get free needles. Free needles, worth £6.
Whereas if you bought the kit anywhere else, you wouldn't get the
You wouldn't get the free needles. And it is gorgeous. Love the photo of it. Love they've done beautiful styling
very good
in
setting,
it.
isn't it?
Isn't it beautiful? Right, what should we have next?
I've got the other blanket.
Oh yeah, let's talk about the other blanket. So the other blanket is the patchwork square blanket, which I love this. Isn't that lovely?
Yeah.
Again, I mean, it's got that real sort of summery vibe to it, hasn't it? Just because of the stripes, I don't know.
It is, and the brightness. And so even in the winter months,
yes,
you know,
it's lovely.
It just brings some brightness.
Well, the colours are
into your
modern and
life.
vibrant, aren't they? They will appeal to babies, to toddlers.
Absolutely.
Again, lovely, lovely for a baby when you want it really bright for a pram, but really nice for a younger child as well.
Definitely. Definitely.
It's gorgeous, and once you've learned how to do it, you can make it even bigger, can't you?
You could. You could.
So you've got enough yarn to do it this size, $59.99. You get free needles, and then you get all of the yarn to do this. Again, brilliant project for beginners. Or if you can already knit, then what a lovely thing to do. But it's a nice kit to give someone as a gift because it comes with the needles. It's got even the tapestry needle for sewing the ends in.
Everything in there.
And the tapestry so that you can personalise it as well.
And the instructions on how to do that.
Because you know when people say, oh, I want to learn to knit, I want to do something simple, don't know what to make. Who wouldn't love this?
Yeah, this is one of the ideal things to start with because it is an easy project, because the squares aren't overwhelming, you know. And
so you've got garter stitch.
Then garter stitch stripes.
Right, yeah.
Which is as easy as joining the yarn on the stripes of the bubble blanket. And then you've got this, what well, moss stitch.
Right,
I
okay.
called it seed stitch earlier, but that's the American.
Oh, is that this? Yeah,
It's exactly the same. Seed stitch and
Moss,
seed
I know
stitch.
it's
like
hard,
crochet,
isn't it? When you every knitting stitch, I think, has like more than one name for
Yeah,
it.
it can. Yeah, it can do. Some people might just.
Well, it's
think
like stocking stitch. Some people called stockinette stitch.
Stockinette, yeah.
Why?
I mean, that's just a recent thing.
Where
I've
has
seen
that
it.
come from?
I think it might have started it as that many years ago because it was how stockings were made.
Yeah, I heard somebody the other day saying
And then it just went
stockinette.
to
I'm thinking
stocking stitch, and then just recently, like you say, it's just come up that it's stockinette.
I know,
so.
weird. So you're going to show us moss stitch,
Yeah.
also known as seed stitch.
So this time, I am just going to slip the first stitch.
Okay.
And I'm going to purl the second stitch. So it's like you start off doing a rib, and then I'm going to knit the next stitch, purl the next one, and then you knit and you purl, and you do that all the way across. And then it's the stitch that you start with on the next row that defines the moss stitch, because if you did the same, you'd get rib stitch. So you have to alternate the stitches.
Yeah. So that's actually for, well, because I have done moss stitch, but mainly rib. I guess it's hard for your brain.
It is,
When you'll go back the other way, you've got to be doing it wrong.
Yes, yes.
Although once you've done a whole square of it, it will
does
feel right
settle
again.
in, yeah.
So if you knit, you'll know what we're talking about. But normally when you do knit and purl, you make sure that you're knitting the same stitches
We've all
on the
had
back.
to undo that row, haven't we? In a
Or
rib where
we thought, I'll leave that and I'll never notice, but you do.
You do.
And then you have to
all the
unpick
time.
it. It's
You
really
do,
annoying,
all
isn't
the
it?
time. Yeah. So with a rib stitch, you'd be knitting on top of the knit stitch. The knit stitch gives you that V at the front.
Yes, and the pearl has that lump.
To have a rib, like on the the bump. Yeah. So on a rib, you would want them all lining up together so that you would do the knit stitch on top of the V and the purl stitch on top of the bump.
Yes.
Whereas here, you do the opposite. So I'm going to knit on top of the purl bump and purl on top of the knit.
Right.
So I'm still going to just slip my first stitch, but then because it's the knitted V, I'm going to purl it. And then I'm going to knit over the top.
So you knit on a purl and purl on a knit?
Yes. And that's as easy as it is. So even as a beginner, this is a very easy stitch to do. If you can do the first two basics, which is your knit and your purl, then that's it. If you struggle with it, then just do a garter stitch.
I guess
really
actually,
matters,
and
is
if
it?
you are not a beginner and you've knitted before, you could have a little play with this as well. You could have a bit of cable.
You could.
Couldn't you?
You could if you're more experienced.
If you fancied it, you know, once you've
Absolutely.
done a few squares, if you were a bit of a knitter, you could go, oh, well, do you know what? I'm going to have some rib.
Yeah, I've seen a stitch I want to try.
Yeah, I'm going to put it in there.
Perfect size to try it. This little
Absolutely, and if it doesn't look right, just undo it and start again. But it's quite a nice place to start. And I also would turn some of my squares round. So I would go for some of them being horizontal.
Yeah. That's your personal flair, isn't it?
Yeah.
And the personalisation.
I would definitely have some going horizontal.
Yeah.
And some
definitely
going
on the stripes. Yeah.
just because.
Yeah.
And I guess you can choose what colours you put.
Because you could even do the garter stitch horizontal because it will still have a different look on the texture because the stripes, the rows will be going.
Yeah, and I mean, because I
vertical.
presume you've got two balls of most things, haven't you?
Yeah, and it was just one of the teal and one of the.
That's right.
Blue.
Yeah, because that's got 2 and that's got 2, but
Yeah.
that's got 3.
Yeah.
Well, like 2.5, and that's got 2.5, and that's got 2. Yes. Yes, I've worked it out now. Lovely. So that's
That's the moss stitch.
That's your moss stitch yellow.
Yeah.
Easy. So you can just stick to that. You could just do it all striped if you want. You know, you could do it all in garter stitch. The good thing about moss stitch and garter stitch rather than stocking is it's a bit thicker. Don't know why, but it feels thicker, doesn't it?
I'm wondering if that's my texture.
No, I think
Although
it
they're
just
coming up a
it
little-
always feels spongy. I think because you've got all of the knit rows.
Oh, it could be, yeah.
Just has a slight.
Yeah,
it's
it
not
does.
as flat, is it?
Yeah.
So maybe
Yeah.
it's
I've never really
spongier.
noticed that before.
Because if you look at the jumper, that's it's sort of not quite. I don't know. Just feels less spongy. I don't know why. Maybe it's my imagination, but it always feels a bit
That's
like that.
ribbed all the way up, isn't it?
Oh,
that
it's
stitch?
beautiful.
Ribbed,
Oh,
rib
it is,
stitch,
isn't it?
all the way up, which is what gives it that nice stretch, to be honest.
It's
And then the
gorgeous.
cardigan is stocking stitch.
Yeah, which is flatter
Yeah.
for some
You can
reason.
see it now. See it now.
But it's spongy, it's gorgeous. So $59.99, you're getting all the yarn you need to make it. In fact, if I read this, it will say how many you get. So you get 2 balls, so 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. Have you just told me it was 14? Did they know it was 14? I've just counted those. 14 balls, because you get 2 of everything except for 2 colours where you get 1 of them.
Yeah.
And then you get the 6mm needles, which are free, and you get the tapestry needle to sew up. And obviously you get the full pattern as well. Now, you do get the guide to chain stitch.
Chain stitch.
Now, it's up to you how you create your, what letters or words or numbers or anything.
A bit of freehand, just do some snakes, you know, squiggles.
Yeah, squiggles.
Well, they're snakes.
You see, so what I mean, I don't know, because the thing is, you can't really have a pattern for this. I guess you just got to start somewhere. You could, the only thing you could do is get maybe an erasable pen.
Yeah, you know, you have them, don't you, if you're sewing. If you're a sewer, you can
just
buy
sort
the
of
pen.
trace it on.
Or a bit of chalk, tailor's chalk.
That's true, but it's supposed to look slightly rough. Now, luckily, it's not knitted in. So you can make this decision afterwards whether or not you do. I mean, if you are going to personalise it, it does make a brilliant present, or newborn present,
does.
or
It's
you know,
very
birthday.
special,
Maybe you're going to be a godparent.
Yeah.
And sometimes, because it's not a massive blanket, you know, you just want to make something small. All right, I think we've got time. Good.
we?
You just show us how to do that. We are going to do yes. So how to personalise it?
So I'm just going to pick up one of the...
So you just thread your needle that comes in the kit. I'm going to just move you
Sorry,
to
I'm
there.
not too
there
far
you go.
away, aren't I?
That's all right.
Okay, so then I'm going to do my knot at the back. I'm going to feed it through, turn it over.
So you finish. Do you sew it all together first?
I think that's personal preference.
Okay.
But I think I would personally do it separate, because all you've got to handle is this.
Yeah, that's true.
Otherwise
actually,
you've got to handle the whole blanket. And the blanket together, it's just using a back stitch to sew the squares together. So that's it. So all I'm going to do here is literally, I'm going to be a bit random. I'm going to make the sort of loop around.
And this stitch, the instructions and the diagrams for this stitch are in your pattern.
I know this is the chain stitch of embroidery.
Right.
So, or the daisy. Some people call it daisies. But I'm just literally going to bring it up there, pull it through, not too tight, and there we have the first loop. So the second loop, bring it round, pop the needle in where it came out of, and then I'm going across a row. I'm just going wherever I want to go. Here. So that's another one.
And do you know what? The thing is with these is if you do it and you think, oh, it's looking about slightly wrong place, just...
Yeah, don't pull it tight, just let it sit nicely on the top.
Then you're not adjusting
but if you pulled it tight, it's going to damage the square underneath.
Right.
Not damage it, but it's going
Well, I guess also if you give it a little pull and make sure it still stretches.
Exactly. You know,
I think also if you're making this for somebody else, for a new baby or a toddler, and you don't know what colours they like, you're pretty safe with this.
I think so.
Because although it's bright and modern, it's sort of traditional, classic.
I think
everyone will like this.
Yeah, well, I think toddlers are full of colours, full of colour themselves.
But I think the mums will like it as well.
Yeah, I'm kind of moving away from the greys and the neutrals and the mustards and everything else, and I'm coming back into
but
very
actually,
colourful.
If you've got that kind of decor, this looks lovely in it, doesn't it?
I think it just gives it that zap.
Zap. Anyway, right, sorry.
That's all right. So I am literally just going to, I'm going to come down here now this way, because I'm just going to do sort of like a snake. Because if it's, if you already know the gender, then if they're into that type of thing, you know, like with dinosaurs, you could put some. Yeah,
that's true. Or you know what? But if you're doing it and you have you don't have to put the letters on it. So if you're doing it for someone, it's a newborn, you have no idea who it is.
Yeah.
What
I could carry that on as an M if I wanted.
Yeah, you don't actually need to put anything on it, or you could put numbers on it.
You could,
couldn't you?
You could put the date of birth.
If you were doing it before
2020,
you could, because if you're pretty sure, you could put. 2024 would be cool, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Or you could just put all the numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
somewhere, you know.
No, you couldn't put Ben on it. That would be silly. Because the chances of it being called Ben would probably be slim.
Oh, how nice.
Well, I just think, you know, of all the babies in the world, what percentage of them are called Ben?
Ben was a very popular name, wasn't it?
I think it still is popular. But not everyone's going to call their baby Ben. They will soon. Yes, I've made you a present. The only proviso is you've got to call the baby Ben.
Here I'm just going to fasten off. I'm literally just going to just backstitch everything here. Over where I've gone, picking up those same...
Yeah, because I guess you don't want that to show through, but it's got to be nice and secure. Should we see how they did it?
Yeah, yeah, there we go. I think as the blanket's been used, I think some of the ends will loosen up. But if you know, I do tend to do too much. I do tend to.
Yeah, but you don't want it to come undone, do
no,
you? And the thing is with this, it's going to go in the washing machine, isn't it?
Well, you have. I think it's hand wash.
Is this hand wash?
I think it's
don't
the best
put it in
way.
the washing
is
machine.
hand wash, dry flat.
Do not.
But
I said this is going to go in the washing machine.
Yeah,
Don't
most
put it
things
in the
do.
washing up.
But you can. I think on a cold wash, I don't see.
I'm going to check that.
Why not?
Have you got a ball there? Oh, can I have that cream one?
Here we go. What's that? Does it tell you on there?
Flipping checking that. Don't put it in the washing machine.
Yeah, it says hand wash.
Yeah, don't put it in the washing machine and don't iron it. Well, no, actually, it does say you can iron it. Cool.
Yeah.
The thing is, you probably could, but it'd shrink. And then you'd be really disappointed.
Because it's 100%.
Yeah, it is 100% wool.
Yeah.
Merino wool. Yeah, don't put it in the washing machine.
But there are items that you do.
And actually, though, but you do need to make these secure, because even with hand washing, if you don't secure the ends, they still will come undone.
Yeah.
But
so that's, I mean, that's a nothing, but
that's
it's a bit random.
That's random. But now you can see.
Yeah.
That's fabulous, isn't it? Right. So this kit, $59.99 for the whole kit. Have we got time to do anything else, Ben?
I could do something very quickly.
We've got 2 minutes.
Okay, let's just cut that off there. And I'm just going to pick up the stitches as I would on the border of the cardigan.
Oh, right, okay. So talking about the cardigan, which comes in 4 different sizes, age 2, age 3, age 4, age 5. They are all, the kits for all of these are on the website. So you can easily go in, and also if you need to see the measurements and see which one you need. The pattern is the same for them all, but obviously the yarn quantities for them is different.
Yeah.
And they are all on the website, depending on what size you want.
Okay, so your yarn would already be almost sort of attached. So you would just tie it, loosely tie it like I did before. And then you're just going to pick up, I use a hook because I just find it easier to then hook up.
Oh, that's a really good technique. So if you need to pick up stitches from the edge of knitting, use a hook.
Yeah, because otherwise you'd be
yes,
going in
which
with
is
your
what I
stitch.
normally do.
You're going round it.
Right. Okay, thank you so much, Mandy. That has been fabulous. Love that tip about the hook. Time has crept up on us.
It has, hasn't it?
Right, tomorrow on Sewing Street, John Scott will be presenting at 8 o'clock. He's got Dan Morris Fabrics. At 8:30, the Marie Top with Jules Fallon. 9:30 is Dressmaking Tools. 10:30, the Winnie Culottes with Jules Fallon. 11:30, hey, Yarn Lane, Toft with Kerry Lord. Excellent. 2 days in a row. Have a fantastic day. I will see you back here next Monday, Bank Holiday Monday. Have a lovely day full of sewing, knitting and crochet.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week?